All right. I am here. Finally back.
Well, let's see what the police have to say about that after a 116% increase in gun crime under this prime minister. And a repeat violent offender out on early parole allegedly murdered a 34-year-old woman in Toronto on Sunday. The Toronto police had this question, and I quote, "For the Prime Minister, how was this person, with their history, allowed to access a firearm and be alone with a partner when they were supposedly living in a supervised community setting? What answers are you providing to the victim's family or our communities who continue to see the heartbreaking results of your weak policies on crime?" End quote.
We're here.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, despite Conservative opposition, we continue to move forward on bringing in red flag laws and yellow flag laws to make sure.
Yeah, I've been gone for a bit just because I haven't been feeling great. I had insomnia for the last 2 weeks.
What happened to Sunday's stream? Did it even happen at all? You never seemed like you showed up.
Yeah, I had a stream planned, but I was just feeling way too shitty, so ended up canceling it. Last few days, I've just been trying to catch up on sleep. I had insomnia for almost 2 weeks, and I think I'm finally over it, and I've just been catching up on sleep the last few days. But I'm back, feeling pretty okay. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Sure that people who are charged with domestic violence don't have access to firearms. Conservatives stood against that and fought against that every step of the way. Just like they're working hard to make legal again assault-style weapons that we rendered illegal in this country 4 years ago. They want to unfreeze the handgun bans. And last time they were in office, they cut 1,100 workers from CBSA to help, who were there to prevent illegal guns flowing in from the United States.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He has not banned a single gun. He's spent over $60 million to fail to take a single gun off the road. He's had to give it an amnesty to reverse all of the announced gun bans that he did, standing in front of a cartoon image of a scary Hollywood-style gun. And what has been the sum total of all of this? A 116% increase in gun violence since he became Prime Minister. When will he realize that banning Grandpa Joe's hunting rifle is not going to stop crime, that instead we actually have to lock up the criminals?
These sorts of experiments have been done in every other country, by the way. Firearms regulations do not reduce gun violence. The only legislation that actually reduces gun violence is locking up criminals. So increasing mandatory minimum sentencing, shit like that, that's the only thing that reduces it.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, instead of trying to scare Grandpa Joe, he should be honest with Grandpa Joe in that we have banned assault.
Also, the comment section now has a new Brit Cooper, and apparently she is happily that Trump has shockingly been named Times Person of the Year.
Welcome to a new chapter of the comment section, and I am your new host, Reagan Conrad. Now, some of you are probably asking, who is this chick? Where is Brett? What is going on? And those are all very valid questions, every day, because they were the voices online echoing my thoughts and my values and my that it will be amazing. It was Brett's decision to leave the show and move on to a new adventure, which she is very excited about, and all of you should be very excited for what's to come. And in saying all, and to all of you watching this video, to give me the opportunity to do so. Probably felt about making this announcement, but just watch.
Vice President Kamala Harris, the Princess of Wales, Elon.
You know what's funny? New York Times had Hitler as Man of the Year, Person of the Year in 1930 something.
On Musk, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin
So that's another similar thing that Trump and Hitler have in common.
Netanyahu and President-elect Donald Trump. And here to make the announcement, Times editor.
Fantastic. Or the one where he's kind of like duking it out with the camera. They're going to live in the history books forever.
Well, she's nice and retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I think she might actually be dumber than Brett Cooper. She seems more like an ignoramus.
Style weapons, and already we've seen thousands of assault style weapons collected and destroyed. These are things that we
I'm pretty sure the amount of guns that they would have gotten from any kind of buyback program would at most be in the dozens. Wilma, Dickfit donates $. DEI is out of control. Let me see. That's good. Thanks for the donation, Wilma Dickfit. That's funny. Yeah, the amount of assault-style weapons that the government would have collected from the buyback program would, like it can't be more than a few dozen. The reason is most gun owners aren't opting into the buyback program just on principle alone, because they know it's going to get overturned in the next few months. And on top of that, like the only way to opt into this buyback program right now too is like going to your local gun store, and only some of them are cooperating. They tried to get like Canada Post and the police service to, do this buyback program thing. None of them are agreeing to do it. So everyone who's doing it is doing it entirely voluntarily, and very few people even want to do that. So, like, he's lying. I seriously fucking doubt they've collected thousands of firearms, and the ones they've collected were obviously never going to be used to commit a fucking crime. So it's likely just in the dozens.
BTW, she also says she is glad about the shit our country is going though, and if by that she means the devolution and going backwards of our nation, then yes.
Yeah, like, best case scenario with the Trump presidency is he just listens to his advisors who are much smarter than him, and he doesn't go through with like the tariffs and all that horseshit that he has planned. But yeah, if Trump just does every dumb idea, he wants with no pushback, yeah, it's gonna be bad. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
We are doing that the Conservative Party and its funders, the gun lobby, continue to stand against. They will re-legalize assault-style weapons in this country.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm voting Conservative, dipshit. It's so hilarious. They're gonna legalize guns. Yes, that's why we're voting Conservative, you fucking, pussy-ass cuck retard. Oh my god, what a loser.
Unfreeze the market on handguns. That's what they promised the gun lobby, and they hide behind Grandpa Joe because they can't admit it out loud.
Again, that's why everybody's voting Conservative, dumbass.
Order.
Grandpa Joe.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he admitted he doesn't even know what an assault rifle is, let alone able to ban one. He spent $60 million, and his government admits they didn't take a single firearm off the road. There's been a 116% increase in gun violence under his leadership, and 99% of the shipping containers that come in are not inspected at all, even though the previous Conservative government increased the number of front
Have you ever reacted to the Jubilee videos about veganism? There's also a video about fat with Greg Doucette and the Fresh and Fit guy.
I can't react to Jubilee videos on stream because they copyright block all their content. I can react to people reacting to Jubilee because the clips are short enough. So whenever like Greg Doucette, uploads a video reacting to their shit, I can react to that crap. But their veganism videos are usually like retarded. They get the dumbest fucking vegans you could possibly find that can't make a fucking argument or aren't combative enough.
Relatively low food drive.
Thanks for the donation though, Chamomile Cam.
And your ability to think of, is this good for me or bad for me? If we get you back down to like normal food drive, you can still be substantially overweight, though not obese, because you just really like to snack. And someone's like, are you hungry? And you're like, not really, just eating.
Look, bodily autonomy is
Huge
everyone's
deal.
right. So like I box and that's terrible for me and I know it is and yet I do it.
Yes, exactly. I have taken grotesque amounts of anabolic steroids and all the bad things I talked about last time on the show. So it will have a huge effect. It won't have
100%.
It won't have 100%.
Well, who's looking for 100%? I feel like with one variable controlled, you're not going to get 100%.
No, for sure, but you're going to get a lot because food drive is absolutely the quintessential variable. Because if
you're going to get a lot, why even talk about conscientiousness? It's not, you can't really change it, as you said.
Yet.
If you control for the other variable that you talk about within the poor communities about food drive, it pretty much gets you almost all the way there. Not
a
all
lot.
the way, a lot of the way there.
For sure.
A significant majority. Why talk about it?
Yeah, easy. So you're going to have a situation in our magical mystery pretend world here where the difference in obesity rates between poor people and richer people used to be, let's say, 10 imaginary units of obesity, and now they are 2 imaginary units of obesity, right? We made an 80% reduction in the difference between wealthier and poor people. We've addressed everything you suggested and everything I suggested, short of conscientiousness. Food drive, medication, access to everything. Everyone's no longer experiencing stress and trauma, relatively same rates, so on and so forth. Like, look at Japan, for example. It's actually just not true to say that poor people in Japan experience more crime, stress, and trauma than richer people, because there's just no statistical differentiation hardly between them. Like, there's just not really any crime and stress and drama anywhere in Japan relative to us, right?
I have no idea.
So, yeah, well, you could look at the statistical data, but if you go to Japan, all of a sudden it seems like, okay, where are all the violent people? I'm going to Japan in a little bit, so I'm trying to bring violence to them. I'm kidding, Japanese people, please. All jokes. So, if you look at that situation in the future that we could have, where we've reduced the problem an unbelievable amount, but differences still exist, you're going to have the temptation, especially with the ideological bias of most of these institutions that we have that actually make these changes, like institute the regulations for food advertising, so on and so forth, the people behind them, and the people politically who voted in those people, very well-meaning Americans who want the problem to be resolved. Because anything that's a difference between wealthier and poor people, including money itself, is kind of fucking gross, right? Like, what the fuck? Like,
okay, I don't know if I want to watch the whole rest of this. Do they ever get to a part where they recommend, like, oh, well, here's what we should do? Like, here are the, like, if you could snap your finger and do 3 things, Evil Mike, what would you do? Is there, like, a question like this that comes up, or?
Just because you have less money, you should have, like, shittier health? That's fucked up. Like, we all want the difference to be 0.
Problem solved.
No, but, like, we did it. Why do I still give a shit about conscientiousness? Here's
1 minute, go.
Yeah, I kind of disagreed a bit with some of Mike's take here. He was talking about how changing like food advertising laws and shit, it wouldn't really make any difference because fundamentally it has to do with genetics and just people's like temperament or personality traits. Like, we've had similar things happen with cigarette smoking where there was no regulation whatsoever when it came to marketing cigarettes. And you can just look at the difference in rates of cigarette smoking from the early 21st century up into the 1960s where it peaked and where it's at now.
Yeah, I agree. For cigarettes, though, cigarettes are a highly elastic product, like infinitely elastic. Like, you don't actually need to have a single cigarette ever to survive. Food is, in a general sense, is the most inelastic thing ever. You literally need food to survive.
Well,
so I feel like,
if we're talking about specific food products, I wouldn't necessarily...
True. No. I agree. If for specific types of food, they're more elastic the more specific you get because you can substitute them out from one thing or another. I'm just saying that I'm sure that heavily changing how you advertise, like tobacco, I can definitely see that cutting back on a ton of tobacco. But heavily changing how you advertise like fast food. I mean, if you drive out to get food, there's still going to be like, you are going to leave your house to get food. You are going to go shopping for food, and there's still going to be unhealthy food options all around you. Oh fuck, I'm sorry. I'm sure that if you get rid of all of the, I'm sure if you get rid of all the advertising for bad food, it would decrease the consumption of that bad food a little bit, but I don't know if it would decrease it a ton.
It kind of depends on what we figure a little bit is, because like
My guess would be like less than 10% would be my guess.
Yeah, so if like let's say we had a target for 10%, from a public health perspective, that could be pretty substantive. 10% reduction in fast food intake could be correlated with maybe 2 or 3% reduction in obesity or diabetes or heart disease rates. So you're talking about like thousands of people per year who
Yeah,
would,
I agree. It could be good for sure. But if you're doing that and you're expecting it to be like an 80% reduction, that's where the problem is. I don't think there'd be anything wrong with changing how some of this stuff is advertised, maybe, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I think certain food products could easily be flat out banned, and that would make a substantive reduction. Like that most people would consider meaningful. So like sugary sweetened beverages, the technology we have for artificial sweetening is pretty friggin' fantastic right now. Like if you have Coke Zero, the taste is pretty much indistinguishable. And if there is a detectable taste difference, most people in a blind testing, they actually prefer the taste of the artificially sweetened Coke. That was actually discovered way back, I think, in like the late 90s, where Diet Coke actually scored better on the taste test compared to classic Coke. So I don't know why at this point we even allow sugary sweetened beverages, like particularly soft drinks. You can maybe at this point make a case for fruit juices, but even now, I think Minute Maid has a very low sugar, like lemonade, where it's only 10 calories per serving, whereas the normal one I think is 120 calories per serving. So at least for soft drinks, I don't know why the hell we even allow, sugary sweetened soft drinks. Just eliminating that product from the market, I think that would make a pretty substantive difference.
Okay. I don't think I necessarily disagree.
All right. Well, once again, take care, dude.
I love you. Be careful. Bye.
BTW, it's also now known as the comment section with Rage and Conrad rather than Brett Cooper. I look forward to crusting this new woman since she seems even dumber than Brett ever was.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll find out just how stupid she is pretty quickly. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Jabab donated $2. Can you react to this these videos later? Or react to this video later? Is Alex O'Connor a coward for not exposing Islam? All right, I'll take a look at that. Alex could go way harder on Islam. Way harder. He lives in the UK. And I think one of the reasons why he doesn't go as hard on Islam as he could is because he knows there's Muslim gangs and like literally fucking dudes on YouTube who are linked to like actual fucking radical terror groups who would try to kill him, like Ali Dawa. Ali Dawa is an actual fucking psycho. He might even be worse than Muhammad Ajab. So I think he's a little too afraid to go super hard on Islam for that reason, because he knows he's surrounded by fucking crazy Muslim radicals that'd fucking kill him.
Ain't no passing craze.
Oh my god. Wow, they're French. Oh my god. Wow. Oh my goodness, they're friends. I didn't know the Lion King would be that realistic. Who would have figured? Oh. Oh, he's going splishy splash. Oh my god, look at him. I love baby birds. They're so fuzzy. Oh my god, he goes splishy splash. That's amazing. Thanks for the donation, Jabab.
You did well in Sekiro, but you didn't defeat the final boss.
Yeah, they got pretty good footwork. Alright, I'll face him on my next playthrough. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Are you still cool with Ask Yourself? Or did you finally realize that he was racist? Also, are you still with Jasmine?
Yes, I am still friends with Ask Yourself, and I'm pretty sure he's not racist, and yeah, I'm still with Jasmine. Thanks for the donation, Sedao. Sean Baker donated $2. Let me see.
A recent study done on users of these weight loss drugs, Ozempic, Wegovy, and so on and so forth, was comparing the outcome in non-diabetic males with regard to erectile dysfunction after the commencement of the
Oh, man. Yeah, okay, so this is specifically in non-diabetic males. I'm assuming this is just directly related to the weight loss. You can induce erectile dysfunction if you just make people starve themselves. Let me see. Prescribing Ozempic and Wegovy. Okay, this is kind of strange. They're saying Ozempic and Wegovy. Ozempic is the drug that they normally give for diabetes, and Wegovy is the drug that they give for weight loss. And the big difference between the two drugs is really just the dosage. Anti-diabetic medications, both Ozempic and Wegovy include sexual dysfunction as side effects of the medication. No study has assessed how frequently men will experience sexual dysfunction with these medications. Blah, blah, blah. When compared to control, males who are never prescribed semaglutide... we found 2,117 non-diabetic males with a prescription of semaglutide, which were compared to an equivalent number of propensity-matched controls. Compared to matched controls, males with semaglutide prescriptions are significantly more likely to be diagnosed with ED and or prescribed PDE5I. What the fuck is that? What in the fuck is this? Oh. Tadalafil, Cialis, shit like that. Compared to matched controls, males with semaglutide prescription were significantly more likely to be diagnosed with ED, 1.4%, when compared to males who were never prescribed. Okay. So they basically found a 1% increase in men with ED Does that matter much? Probably not really. Males with a prescription for semaglutide were more likely to receive a subsequent dose of testosterone deficiency compared to controls. So again, like about a 2% difference. And this is likely related to like weight loss. So if you significantly reduce your caloric intake, yeah, you can end up with erectile dysfunction. Like I've had this dieting for bodybuilding shows. Yeah, there's no way of knowing whether or not this is related to just the weight loss and dietary change itself. There are GLP-1 receptors like everywhere in your fucking body. I don't know if it has anything to do with like GLP-1 receptors in your penis or something. But yeah, these rates are not particularly high. Association of semaglutide with erectile dysfunction. These numbers are really, really small, dude. It does look like the men who are on semaglutide did have higher BMI. They did also have higher rates of sleep apnea and hyperlipidemia. Like it's not the biggest difference, but again, that might account for the difference. Yeah, this is just a bit of fear mongering.
Spec King of the Lion King that Mufasa prequel is coming out this week. They better have a memoriam to James Earl Jones, the voice of Mufasa himself, at the end credits.
They probably will. Be surprised if they didn't. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You start responding to this chick sometimes. She is like a female version of Red Pill.
There's absolutely no benefit to you as a woman in going 50-50 with a man, because a man is not a prize, especially not a man who got his come up going 50-50 with a woman, because that's not a good man. 50-50 men are seeking to use you because they don't view women as competition. There's a reason why guys, no matter how uninterested they are in actually being in a relationship, specifically being in a relationship with a woman that they have to go 50-50 with, which men are not interested in that. I'll get later to why that is. But there's a reason why these men are not a prize, and it's exactly because they don't view you as competition. They view you as free firewood to stoke the flames of their success. Also, important, without any accountability, because again, they don't view women as equals or as competition. A lot of these guys, when they're like, oh, I want to do 50-50 with you, it's so they can kick their feet up and be mediocre, not have anybody hold them accountable, while they are basically unable to provide the bare minimum for themselves. Instead of using that as motivation, a reason to really lock in and get their shit together, they just get into these 50-50 relationships instead, as a safe place for them to really stay stagnant and really lean into their already parasitic nature. Because if they were really
This is just a gross misuse of terms. Like, she's using the term parasitic. Like, it would be parasitic if you're relying on somebody for money. So if you're in a relationship where the guy is like only paying, 20% of the rent or something, and you're paying 80%, like that would make sense as being parasitic. But if, the bills are generally getting split 50-50, that's not parasitic. That's people equally benefiting from the relationship. I don't know. I don't know why they can't just admit they don't want to work, and they basically want a man to be like their daddy who will buy them things. Like, just be fucking honest. As if anybody... Like, women are so shameless, too. Like, as if you even have to gaslight any women into, like, justifying any of this horse shit. They don't care. Like, women aren't held to the same societal standards as men. Like, women aren't considered, like, pathetic and losers if they just flat out admit, I want a man to take care of me. I don't want to have to work all my life. I don't know why they have to, like, justify this horse shit by saying that it's a parasitic relationship and he's just taking money from, like, no. It's just called fairness, which they don't want anything that's remotely fair. They want to be the ones benefiting from the relationship.
We're worried about success and like building and, you know, doing all this stuff. Why wouldn't they hit up their buddies? Girls live together all the time, right? Hit up your buddies, go 50-50. Go 25-25-25-25, right? If you're worried about saving money, logically and practically, right? These men claim that they don't need very much, right? They just need like a chair and a TV, right? They can just drink protein shakes instead of eating. They can just grab Taco Bell on their way home. They can all save up money. And if they really wanted to push themselves, these are the conditions to do it in, right?
It's... Why, like, if she acknowledges this as the reality, exactly how would men be benefiting from having a relationship with you then? Like, they wouldn't. Like, you can get fucking cheap sex easily. Even if you're not the type of guy who's good with women, like, there are prostitutes everywhere. You can just go to a fucking massage parlor and get a fucking happy ending. Like, some of these girls will even suck you off. You can hire escorts. You can just go on casual dates occasionally. Like, there's just no reason to have some fucking parasitic leech living with you, and just promises you sex if you buy her enough things. What would be the point? Like, yeah, no shit. This is why a lot of dudes are single and then just date casually. It's because of fucking women like you, and that's why they want to go 50-50. It's because they know there's a lot of women who are just trying to fucking be leeches. Let's see. STX donated $2. That's nonsense. Many times when I lose weight fast, my libido tanks hard. Horrible, in fact. Well, yeah, that's literally what I said. The increased rates of hypogonadism and erectile dysfunction could easily be explained by rapid weight loss caused by the drugs. And on top of that, there was a slight BMI difference between the group of men who were on the GLP-1 agonists and the men who weren't. So you have a fatter, sicker population that's on weight loss drugs, and they had a slightly higher risk of erectile dysfunction. It's not hard evidence that GLP-1 agonists actually increase risk of erectile dysfunction. It could easily be from the weight loss itself, or it can be partly explained by between group differences. Thanks for the donation, though, STX.
I'm glad dating coaches are not so popular anymore.
Hey man, I get pretty nervous approaching like attractive women. You seem so calm and you know, like confident. What's your secret?
You want to know my secret?
Yeah, I would love to know.
You gotta think like you're gay.
What's up?
You approach a girl, you put her on a pedestal, act all interested, right?
Yeah.
But if you approach her thinking about cocks, she'll be totally thrown off.
So the gayer I think, the more girls I can get?
It's like Tenet, except with cocks.
This is a lot.
All right, approach me like I'm a girl.
Hey, what's up?
Nope, way too interested, way too desperate. Now approach me like I'm a girl, but you're gay.
Hey!
Not like verbally, actually flamboyantly gay. Just approach me like I'm a girl, but with thoughts of dick. Think about dicks. Hey, what's up? Wow, that was powerful. Wow. You look different. Your whole face changed and there was steam coming out of your face. I just don't care. And what were you thinking about? I was just thinking about dicks.
Don't know if I'd use that advice. But, you know, whatever makes you more confident. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Shit like this is why some men these days hate modern woman.
Yeah. I think this somewhat explains why there's an increase in men going their own way, not dating women, not getting married. Kind of checks out. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Pooh donated $2. Delray Misfits podcast ments.
You fecal.
All right, we'll react to that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, Pooh.
Yes, I'm just saying Clown Baker is wrong, not a comment against your argument.
Yeah. He's pretty much always wrong about everything. So, yeah. Thanks for the donation, STX. Sadao, donate $2. What are the most unhealthy habits you have? I would say probably just pushing myself to extremes in a lot of cases. So like losing 70 pounds in 3 months, trying to bench 410 pounds as quickly as I can, just working too much. So like sometimes I'll just like try, like especially back in the day, like a few years ago, where I just try to put out, you know, a video every single day, you know, like the good long form videos where I do skits and everything. But even still, like sometimes I just need a day off and I just don't take days off. And then I just end up crashing and burning or hurting myself. That would probably be the most unhealthy habit I have, just pushing myself too hard. Thanks for the donation though, Sato.
Why do women claim to be strong and independent while still expecting men to coddle and pamper them? Can't have it both ways. Lots of women think they deserve extra brownie points for just being a functional adult and pulling your own weight.
Well, Son Goku, women are delusional liars and they are completely and utterly full of shit and they want to have it their way all the time, even if it requires mental gymnastics. And yeah, I don't think it's a stretch to say that most women are just eternally children who just have to have it their way. Like they're always, throughout the entire course of their life, going to have the maturity of like a 7-year-old. Thanks for the donation though, Son Goku.
Ironically, some women these days are going their own waiter with this whole 48 movement.
I've never heard of the 48 movement. I don't know how women can go their own way because, like, women's dating strategies seem to be reliant on getting the richest guy you can get who will just give you money. So, I don't think they can go their own way, really. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donate $2. Remember the CNN Clarissa Ward video of them freeing a Syrian prisoner? Turns out he was an Assad army torturer.
They've actually found that this man is not who he really says he is. Verify Sv3rige.
So did he lock himself up in the prison to, you know, get out of being like tortured or killed himself?
A Syrian fact-checking outlet indicated that they had obtained new information about the identity of this man, presented on CNN as Adel Garbal, who Verify Sv3rige says he lies about his identity, and even worse, he actually served the Bashar al-Assad regime. According to the Verify Sv3rige investigation, this man's real name is actually Salama Mohammed Salama, a detail that brought many shocking details to light. Salama, who is best known as Abu Hamza, is first lieutenant of the Syrian Air Force Intelligence, notorious for his corrupt activities in Homs. Verify Sv3rige actually collected testimonies from residents of the Al Bayada neighborhood, including these anonymous audios that they add in their report. The residents identify this man as frequently stationed at a checkpoint in the area's western entrance of Homs, infamous for their abuses on civilians. Abu Hamza reportedly managed several of these checkpoints in Homs and was involved in crimes including theft, extortion, and coercing residents into becoming informants. According to locals, his recent incarceration was actually due to a dispute over the sharing of profits of extorted funds with a higher officer, ranking officer, which finally led to his detention in one of these Damascus prison cells, as per the neighborhood sources. So despite his...
I bet he's really regretting CNN being there.
The seemingly innocent demeanor in the CNN report, Salama actually has a grim history of corruption.
Response from CNN regarding these accusations?
Yeah, this guy's probably gonna get fucked up. Yeah, that's not a good day for him, CNN being there to expose his ass. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Like, you're going to be naturally competitive with these other men. You're going to be living this very simplistic, very expedite, very minimally. You don't have to spend your money on anything. Again, y'all can just walk around with your ripped up underwear, with your ripped up socks, and y'all can just bro out until you all get your money up, right? But men are lying when they say that they are okay living like that. Men are lying when they say that they really want to make something of themselves. If they wanted to, they would, but they don't. Because they don't want to share a house with a bunch of stinky, unwashed, unhygienic men. They don't want to drink protein shakes for breakfast and lunch and then have a dinner at Taco Bell on their way.
What is she like? It's not normal for dudes who make enough money to like pay for rent, where they don't need a roommate, to have a roommate anyway to save money. She like again, this is just a gaslighting tactic. She's just mad that there are dudes who won't give her money for no fucking reason.
Way home and then spend the whole night shitting their brains out. They don't want to do that. But it's all that they can provide for themselves. Living in this all-male, very minimal kind of environment would not allow them to be a leech, which is what they want the most. It does not allow them to be a parasite, right? Because they're too embarrassed around other men to act like a leech and a parasite. And that's why they don't even come to their guy friends with these kinds of suggestions. Like, hey, bro, you want to go 50-50 on bills? They don't.
Lady, if there are two men living together, renting out a fucking apartment, they're paying 50-50 for fucking rent. Like, what are you talking about? You think there's like arguments between dudes who are roommates? Hey, you want to like spend 30% on rent and then I'll pay 70? Like, no.
And the guys that do, I actually have respect for that. You're doing the right thing. Because frankly, in today's world, for you to lean as a man on a woman, that you are simultaneously, I know you're going to want to be sleeping with her, mind you, not like protected. You're going to want to be putting it in raw because you're in a relationship and you're not cheating on her. You want raw cookie for that. So these guys, they want to risk your body. They want to risk, pregnancy. They want to risk STDs. They want to risk giving you HPV. They want you to go on birth control so they don't have to put on a condom. And they want to go 50-50 with you at the same time. Not to mention the fact that when they talk about 50-50, they're only talking about money. So whenever you ask these, men or women that are hyping women up to go 50-50 with a man, when you ask them, he's responsible for 50% of the birth control. He's responsible for 50% of the house chores. He cooks dinner every other night, right? He does the dishes every other night, right? Contributes to the household in equitable ways, right? If I'm doing this extra little.
So I would say that's probably true. Most men that you're going to end up living with, and they want this like 50-50 thing, yeah, they're probably not going to be doing 50% of like the household chores. They're only talking about money. So she's kind of right there.
Thing, then he's doing this extra little thing, right? Right? He pays for me sometimes, right? He remembers to get me gifts and stuff, right? He remembers all of my like special dates, events, and holidays, right? And ladies, I think we all know the answer. It's always the 50-50 guy that acts more entitled to your free labor and your reproductive labor than a provider man ever would, because he doesn't respect you or value you in the first place. Because that's the only reason in time that he would ask you to go 50-50. I know that a lot of like honest and hardworking people these days that get married or get into relationships, the way that people are paid and with cost of living, like I understand that you might need more than one paycheck. And I'm also like a really huge proponent for women working and having their own money. So I'm not saying that the ideal scenario is provider man with like a trad wife type setup. What I'm saying is the premise of 50-50 is very flawed and does not take into account all of the labor that you do as a woman. It's a very strict like business only type transaction. And while unfortunately a lot of women view it as an investment in the future of that relationship, a lot of men think that it's this unspoken rule that what you're both doing is just investing in yourself. Because again, he wouldn't have even brought up the 50-50 split if he wasn't interested in strictly using you to better himself, while at the same time getting way more than 50-50 out of that relationship. Because again, he's not going 50-50 with you on a lot of the things that you are going to want to do in order to keep living the kind of lifestyle that you want to be living as a woman, right? Like I said, this is why they don't move in with their buddies. They don't want to live in disgusting, deplorable, rancid.
Men don't move in with their buddies because they can make enough money living on their own. But yeah, men move in with their buddies if it makes financial sense.
Conditions. Men love to devalue women's work and contribution while actively benefiting from it. That man is not ready to be in a relationship with you. That's not an empathetic man. That's not a generous man. That's not a man that means well for you, because if he had eyes, like if he was being honest with himself and with you, he would understand that you're bringing way more than 50% to that relationship in a lot of regards other than just money. And a lot of the stuff that
This is just ridiculous. Like, if you want somebody to clean the house, it's not that much to hire a cleaning person every couple weeks. So, like, what? You spend $150... yeah, usually it's like $150 for a cleaning person. You might only need to hire them once a month. That would be cheaper than having some fucking crazy bitch girlfriend who wants you to pay the rent, pay all the bills, take her out to the movies, go on dates, go to dinner, buy her gifts on her birthday or anniversary. We don't need you for that shit.
you do, he does not reciprocate 50-50. He does not reciprocate your emotional support. He does not reciprocate your gift giving. He does not reciprocate your just because gestures. I hear this a lot from women that were in 50-50 relationships. They'd be like, yeah, sometimes I would pay for both of us, like just to be nice, just to be like, oh, here, I got you this time, babe. And he would always accept it, but he would never, ever, ever do the same for me. Right, because he's not investing in you. You see that? You see that? As a woman, when you go 50-50 with a man, you're going to naturally end up investing more than him, because the 50-50 that you give goes far beyond money, right? It even goes as far as like, you are now living with a man. And for a lot of these men, what that also means is that you are meeting their male gaze, like at least 90% of the time, right? It means that you are performing your gender now for this man, whereas he doesn't have to perform shit for you. Right? He gets to throw off the societal provider chains and the expectations that come with that. But you don't get to be released from the male gaze. You don't get to be released from having to perform, sexually for him, to perform gender for him, all these kinds of things that men like to see. So you don't get to be free of anything. You still get to perform domestic labor unreciprocated. You still get to perform probably a lot of sexual labor.
Yes. Because sex is laborious. I think if you're with a partner where sex is a labor, you might not want to be with them.
Reciprocated. These men don't even mean 50-50 when it comes to orgasms. I promise you that. I promise you that. They're going to be selfish in bed too. And a lot of the time, these men are just saving up their coins. They're stacking up their money so that they can go and act like a big baller with the next girl. And this is another thing I've heard from a lot of women. Oh yeah, this whole time we were going 50-50, I was broke as hell. And he had like 15,000 in a savings account.
Gee, I wonder if that has anything to do with the stupid ways women spend their fucking money. Oh, I need the new iPhone. Ooh, look at those shoes. They look cute on me. Ooh, that's a nice purse. Eh. Okay, so she's mad that dudes she's with are making more money than her. They're more frugal with their spending. And then she's mad because she's irresponsible with her money and she expects the dude to pay for more of her shit. I wonder why the guy you're dating has 15,000 in savings and you don't.
And I had to go around borrowing money from my mom, my dad, my extended family just to pay the bills. And this whole time, this man was stacking up his cash. So all of that
Whose fault is that? Like, wow.
just means he's not invested in you, he's invested in himself. And he is using this time to get his money up so that he can go and perform gender in front of another woman. Meanwhile, you're over here looking like a clown, performing labor.
Yeah, this chick is literally a fucking child. She just wants some dude to be her daddy, basically, and give her money.
Performing sexuality, performing gender, and investing in a relationship that you will never see that investment come back to you. In either, you will get married and that man will be a workaholic. You guys will never stop going 50-50 because that was the plan all along. He's going to stack up his money. He's going to be real stingy with it. Every time he gives you something, you know, you'll never hear the end of it. Think of Leo on Love is Blind. That's exactly what those men are like. You know, even when they do gain like provider status, they still very much hold it over your head. And even if they're like, oh, you can quit your job, I'm going to provide for you now, they still act really funny about it. And like the first person that they always think of is themselves.
How about you be an adult and make money and don't spend your money like a child, and then you won't have this fucking problem.
So like they're going to have all the nice cars, the place that you live in, like they're going to pick it out. Like they're not invested in you. They just want you there by their side to perform the thankless labor, to have their children, all this stuff. And all of that 50-50 is not going to win you this like beautiful relationship where somebody's truly invested in you. And if it's not that, then he's going to be with you for 5, 8, 10 years. He's going to use you as a host and throw a couple $100, you know, your way every month. He's just going to be worried about stacking up his cash. And he's always going to be on the lookout for your upgrade because he wants a woman that's actually impressed with him. He wants a woman that can't say, oh, I helped you do that. Right? He wants.
All right, well, that chick is pure cancer.
Don't buy olive oil again until you've watched this. While I'd prefer that people eat whole plant foods, olive oil can be a healthy addition for those who struggle to consume adequate calories. Ideally, we'd choose extra virgin olive oil as it's richer in protective polyphenols. Unfortunately, up to 80% of Italian olive oil may be counterfeit. There are a few ways to tell if you've got a good one. Firstly, look for the little round certification mark. These vary in colour and design around the world. On opening the bottle, there should be either a cut grass or nutty almond-like smell. If it doesn't have much of a smell, then it's likely not good. And finally, the taste should have quite a peppery punch to it. Good to hell! You're tasting the level of polyphenols. Follow.
Our default assumption when we see a man.
That one looks interesting.
We live by.
All right, we'll take a look at those in a minute. Tommy. Yeah, Tommy. Coonwire $20. Are you in favor of the GST, HST holiday and the proposed 250 check by the Liberals? Or do you think they should save the money to keep the deficit lower? Well, they're just trying to buy votes for the next election. So no, I'm not in favor of it. It's just going to increase the deficit. It's not really going to be much help for anybody. And pretty much no one's in favor of it. It's just a joke. Thanks for the donation, Tommy. Oh, also, we finna watch this today. I don't care what you say or want, bitch. Okay, maybe, Dodo. Maybe later. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dixonormous Donateller, speaking of double standards...
Did you react to this? The vegan activist was pretty damn cool.
Let me see. Vegan buns...
It's a generalization. I'm sorry if I put that on.
I can't react to Jubilee videos on stream. They copyright block everything, so if I watch it, the stream will get taken down. So, I don't know. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Buns. Double standards in our society.
We live in a society of double standards, yes. So let's take a look here. We got Black Pride and we got White Pride.
Isn't this the guy who's literally a Nazi, who's been harassing that chick Donald Trump was fucking?
Black Pride in the United States is a movement which encourages black people to celebrate black culture and embrace their African heritage. All right, here we go. White Pride. White Pride and white power are expressions primarily used by white separatists, white nationalists.
Yeah, so I think it's obvious why a term like Black Pride is different than White Pride.
Fascists, neo-Nazis, and white supremacists. Wow, all the buzzwords where if you speak up for your own people without even saying the word nigger, you're going to be labeled. If you want your country or your children to remain white, you will be labeled this. No matter what you do, no matter how much you sugarcoat it, you're going to be called one of these names. This is where we're at. Embrace it. Here's the deal. We must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children. You understand? We must.
I'm pretty sure this guy is an incel who can't get laid and doesn't have any kids, so... yeah...
must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children. It's not a question.
Well, that's what Twitter's become with Elon Musk. Thanks for the donation, though, Dixonormous. Poo donated $2. Sv3rige reacts to Chris Hansen Telegram leak, the audio shit, but maybe you could fix it on your end.
It's fucking.
Am I able to... I'm just gonna download this.
It's fucking retarded, but it's also stupid to try to meet underage girls, especially online when you don't know who you're talking to. On the previous episode, you saw a big...
Alright, I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Pooh. Pooh donated $2 and he says Pooh. Well, thank you for the donation, Pooh. Appreciate that.
Be careful, VG. Now the SJWS are going to try to cancel you for saying that some women are eternally children.
Well, I think they'd only be proving my point. That the only way they can react to something like that is by acting like children. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Perhaps she should try establishing better communication with that person if there are living conditions that she would like to have met and worked on. Why do I get the feeling she's lived with someone who's had low living standards and just freaked out?
Yeah, I mean, you could just talk to your partner about, you know, separating tasks equally. You know, not just paying the bills 50-50, but also maybe doing an equal amount of cleaning and housework. But I guess she's too much of a child for that, and she has to complain about how men should just give her money for no reason. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
Are you gonna watch War of the Rohirrim? I'm excited. Any recent movie recommendations?
I have not heard of that movie. I don't know what that is. Can't really recommend any recent movies. Haven't seen anything lately. Thanks for the donation, though, Boopity Bop. Jabab donated $2. How Yarovsky wishes he could pull up to a slaughterhouse. Oh, yes. Yeah, that light gun I got is really nice. Oh.
Fucking hard. Fucking hard. Fuck you sucker. Yeah. It's a fucking one-way. It's a one-way. What are you doing? It's a one-way. Fucking
Yeah, American drivers are pretty bad.
The most messed up films I've ever seen. And if you ever watched this growing up, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. This is the 1978 adaptation of Richard Adams' Watership Down, and it absolutely traumatized me when I was a little kid. At first glance, Watership Down feels like it belongs to the same world as many Disney classics. Hand-drawn animation, a woodland setting, and animals that talk. But within minutes, it makes one thing clear. This is not a comforting fairy tale. The film opens with a haunting creation myth, with bold, stylized visuals illustrating the violent order of nature. And from here, it only gets darker. The film follows a group of rabbits who flee their warren after a vision warns of its destruction, and they're forced to embark on a perilous journey in search of a safe haven. Watership Down is a lot of things. A cautionary tale, a parable, and yes, a profoundly disturbing animated film. But above all, it's a story about survival, and the lengths we're willing to go to protect what matters most. And maybe that's why it stuck with me all these years.
Plague Dogs is also a really good one. It was made by the same writer and director as Watership Down. If you liked Watership Down, I'd really recommend watching Plague Dogs. Oh my god. Wow, so handsome. Oh my goodness, what a pretty deer. That is nice. That is so nice. Thanks for the donation, Jabab.
Why do these Nazis care about the white race going extinct so much? It's just a skin color that is naturally dying out. It's really not that big a deal. Again, this is like being upset about blonde hair dying.
Well, what makes it especially retarded is the white race is not dying out. Like in America specifically, whites are decreasing as a percentage of the overall demographic, but there's more white people than ever, so the great replacement theory thing is just fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
War of the Rohirrim is a Lord of the Rings anime. It's actually by Peter Jackson and supposed to be decent. Please go watch it.
Alright, that sounds kind of interesting. I'll give it a watch. Thanks for the donation, Boopity Bop.
John was coming to me, a 15-year-old girl. John, we could barely get...
That's exactly what I mean. The guy doesn't even look too old, and 15 is 1 year, possibly 1 month, 1 week, 1 day before turning 16, which is legal in a lot of states in the US. It doesn't make any sense at all to try to prove that these guys are evil by trying to meet these girls who are way past puberty, who you would be naturally attracted to. Yes, it's illegal and you shouldn't do it in the US, but it's legal in a lot of other countries, and that's because those governments realize that you have a natural attraction to females who are past puberty, and 15 is way past puberty.
Wow, dude. This guy needs to be fucking locked up.
Out of the house before another man is on the way. You can't take the heat. You better get out of the kitchen. What's this guy all about?
This guy thinks he's a 50-year-old male. He's looking for a half hour in fun with a decoy.
How old is the girl he wants to meet for sex?
I told her I indicated in the chat she was 15.
Okay, again, another 15-year-old. The 50-year-old guy is obviously naturally attracted to her. I don't know what they show in these messages, if they show photos or whatever, but even the thought of it, the fantasy, is attractive to him, so to speak. Obviously, it's unrealistic for a 50-year-old to be together with a 15-year-old.
Years old.
But he was down to meet her.
He said, what is driving you to make you do this at 15 years old? He said, I might just help you out financially when I get to Flint so you can take your post down for a day or something. He asked if he should bring protection. And I told him to bring a condom.
So, on the one hand, he's trying to be good Samaritan, worried about a 15-year-old girl available for sex. But on the other hand, he's going to have sex with her. Does that surprise you in this line of work?
Nothing surprising.
It's just so dumb that people still fall for this, even though there's been so many episodes of the show.
This text says, do you smoke weed or are we allowed to smoke in your house or no? Of course we smoke weed. I got some killer.
So this chat is actually happening live time as you and I are having this conversation?
Yes, it is. It says he's less than 10 minutes away.
Okay. Let's get in position. From my vantage point, I can hear him pull up to the Sting house and shut off his truck. The decoy greets our man at the door, while I wait to meet with him inside.
That house looks super suspicious too.
What is this shit on the wall? That is one of the nastiest looking houses I think I've ever fucking seen. Alright, is that like cockroach shit all over the fucking wall and ceiling? What is that shit?
It's under renovation, we're trying to paint and everything, like, it's a hot mess in the house right now.
Hey, have a seat. Just have a seat right there. Have a seat. Have a seat, buddy. Have a seat. Good. Take your hands out your just donate her money. You're going to donate her money. I can't read the text. Did you read the text? Oh, yeah, I read that. He starts off.
The guy doesn't even look horrible compared to a lot of the guys who appear on the show.
By asking me questions.
What is he talking about? This is a 50-year-old man trying to hook up with a 15-year-old.
I'll be the one conducting this.
What does he mean by that?
Man, Chris Hansen is insufferable. I can't stand watching him.
What's your name?
This article would seem to disagree with your take, VG.
Let me take a look. Geography of white population loss. Percent growth 1990 to 2010, 15% greater, 10 to 15%. So what do you mean? Most of these areas show growth. Yeah, it's just these light colored areas where it's lost, but most of these areas are population growth. States losing white population fall into two categories. Those in which employment slows down have triggered major out-migration. Michigan, Ohio, and urbanized coastal states with high costs of living. California, New York, New Jersey. So there isn't a white population loss. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Just watched your Sekiro gameplay, props on beating Ishin and the game. I do want to say though your complaints on the game not working is all timing based. You'd sometimes deflect too early or late and Mickey recounter late or early causing it to not work.
No. So yeah, obviously sometimes I fuck up when it comes to like parries. But what was fucked with the game is the McCurry counter oftentimes just wouldn't fucking work. And it's not because I did it too early or too late. It just wouldn't fucking work, and it would just do the dodge. Most of the time, it just didn't fucking work for no fucking reason. And there was also issues with dodging some of those unblockable attacks, where if an enemy was doing a grab, or it happened a lot with Ishin, he would do some like overhead move where he would like jump and you had to dodge it. It was like one of those unblockable techniques, and it would lock in when it's not really supposed to. It would home in even though it should have, dodged. Like, that happened a lot. There was, like, 2 enemies in the game where it was particularly bad with. Ishin and the ogre near the beginning of the game, where it would just lock on and not let you fucking dodge properly. But I don't know if there's something weird with the PC version with, like, performance issues or something, but you saw it with my playthrough. And it was happening a lot with Ishin. For some reason, there was like also a lot of dropped frames. So it may be something unique to the PC version. I have no idea. But thanks for the donation, Gay Niggas VG.
Look, it does not matter either way, race is always evolving and changing regardless, which is something these Nazis don't understand anyway.
Yeah, I am not particularly concerned with the racial makeup of society. I kind of care more about, cultural standards and shit like that. Obviously, I don't want, like, Sharia law in Canada or the US or anywhere, but I don't really care if the majority of people become, like, brown-skinned. That's just not... I don't know why you'd care. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Jeff, did you bring condoms? Did you bring condoms? I brought her condoms, Jeff. You brought her condoms for what? They might help. No, because I don't want her to have unsafe sex with men. That's why. That's why. So what was your plan here? I was going to donate her money. That's it. I bought her pops. I feel bad. I want her to take her post off for a date. That's why I even texted her. I said, listen, I don't feel right about this. I'm going to come there and I'm just going to donate you money. Because I want you to take your post down for a date. Did you read the text? I did read the text. Okay, it sounds like you were using that as a cover. No, absolutely not. As a cover for you. I was wondering why. I wanted to know why. Saw a 15-year-old girl be doing something like this. That's what I wanted to know. A religious fellow? Yes, definitely. So you were just a good Samaritan? I'm saying because of her age, I was being a good Samaritan, absolutely.
Generous Jeff is saying he just wanted to give the 15-year-old money.
I'm pretty sure I turned SSAO either off or I set it lower. I reduced a bunch of settings. I think I turned SSAO off, or I set it lower, and I turned motion blur off and shit to see if that would help, and it didn't.
To take her post down for the day. How gracious of him. Let's see what other excuses Jeff has for me. And what website, what social media platform were you on?
Skip the games.
Skip the games. And why were you on Skip the Games? What was your intent?
My intent originally was to find a girl.
Damn sexual.
Damn sexual. Not a child. Not a child, a woman. Not a child, a woman.
But Jeff talks.
Technically, by the natural definition, she is a woman. The definition of a woman always used to be, it still is, a female human being who has hit puberty. Everybody past puberty is considered to be a woman, naturally, biologically. That's the only thing that matters.
Until she said she was 15? Until she said she was 15?
But you still talked about sex after.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
No, I didn't. Let me remind Jeff of his text exchange with whom he thought was a 15-year-old girl. The text began around 3:30 in the afternoon, with Jeff asking if she is available.
Are you available this afternoon at all? At any time? Maybe half an hour?
Yeah, baby.
How much? Half hour?
What 15-year-old girl would write, yeah, baby?
I'm white and 50 years old. You're young and hot. It's not going to take much effort, LOL.
The decoy then makes it very clear she's 15.
I'm 15, so just be cool to me. I don't want any trouble.
What? 15 years old? If you're saying you're 15 years old, then I am not comfortable. I read 19.
Okay, baby. See ya.
In spite of that, Jeff continues the conversation.
Can I ask you a very serious question? What is driving you or making you to do this at 15 years old? I might just help you out financially when I get to Flint, so you can take your post down for a day or something. Can I actually see you and make a decision?
The decoy gives him an ultimatum.
If you come in, we're If not, don't come.
Jeff decides he'll come to meet the 15-year-old girl.
I'm so curious. Okay, do you have a room?
Really doesn't seem like a normal conversation. A 15-year-old girl would usually not say that. Sure, there's messed up girls out there nowadays, especially in the US with all of the brainwashing.
No, I live with my aunt. She's in
Well, again, it just shows how much of a desperate, degenerate fucking retard this guy is, so he deserves everything he's fucking getting.
Detroit till tomorrow for her company Christmas party.
Gotcha. Okay, do you have protection or should I bring? Okay, I'm on my way.
What else did you bring in the bag? Her pops. Her pops. You brought a Fago. Yeah, just as she asked. Right. In the condoms.
Because she said she was having unsafe sex with men. That's it.
Did you bring weed?
Yes, I got weed somewhere.
So you were just gonna come over and hang out with the 15-year-old
I was
girl,
gonna
smoke weed?
I was gonna give it to her. I was gonna give it to her.
We're just gonna give her the weed?
Yes.
Were you gonna smoke it with her?
Possibly.
Possibly.
Might.
And what was gonna happen after you smoked the weed with this 15-year-old
I wanted to
girl?
talk her out of doing this. That's what I wanted to do. That was my goal.
It sounds like you wanted
Something
to
wrong.
talk her into having sex.
Absolutely not. Definitely not. Not in a million years.
Then why would you...
You had to guess what percentage of men in all civilization were pedos or potential pedos. So, I don't know exactly what you mean by pedo. If you mean percentage of men who are attracted to women, say between the ages of 14 to 17, it'd probably be pretty goddamn high. Wouldn't surprise me if it's like, so like, okay, we're also talking about adult men, so let's say above the age of like 25, just to make it, I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, yeah, if we're talking about men above the age of 25 and we're talking about women between the ages of like 14 to 17, wouldn't surprise me if it was like around 30-40%. If we're talking about people like adult men, so let's say 18 or over, who are attracted to women or girls that are like 12 or under, I really don't know. Like, maybe under 10%, something like that. I'm sure there's a lot. There's also different degrees to which maybe some of these dudes would be attracted to underage girls. Like, there may be quite a lot of men who would be physically attracted to somebody who's like pre-puberty, but they don't have a strong enough attraction to actually act on it and seek out child porn and do the type of gross shit this dude is doing. But yeah, with like literally every fucking area you go to, if you set up sting operations like this, you'll get dozens and dozens of dudes who respond to these, you know, like these chicks on social media. So if we're just talking about underage, like under 18 or under 16, it'd be a lot. I think a lot of dudes would be physically attracted to like very young girls between like 14, 17. But yeah, it's hard to say exactly.
War of the Rohirrim, War of the Rohirrim, War of the Rohirrim. My broke butt has made an effort, so please try to remember to watch it.
Alright, I will... Like, even if I forget the name Rohirrim, Lord of the Rings anime is easy enough to remember, so I'll look it up. Thanks for the donation, Boopity Bop.
Heck, at one point it won't even matter because eventually we might all look exactly the same due to interracial marriage and racism as we know it will finally be dead, thank goodness.
Even if everyone looked the same, there would still be racism. I can fucking guarantee you. There was a really good episode of Fairly Odd Parents. Fairly Odd Parents, teeth episode? I think it was the shiny teeth episode. Or no, Fairly Odd Parents, everyone the same episode. Yeah, this one. There was that fucking dentist that he was seeing who was like, I think it was an allegory for racism, basically. But his dentist was making fun of him for not having perfect teeth and shit, and he thought he was like superior to everybody else because of it. And then Timmy wished for everyone to look exactly the same, and then the guy claimed, "We're better than you because we're the blobbiest and grayest of all the gray blobs." So I think if everybody looked the same, there'd still be racism. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. You are now Chad of Chads for watching this. Well, thank you, Wandering Mason.
It's funny that these guys still keep talking to Chris Hansen always, even though they should just remain silent and talk to a lawyer instead.
Yeah, I'm sure Sv3rige has learned how to deal with the cops at this point.
Really just completely silent, say nothing.
But you gotta read the text. I read the text. Read the contents of it. I do. Okay, so you see exactly what I said? No, it sounds like you were setting up a cop.
Like, by the way, especially when you're in a situation where you're with Chris Hansen and this is going to be televised, it really would fucking benefit you, if not legally, socially, to just keep your mouth shut, because if they do one of these predator stings where they might get, like, 5 or 6 people to come to this house so that they have, video footage for an episode, and then there's one guy who shows up at this house who doesn't say anything, refuses to talk, they may consider not publishing that video at all because it's just not interesting for TV. Or if they do, it'll be extremely unmemorable. So, yeah, even if you're not going to end up getting criminally prosecuted, like, just avoiding having that video footage, reach far and wide and it being like a big memorable fucking TV episode. I don't know why the fuck these people are so stupid. They try to talk their way out of it and give this guy content for these fucking, like, they're dumb as shit. And they, like, again, they just deserve everything they're fucking getting.
For you to have sex with a 15-year-old. You're absolutely wrong, okay? You're absolutely wrong. I would never sleep with an underage girl. Ever. Never. So you were just gonna come over, smoke weed, give her some kind of... I was gonna give her... Yeah, I was gonna explain to her that it's not safe practice to have unsafe sex with men that you don't know. There's... But you do it all the time. I don't. I do it all the time. How... You're on the website Skip the Games. So, how do you know I'm on there all the time? You told me that. I didn't say all the time. I said I have in the past. You've gone on there. I have in the past. Right. For sex. Right, I have in the past. Okay. But I'm not on there all the time. I still have a wife and children, How old are your children? They are 14, 17, and 20. And how would you feel if a fellow came over to hang out with your 14-year-old? Well, my 14-year-old does smoke weed. Okay. But how would you feel if a man your age, how old are you? 49. 49. How would you feel if a 49-year-old came over to your house to hang out with your daughter? I would escort off the property, with aid and I've got square him off the property and probably physically assault him. What if he told you, I was just here to help her out, dude? You know, if there was a pre-arranged situation, or if you know, he, after she said she was 15, didn't press the issue, you think...
These people are just absolutely shameless. This guy has a fucking 14-year-old daughter, and then he's going over to, like, fuck a 15-year-old girl.
I think that everybody's guilty. I understand.
It's a stupid question to ask, because obviously no father on earth would want his daughter to meet some other 50-year-old guy. It doesn't make any sense at all. Of course you want to protect your own family. It's just an irrelevant question.
I get it. I really do. Okay? I'm not a bad person. I'm not a pedophile. I'm not a child molester. Okay? I've never...
I think Sv3rige genuinely doesn't understand, like, empathy and what meaning that question has. Like, it's just pointing out that if the guy wouldn't want that for his own kids, why is he doing this to another kid? And Sv3rige just does not fucking understand that. Just does not compute
I've
for
never
him.
had sex with an underage girl. I've never tried. I've never even... If somebody was...
Do you get dizzy after overhead pressing? It does happen fairly frequently. That's probably the most likely lift to get lightheadedness and dizziness. Next would probably be something like deadlifts, but a lot of people end up passing out doing overhead pressing. I think I've seen David Lade and Lex Little and everyone pass out during an overhead press. It's pretty common. Mangusis donated $2. Let me see. Oh my god. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Oh, they are enjoying those fruits and vegetables? Oh my god. Whoa. Look how sentient. Oh my god, is that a cherry? Oh, he loves cherries. Oh my god, look at him munching on that. Oh, what a handsome boy. Oh, those are good groundhogs. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's a nice dog and that's a nice sheep. Oh my goodness. Look at him munching. Oh my god, so pretty. Oh, those are nice animals. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's helping the sheep get a little snack. Oh my god. Oh, that is nice. That is so nice. Oh, it's a Hyrax. Looks like a little baby Hyrax. Ow. Oh, look at them having a snack. Oh, those are some good Hyrax. Oh my god. Did you know they have the same evolutionary ancestor as elephants? Isn't that amazing? Wow.
Thank you.
They're like little fuzzy potatoes. Wow, so majestic. Oh, those are nice donkeys. Oh my god, donkeys are nice. Thanks for the donation, Mangusis.
You are wearing a hoodie. And you are warm. And very snuggly. And sleepy. Cute.
Well, thank you. I am quite warm in this hoodie. Appreciate the donation, Vegeta Bools.
Funny how brainwashed Americans are that they put the words child and underage in the same sentence, even though those two words are so different. One is biological and the other is based on a man-made rule, what is legal. And the reason it doesn't make sense is because in the US, in some states, you would still be a child when you're 17. In Korea, you would be a child when you're 19. In Italy, when you're 13. It doesn't make any sense. You're a child before you hit puberty. That's it.
Tell me that. I want to talk them out of that. This
Yeah, so Sv3rige is an actual pedophile and he's attracted to underage minors.
is not a lifestyle for a 15-year-old girl. But it seems to me. I know it seems to you. That's your opinion. You keep saying that. It seems common sense that if you were worried about somebody you came across online, you would. I'm not that kind of person that calls the authorities. I live in the hood in Saginaw, okay? Police are not our friend. Okay? Well, they're not your friend today. Well, I didn't do anything wrong. No matter what, this goes on TV. I have signed something or no? Okay. I will. No, I appreciate it. Okay. Thank you. Now that Jeff has told me his story, it's time for him to explain his actions.
I'm surprised that they didn't throw him to the ground and beat him up, as they always do.
Generous Jeff.
I find it funny.
Well, Sv3rige is still a degenerate fucking moron. Who would have figured?
Function after the commencement of the medication. Two groups were compared. They were similar in makeup. Both were about 37 years of age. Both were about BMI 39. They had similar rates of hypertension, sleep apnea.
So again, mean BMI for the semaglutide group was 39. Mean BMI for the control group was 37.6. That's not the biggest difference, but it is still fairly substantial. That could be in the range of like 10 to 20 pound difference. So the semaglutide group also had more cases of hyperlipidemia and sleep apnea as well. And same rates of hypertension. So the difference in, erectile dysfunction may just be from like BMI differences. Sv3rige donated $2. 30% of men admit in surveys to being attracted to minors. Yeah, that's not good. That's too high. Thanks for the donation, though, Sv3rige.
Dyslipidemia and so on and so forth. And so these were pretty much very closely matched populations. And what they found was those that had a prescription for Ozempic were about 10 times more likely to go on to some sort of
If one of your cats were to kill your bunny, hypothetically, would you kill your cat? No, I'd just not have my cat around the rabbits. Put them in a separate room or something.
erectile dysfunction drug in the period afterwards, which is kind of surprising because you would think that losing weight, and these people on these drugs often lost weight, would be associated with an improvement in that particular condition. But in this particular situation, it actually made it worse by about a factor of 10. The incident wasn't that high. Like in the control population, about 14 out of 1,000 men in that group had prescriptions for erectile dysfunction drugs, whereas in the other population, 1.4 out of 1,000. The other population ended up being 14 men had to go on to require these types of drugs. So about a tenfold increase. The numbers, again, are relatively small in the absolute sense, but there is something interesting going on there. Now, this sort of, is an interesting sort of follow-on question. It's something I kind of alluded to yesterday. When new drugs go on the market, there's supposed to be a period of post-market surveillance. That is, people are supposed to report side effects that might not have been picked up during the trial.
Semaglutide has been on the market for 10 years, by the way. He's probably unaware of this.
Trials process, and the reality of that situation is, even though that there is a requirement for that to be available, it is by no means mandatory. In fact, it's completely voluntary. So a physician notices that somebody has a complication, which is either temporarily or otherwise associated with the onset of a new drug prescription. They have the option to report it or not. It's not mandatory. It's completely voluntary. And the number of physicians that do that is vanishingly small. In fact, most people don't even know where it exists. I didn't know as a physician. There's a program called MedWatch, which is administered by the
Bebe donated $2. Ozempic is expensive. Usually only the most severe diabetics get them. Mild diabetics just stay on other drugs. Notice how HbA1c wasn't in the table he showed. Well, these were non-diabetics. So, they were certainly overweight. They actually had a ridiculously high BMI. Obesity class 1. There has to be... Yeah, all of them were well into obesity. Give me a second. Obesity, BMI. There's different classes of obesity too. There's like obesity, morbid obesity. I think there's like super morbid obesity. Let me see if I can just find a chart for this. So yeah, the semaglutide group, they had a BMI of 39. Oh, here we go. And the control group had a BMI of 37. So they were all obesity class 2, and the semaglutide group, they were almost in obesity class 3, where they're like super morbidly obese. They just didn't have diabetes. But these are extremely, extremely overweight men. Like, they are fucking chonky. They're almost at 40 BMI, which is ridiculously fat. Let me see if I can actually find an image of somebody who has a BMI of like 40. Obese male with body mass index of 53 kilograms per meter squared, weight 182, 400 pounds, height 6'1". BMI calculator. 6'1", 400. Okay, so that's 52. Holy shit. Yeah, that guy is fucking fat. Let me see. Class 3 obesity. So, like, you're talking about dudes who, you know, look like this. I don't know why you'd be particularly surprised when somebody who's, like, super morbidly obese, you know, would have erectile dysfunction. Thanks for the donation, though, baby.
FDA, where complications are supposed to be reported. And so the reality is post-market surveillance is kind of a joke. It doesn't really happen. You know, it might take you 10 years of people dropping dead before you ever figure this is an actual problem. And so my sort of thought would be, certainly, you know, we saw that during the pandemic, that absolute requirements were made for reporting, right? If you had, you know, whatever condition, tested positive, that was 100% mandated. If you reported it, it was very aggressively done. So to think that we could not say that, like, at least serious adverse events, you know, hospitalizations, emergency room visits that occur temporarily after starting some new drug, would be a required mandated reporting event. I mean, would that be that hard? Maybe it's something we can address with the Make America.
So again, what he's saying doesn't make any fucking sense. Semaglutide's been on the market for 10 years now.
Get healthy again to see if these drugs truly are safe and effective, and we really want to emphasize the safety factor there. Of course, the efficacy would be nice too, but as I've said many times, new drug comes out, hype, you know, the drug company puts it out there, maybe they don't share all their data, maybe they forget to, or conveniently fail to mention some of the side effects that showed up in their data, but they don't pass it on to the peer reviewers. That does happen. Unfortunately, it's happened many times. In fact, drug companies have been convicted of fraud for that very reason, yet there's still a lot of practice. You know, they pay some little slap on the wrist fine to keep doing that. So, you know, if, you know, RFK or any of you guys, Marty Macri or any of you guys are listening, they're going to have some influence on this. Maybe we could have some sort of mandatory reporting requirement for new drugs within the first few years of their release. You know, it's basically just mandatory.
That guy is very hot. More BMI points is better. 40 BMI is very attractive to me in my opinion. Especially when the fupa buries their dick and turns it into a clit. And they are big, very chonky. Nice big pillow to lay on and more man to cuddle. Very nice.
Well, you might find them beautiful, but they're definitely not healthy, Dodo. Thanks for the donation.
Just put in if you go to the ER with some significant complication or get admitted or hospitalized with some significant complication associated with the drug, maybe there should be some mandatory reporting requirements. Anyway, just a thought. What do you guys think? Are you surprised like I am that it's not mandatory? I was really surprised it wasn't to find that out. I mean, as an orthopedic surgeon, I didn't practice a lot. I wasn't in the ER, doing drug complications. It wasn't part of my purview. So what do you guys think about the first part? Erectile.
This guy is just dumb as shit, bro. Yeah, Sean Baker is just really fucking stupid.
Go freak. What is with you and fucking and shit?
From black girls. I don't know why.
You are. I don't know.
It's a psychological thing.
I don't want to hear about this anymore. We've heard enough about this shit.
Because the first hate girl I did, it was Haitian girl. And she did it in the shower. I was renting a room from her. I worked with her. When her husband went to work, she'd knock on my door.
Oh.
Leonard, wake up. Come here. She says, I got something for you. If you tell somebody when you're sleeping, I'm going to cut your dick off with this knife. So we go in the bathroom. She goes, let me see your dick. So he goes, make it hard. So that's how it started. I thought, this is fucking great.
Oh.
And
was she good looking at least?
Yeah. Yes.
To you, I mean,
I ended up living with her after she kicked her husband out. I lived there for a few years in Boca.
Wow.
Then she ended up moving to Orlando.
Wow, so you kind of fucking stole her.
She's the one that did it. And she was like 28 at the time.
You're a homewrecker. And how old were you?
20.
You're only 20?
Yeah. I didn't have a place to live. I was sleeping in my car.
How did you end up there?
Well, they found out I was sleeping in the parking lot, taking showers at Palm Beach Gym and taking showers at work when you could. And I'd work the morning or night, whatever shift I could. And people would see me sleeping in my car. They'd wake me up, where do you live? I said, I have a place. Oh, I got a room for you.
Ah, okay.
So she took me over to Boca. But yeah, she was fucking nice.
So it's the first
She
time
goes, lay down, and when the show's on, the showers is flat. She's like, lay down. She starts twerk dancing. And then she just shits right all over me, laughing at me.
She didn't ask? She just did it?
No, she just did it.
She knew you were a freak.
No, she was just teasing me.
Teasing you?
This chick didn't even ask if he's into that and just shat on him.
I would have beat the shit out of her and fucking left.
Fuck, I loved it. I got a hard on. And then I'd start sucking her armpits. This is when her husband was in there.
Ew.
She had her hairy. She's like, I said,
Oh, God damn.
I said, why do you?
Fuck?
I said, I never saw a girl with hair. She goes, it's for play, Leonard. See? She goes, ooh, I like it. And I was like, yeah, she sucks mine. I sucked hers. She goes, oh.
Oh, no.
And she teased me for hours. She'd rock up and grab my dick and she'd touch me all over. And then she'd grab it. And she goes, before she starts, she goes, oh, it's big and it's long.
So did you fuck her after she
told me a story. She shit and it was like 13 inches long.
Ew.
And she shaved it in the toilet and she showed me. And I said, aren't you going to flush it? She says, I'm saving it for my husband when he gets home. Save it for what?
This is fucking really disturbing. There's people out there that really are into that shit, man.
From a Haitian, the Baptist, strict religious girl?
Yeah, of course.
But,
they're the biggest offenders, all these fucking Bible
says,
thumpers are the biggest
she'd
offenders.
Say,
they don't use that shit when it's
any
convenient.
sexual thing, I'd ask, she'd do it. I said, do you like it? She says, I don't like it, but if you ask me, I have no choice.
So did you actually get to fuck her, or did you just do this weird shit with her?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Everything, every fucking thing. But I never swallowed. Some people said they inhaled, they didn't.
Swallowed what? Her shit?
Right, I never swallowed.
Yeah, I saw you say that in the video you did with Brad.
I spit it out, but I never swallowed. I swallowed a piss.
Man.
Matter of fact, she used to piss like that, but she had a champagne glass. This was after she kicked her husband out.
Uh-huh.
She'd piss in a champagne glass, and I'd drink it like that. She was great to spend the day with on a day off.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Cook for
I'm
me
going to
all
drink your
day.
piss and eat your
Her
shit.
and her mother,
no doubt.
Her mother would sleep in the same bed with us.
What?
I'd sleep in the middle. Her mother and her would sleep in the same bed.
How big was this fucking bed?
It was a two-bedroom. It was a big king-size bed. But I'd sleep in the. It was before I was only 300, but I was fat. Like I was in that picture. Remember that picture with the wrestling singlet?
Oh my God.
Yeah, she.
Fat kid.
Fuck, her mother would sleep, and her mother couldn't speak English. She would say, "You know what?" She'd tell her, my daughter. The daughter
So you were
told me,
sandwiched between
My
them?
mommy liked when you sleep. She feels safe. She liked when you're in the bed.
So
when
you,
you're home.
you slept in between these two?
Oh, it's
these two
fucking
ladies.
great.
Oh,
Her
can
mother
you
would walk
imagine?
around in her panties. One time.
Did you fuck her mother too?
I felt her up.
Oh.
I gave her massages too.
Oh boy.
How does he meet these fucking lunatics? He was literally having a married woman shit on him, and then this woman's mother would sleep with him and her daughter in the same bed? What the fuck?
She go, ooh, I gave her a massage. One time her panties were in the bathroom.
I haven't heard the expression.
She was 62 at the time. And she has some nice
And you were
tits.
20.
Yeah, it was great.
I haven't heard anyone use the expression, I felt her up. I think since I was in the 8th grade.
Yeah.
That's the last time I heard someone
I'd
say that.
Grab the ground. Sometimes I grab her when I'm sleeping. And she knew it was up because sometimes I would act like it was the daughter, which was right on the left, and I'm mistakenly grabbing her, and I'm trying to pull her panties down and penetrate, and I'd see, like, she'd smack me or push me away. Like, it was no big deal, but she'd give me that hard, don't you do that. It's very weird.
Man,
you've been in
some weird places.
But I liked it.
Oh, I'm sure you
One
did.
time she had her panties in the bathroom drying because they'd wash them with a bucket and let them air dry. One time I put her panties on, and I jerked myself off and I left a load in it.
Oh,
and I guess she put them on after that. And not only that, the food. I'd sit out there. They'd have the air conditioner cranked up, the ceiling fan. I'd come home from work. Immediately, they'd strip me naked. The daughter would wash me in the shower, dry me off. The mother would put powder on me. I would sit at the recliner. Whatever I wanted to watch on TV that night, we watched. And the mother and the daughter would bring me plates of food, good Haitian food, on platters. Whatever I wanted to drink, they'd make it, put ice cubes in it. And I didn't have to lift a finger. If I tried to get up, they get pissed off. I'll get it. And it's like they enjoyed waiting on me. And how I fucked that up was outright stupidity.
How did you fuck that up?
Well, you know, Haitian guys would come over and act like, oh, they're friends and stuff. And a lot of them say, never trust them, you know, they'll lie to you. And one guy turned out
What do you mean they were saying that about you?
You know, a lot of the Haitians at work, and we were living together, you know, just started trouble. A lot of girls would come on to me because they wanted me for them, or just to tell the other, like, fuck your man or something.
That's the old
somebody
saying,
came
don't
in,
shit where you eat.
Haitian guy
That's
knocked on the
the
door,
reason
started speaking Haitian. I said, what do you want? Couldn't speak English. Then he's asking for Milan, which is her name. I said, what do you want her for? I said, get the fuck out of here. And I pushed him, not down the stairs. It was like an apartment complex. He went flying down the stairs real small.
Oh, Jesus.
He had to go to the hospital, and it turns out it was her cousin.
You dipshit.
And she go, oh, I can't take it anymore. And she's moving to Orlando, and she's still out there. To this day, she always invites me to come over. So I was thinking, yeah, but then she got pissed because when her mother died, I didn't show up for the funeral. Her mother died of breast cancer.
Where was the funeral?
Orlando.
Well, how the fuck are you going to
And,
get
you
that
know, well,
funeral
even
done?
so, she had people coming from Haiti and Canada. That's something you don't do with a close family. It's something like family, but man, fuck.
So where'd you go after that?
Moved in with a guy that was in prison. He got his prison sentence. And he had his parents from Tennessee. They were older, real nice. They'd stayed, you know, off Congress. And they would go to Tennessee, and I had the whole place to myself. And that's when Calora would come over, bring crack whores, whatever. But so I got my packages intercepted by the DEA. So it pulled me off to jail from that place. And then when he came out of prison, he got back on the drugs. He's taking PCP. He came into my room and I'm sleeping. I never locked the door. With a fucking knife over me.
Yeah, you mentioned this last week, but you didn't elaborate.
Yeah.
You talked about a roommate that tried to kill you.
Yeah, I'm sleeping. Comes over with a knife on me. He's like, Leonard, wake up. He said, you know what hell feels like? I said, no. I said, what's with that knife? And he's like walking around my room grabbing whatever I had. He goes, had a bottle of Dynabol. Opens it up. He's like a fucking redneck from Tennessee like Dale. You got enough pills in here? I'm like, oh, I'm going to have to punch this guy. Huh? He goes, do you? You have enough pills in here? I said, what the fuck are you talking about? And I thought to myself, if I touch him, his mother, because she's such a mama's boy, she'll call the police on me. Even though she liked me, she didn't want to get into any trouble. Or, you know, so I got up, walked out of the house, left that, and it scared the fuck out of me. I didn't know what he was going to do, but coming off the PCP.
And this is why I live alone.
Yeah, oh my God, horrible.
No more roommates. No more housemates.
And then he found out his parents were going to go back to Tennessee. And this was shortly after that incident. He was scared because Calora would come up and pick me up in his truck and take me to the gym. He thought with his parents, he was so paranoid that me and Calora were going to kill him or beat the hell out of him. And he was jealous because we got all the attention at the old world gym. He goes, how come you got so many friends? I'm like, get out of here. You know, I don't want to hear this shit. I paid my rent, you know, kept to myself. I don't want to hang out with you.
I could never go live with somebody or somebody that I don't know and rent a room in his house. No fucking chance.
He was 10 years older than
You're
me.
better off in your filthy place living alone than living in a nice place with someone, literally a stranger. You have no idea who the person is.
Then he did simple shit like cut the cord out of an air conditioner unit in my window. The cord's cut. Just jealous little cunt things.
Did you hear the story? It was in the news a couple days ago about some roommate from hell. It was a white chick and a black chick. And apparently the white chick was like rubbing her used tampons on her water bottles. Oh, you didn't hear about that? Look it up. All this fucked up shit. I don't know how she got caught. I don't know if she set up cameras or what. I didn't read the full story, but you can look it up.
You know, sick, cowardly people out there like the little shooter shooting defenseless old people. Yeah, that guy in New York. Everyone gets to kill somebody that can't fight back. How could you go to your grave as one of the most low lives that ever walked the planet? Doing it for Allah. Yeah, right.
It's a sick world.
Whatever name you do it in, it's...
Didn't you get... What were you telling me the other day? You went to Leavenworth or some shit? Or they were going to put you in Leavenworth?
Yeah, well, I assaulted a sergeant, the higher ranking in the Air Force. A black belt in karate. Yeah.
Just got my first digital forensics job with the Department of Homeland Security. I could be your inside man, Rich. You ready, bro?
Oh, I'm ready. I'm definitely ready. Just tell me what scheme you have planned and I'm down. Thanks for the donation, Dig4.
Yeah, I was in corrective custody where they had us cutting the grass with our fingers. and getting stung by bending over and pulling out grass at a certain level with our hands. And there was a scorpion-infested lot in San Antonio, close to where that shooting was actually, Lackland Air Force Base. And the shooter was actually in the Air Force. I'm cramping up.
I was wondering what the fuck you're doing.
Sometimes I do hamstrings, I get cramps for that day.
Jesus Christ.
Bad. Well,
what was the time? You said something also about a time you got in trouble for bomb threat.
yeah, they're having bomb threats at Riverview High School. Yeah, I'll name the school. And it's a year after I graduated, and FBI or whatever called me down to the local magistrate. Like they said, they wanted to talk to me. So I was with my grandmother at the time because my father kicked me out of the house. And we came down, and they looked me in the eye and said, we know you're making these bomb threats. That's a felony. Says, you want to come clean? So I didn't do anything. So a lot of people saying it was you. So it wasn't me.
Why the fuck would they say it's you?
Well, it was me. And I told them, no, it wasn't me.
So what happened? Nothing.
Just like I was in the Air Force. It was me. They told me I'm going to Leavenworth. And I said, there's no one in this whole United States Armed Forces that can kick my ass. I'm only 190 pounds. But everyone's like, that was a legend on the base because I beat a black belt, beat him silly. And 20 of the guys, they had trouble holding me down. They just went nuts. Because I couldn't lift. I said, oh man, I'm losing weight. I'll never get big. I thought the recruiter told me to go to these weight rooms, these places you can sit down and eat anything you want. In the meantime, you're eating 5 minutes, having to shovel food down and get up out of the table. These big fucking spook sergeants that come over and kick you in the head. They call it the snake pit. They'd sit over the table and just swear at you. This is basic training when you're trying to eat. Hurry the fuck up, you little punk. You know, they'll push you. They were allowed to put their hands on you at the time. It's like, fuck that. Another time a spook, we were marching in the fucking heat. Hotter than Florida, trust me. Humidity and everything, 95 degrees. He's like, hey, you honky, you better start marching a little bit faster. I just turned around, gave him a roundhouse right, knocked him out cold. It's in corrective custody for that. So I spent the majority of my time in corrective custody at the military jail. Little fucking pussies in there all crying. I want to go home in the middle of the night, saying shit like that.
What
it's ridiculous.
The fuck?
Oh my God.
There's one kid, somebody calls it his girlfriend killed himself. Starts banging his head on the wall, bleeding. What a disgrace. Black women coming in like sergeants, coming in when the men are showering, looking around. I don't see anything I'd call a man in here.
Wow.
You kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, they try to break you down, right?
But I tell you what, Polynesian women, all they were talking about, they wanted to get fucked.
So Rich, I checked my bank statement the other day and noticed that each time I donated, I also got a 9 cents charge from International Merchant Fee. WTF. Why are you hacking your donos, brother?
Well, I don't have anything to do with that. I'm assuming it's just some sort of transfer fee. But thanks for the donation, brother.
In corrective custody, because we weren't housed with him, we ate with him. We did sort of cleaning details. Big 200-pound woman, hot, Polynesian, from the islands. The girl came and says, I'm so dick sexy, you better fuck me.
Nice.
Couldn't find a place to do it. But I heard they rape women over there. Or they rape men, rather.
Yeah.
One of the only places in the world.
You didn't rape anybody while you were there?
No, but some nice black girls down there. Wearing the man pants with the big ass sticking out.
Down? You say down there in San Antonio?
Yeah, on the Air Force Base. What a fucking hell. Who the hell wants to live there? Mexicans and ugh.
Leonard Holden Court. He's got to stand. The fuck you standing?
Because my hamstring will cramp up. Because that was an intense leg workout, Dale. If you got enough time to go out and hunt, you must not be lifting too hard.
Well, you had to lift that fucking deer to the truck.
Yeah? Oh, yeah? He has his little helpers, his little wannabes do that.
Oh, yeah.
Dale, you're a little spoiled little baby.
Oh, my God.
Can't handle defeat, you can't handle criticism.
Yeah, he
doesn't handle criticism particularly well.
No, he feels like he's got to stand up for himself.
You can't open up in every little of your secrets.
Does he delete comments now? Please tell me he's not deleting comments.
I don't know.
Dale, you need to take a masculinity course.
Oh, boy.
Everybody worried about whether...
See, Dale doesn't realize the more that we see or anybody sees him getting butthurt, the more we're going to.
That's what I'm saying. Those kind of kids were taken to Chuck E. Cheese by their parents. Well, my father never let me go, and if somebody invited me from school, he says, "You're not going." I said, "Why?" Because I said so, and I'm glad he said that. When he was...
Broover, are you American? If so, that's why. When you send money to Rich, it's converted to CAD and is technically an international transfer. That's why your bank gave you those charges.
Alright, well, thanks for clearing that up. Appreciate the donation, Julington.
He was coach of the Little League team, and everyone, all the other coaches would buy everyone a little ice cream cone. We won a championship. He didn't take us all year. They thought, since we won the championship, Coach Peterson, can you get us an ice cream? He's like, hell no.
Your dad was a prick.
Yes. Parents complaining, women coming up. I'm getting bad vibes about Jaden. Just get out of here. I'm coaching a team. Yeah. If your kid can't handle it.
Dude, Big Lenny is an actual fucking freak. Like, definitely certified fucking freak.
An extremely rare and ancient resident stalks the tussock.
Oh my goodness. Whoa, look at that bird. Oh my god, so handsome.
This is a takahe.
Oh my
It
goodness.
has a remarkable story of resurrection.
Wow. These birds are like big blueberries with a beak. I really like those burbs. Bootycum donated $2. That was not me who donated that. I don't give a fuck about any fucking twink money, VG. Alright, well thanks for clearing that up. Appreciate the donation, Bootycum.
These large, flightless birds were thought extinct for half a century before one final population was discovered in a remote mountain valley in 1948.
My goodness. Oh, look at him having a drink. Such a nice bird. Wow, so pretty.
There are now only around 300 in existence. Which makes this all the more special.
Oh, look at the fuzzy babies. Oh my god. Oh, what a beautiful baby.
Are seed oils actually bad for people?
No, they're not. Seed oils are good for you. So people who consume seed oils have better overall health outcomes. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. Oh my god, so fuzzy.
Two tiny, fluffy chicks, barely a day old.
Oh my goodness, they're so fluffy.
Mum is guarding the nest while Dad is out foraging.
Oh.
In the wild, the parents would usually only be able to provide enough food for one chick, and the other would perish.
Oh, that's not good.
But in the Orokonui sanctuary, the chance of raising two chicks successfully is much higher.
Vegceps $22. Like how you go from supporting universal healthcare to instantly changing your opinion the second your Jewish Zionist Master Avi tells you he doesn't support universal healthcare because he would make less money. You had zero arguments against it. I still support universal healthcare, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's also not a guarantee that you're going to, like, that also wasn't the topic of discussion either. Your money-making potential as a doctor in a private healthcare system is definitely higher, but I don't think there's actually that substantial of a difference when you look at average salaries. Average doctor salary by country. Yeah, so there's like a 50K difference between Canada and the US. That's not that big of a deal. 200K versus 250K. But that wasn't the topic of discussion anyway. Thanks for the donation, Vegceps.
Dad forages on tussock grasses, pulling up a blade in search of the juicy, tender base.
Wow.
It's a low-calorie food, so foraging takes a long time.
Those are really pretty birds. Jordan Peterson, the rationalists have lost.
By stories. We live by stories. There's no way around it. That's an indisputable. Scientific fact. That's the revolution that's taken place in the last 50 years. People across a variety of disciplines have come to understand that a description of the structure through which we see the world is a story. That's indisputable.
Crazy.
That's driving the culture of war, that argument. But the empiricists and the rationalists, they lost. We do see the world through a story. Once you know that, the only question is, well, what's the greatest story ever told? Right, that's the only question.
How did you figure that out?
What is the greatest story ever told? It's definitely Berserk. It's indisputable. Sure as hell ain't Cain and Abel. I know that much. Definitely isn't, the fucking Gospels of Jesus Christ. That's for damn sure. But, yeah, it's Berserk. VegSeps donated $2. Your brain fell apart the moment your Zionist master, Avi, told you he doesn't support universal health care. I don't think he ever said that. He only said he personally wouldn't work as a doctor in any other country. In front of an audience of 7K on Destiny stream, you couldn't think of saying what you just said now. You refused to argue against Avi on anything. No. So that's not true, but thanks for the donation, VegSeps.
Out because you've been talking about this for a very long time. So how did you switch from, let's say, a rationalist? I don't even know if you were a rationalist originally, but I would say the
Empiricist
average
probably more.
Okay, how did you switch from that?
So the difference between a rationalist and an empiricist is an empiricist believes that we build our worldview bottom up from the facts, and that there are there is a strata of sensory data that constitutes the self-evident fact, and that all or no.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Emerges from that.
Okay.
The rationalist believes that there has to be a structure.
I don't know what he means by self-evident. I don't know why he has to inject that word in there.
That intermediates between the sense data and the psyche, so that we impose order on the world. Order doesn't just emerge from the bottom up, that we bring an order that's part of our cognitive apparatus to our view of the world.
Oh.
Okay. The rationalists were closer to the truth than the empiricists, although we do change even our rational worldview as a consequence of empirical data. But the rationalists believed that the basis for that imposition of order was rationality. It's not, it's narrative.
Have they met anybody?
I don't know what the fuck you could possibly mean by that, because in order to have a narrative, you need some sort of rational thought.
Well, yeah, I know.
Who are you hanging out with? Because I haven't met them.
Right. No, but that's exactly right. That was the flaw in the worldview of the rationalists, let's say Dawkins, or even Michael Shermer for that matter. Both people I have respect for, by the way.
What the fuck is going on with his microphone, or is his voice just fucked?
We'll free ourselves of our superstition, and we'll become scientists. It's like, A, no we won't, and B, no we won't. Almost no scientists.
Yeah, do you hear that? There's it's like his throat is vibrating too much.
Are scientists.
Yeah, we've seen that.
Well,
that's been loud and clear over the last period of years.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
Suddenly
everyone was a scientist.
Yes.
They're like, oh, nobody's a scientist.
Yeah. Well, and that's true. It's really hard to be a scientist because you have to be willing to change what you think when you're wrong.
Yeah, you can't have any ego associated with it.
You have to look for where you're wrong. That's very annoying.
Yeah, and Jordan Peterson definitely has an issue with that.
Very annoying, especially if you predicated your career on something you claim to be true. It's like, that thing that got me the job and my reputation? Turns out it's wrong.
Yeah, you have to really want to find the truth.
Yeah, you have to be
and that's it. That's it. And then it doesn't matter if you're wrong, because who cares? The goal is to find the truth.
Right, but the thing is, at that point, you're not only a scientist, you're also religious, because you believe that the truth will set you free, and you actually believe it. And that's hard. That's really hard. First of all...
Booty cum donate chillers. Is VegSeps that retarded dumb fuck? Yeah, that's who VegSeps is. Thanks for the donation, Booty cum.
No, there would be no real science without a bunch of false science. So let's get that on. Like, to do something right requires doing it badly alone. So the fact that a lot of scientific studies aren't replicable, it's like, well,
yeah.
You know, some undergraduate did the study and it was his first one. So, you know, should it have been published? Yes, because you have to learn how to write scientific.
Dodo Gaming donated $2. Brian Johnson slowly realizing trying to appease everyone isn't going to work. Let me
About vaccines.
Do you believe there's a connection between vaccines and autism? Do you believe there's a link?
Well, I don't look. Right now, you have some very brilliant people looking at it. If you look at autism, so
the answer is no.
30 years ago, I've heard numbers of like 1 in 200,000, 1 in 100,000. And now I'm hearing numbers of 1 in 100. So something's wrong.
Do you think schools should mandate vaccines?
I don't like mandates. I'm not a big mandate person.
And joining us now is Dr. Peter Salk, whose father you heard the president-elect mention, Jonas Salk. He invented the initial...
Dude, Trump is such a fucking idiot. So many fags who are afraid to enter the cage talk about biological age hacking, various forms of gay, taking 100 pills, sitting in cold water. My biological age is 25. Really? Go fight then. You can't. Real competition rate shows. Gay and fake. Plus you're a coward anyway. I actually take 40 pills a day and my biological age makes me underage. Can someone explain to me why Cobra Tate has a beef with me? I'm just over here doing my thing. Well, that's his grift. Like, Tate does make kind of a fair point. This epigenetic marker of aging doesn't really mean what you think it means. You could be like, yeah, you could have a biological age of like 20 or something, but be 40. And you might be healthy for a 40-year-old, but you're definitely not the same as a 20-year-old. But yeah, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Just being honest, I think VegSeps is right. I watched that debate you did with Avi a while back on abortions, the one where you conceded. It looked like you only conceded because it was Avi. You were making dumb arguments almost on purpose.
No, I conceded because I didn't have an argument. So that's why I conceded. Thanks for the donation though, Jesus. Booty cum donate $2. At least USA still got polio vaccine.
Nothing's going to happen very quickly. I think you're going to find that Bobby is a very rational guy. I found him to be very rational. No, nothing, you're not going to lose the polio vaccine. That's not going to happen. I saw what happened with the polio. I have friends that were very much affected by that. I have friends from many years ago, and they have, obviously, they're still in not such good shape because of it. You know, and many people died. And the moment they took that vaccine, it ended. Dr. Jonas Salk did a great job, so I don't anticipate that at all. But we're going to look into finding why is the autism rate so much higher than it was 20, 25, 30 years ago. I mean, it's 100 times higher. There's something wrong, and we're going to try finding.
Most of the difference is probably going to come down to obesity rates and just differences in diagnostic testing. Like, nobody knew what fucking autism was 30 years ago, and nobody, took their kids in to see the doctor. And again, most doctors didn't know what the fuck it was either. So, I would do weird shit when I was a kid. Like, I would just flat out ignore people if I didn't want to talk to them. Like, my mom would literally yell at me and I just ignore her. And she actually thought that I had a hearing disability or something. And she took me in to get a hearing test done. And it's not that I didn't hear her. I didn't have any interest in talking to her, so I just ignored her. that's actually a sign of autism. Like, it's not normal for fucking kids to do that. So, I might have autism. It's just that my parents didn't know what the fuck it was. Doctors didn't really think of testing for anything like that because they probably didn't know what it was. So most of the increased rates of autism, if I had to guess, it probably has something to do with obesity. Like, obesity affects like an insane amount of shit. So it's probably obesity primarily, and just differences in diagnostic criteria and testing and shit like that. And I think there's been some evidence showing lead exposure was also a factor for autism. And leaded gasoline wasn't banned until relatively recently. So it's probably shit like that. I doubt it's, like, there's just no chance it's fucking vaccines. Thanks for the donation though, Bootycam. Fox News donated $2. Let me see. Hunters chase a terrified bear up a tree, shoot it dead, then the dead bear falls out of the tree, landing on and killing one of the hunters. Well, that's good news.
There was a moment where he brought up the polio vaccine. I was like, oh, I don't want to correct him. I don't want to show, like, when the... Have you ever seen the chart of when polio actually dropped off when the vaccine was introduced?
I reference it all the time.
It's all bullshit.
Yeah,
That
Oh my god. Dude, like, I'm getting to the point where I literally think Joe Rogan should be banned off the fucking internet.
That's a rough one.
It always baffles me that Joe Rogan, a guy who talks to so many different people, is so easily fooled. Polio vaccines definitely eliminated polio from the United States, and most countries in the world. You can see in this graph here the cases of paralytic polio and polio-caused deaths over time in the US. Polio vaccines were first tested in the 50s, and of course shortly after they were approved and used widely, paralytic cases of polio and polio-caused deaths dropped to 0 in the United States. Rogan might think that this is not due to the vaccine, but due to other things, but in order to test that idea, all we simply have to do is look at what happened to other countries. Different countries rolled out the polio vaccines at different times, so if Rogan used his brain, all he'd have to do is ask, did the rollout of polio vaccines always coincide with a reduction in paralytic polio cases and polio deaths? If he did that, he'd find the answer is yes, of course, that's true. Probably the best example of this is India, where in the 80s polio was hyper-endemic. What do I mean by hyper-endemic? I mean about 500 children every single day were getting paralyzed from polio. That's 500 kids every single day getting paralyzed from polio. But following a hugely successful polio vaccination campaign in India, India was able to eradicate cases of polio entirely. Because it was the polio vaccine that was reducing these cases of polio, not something else. But Rogan, instead of going with facts, chooses to just go with vibes and listen to people like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Alex Jones, who don't have any idea what they're talking about and don't actually have any interest in helping children get healthy. It's always good to ask questions, and science is all about asking questions in order to advance our understanding, but some things we just already understand.
He has the largest podcast on the fucking planet. Like, something has to be done about fucking Joe Rogan. It's just disgusting, the kind of horseshit he's promoting. Thanks for the donation, Fox News. Nerd donated $2. At what age did you move out of your parents' house? I think I was either 22 or 23. What do you think is appropriate time to leave parents' house given current economy? I mean, at what point is it considered embarrassing? Oh, fuck, at this point, like maybe 30, especially if you live in fucking Canada. It's impossible to buy a house. Literally fucking impossible. You have to be like in the top fucking 5% of income owners to realistically afford a home. Like, just to even get approved for a fucking mortgage, you need to be in the top 10%. But again, realistically, to not get absolutely, like, economically butt raped, you need to be, like, within the top 5% of income earners. Rent is a bit of a different story. but again, realistically, for the majority of people, if you want to be able to have affordable rent, you're gonna be looking at apartments that are probably outside of the city, and you're also probably going to have a roommate, which is a hassle in and of itself because, again, living with some random fucking person you don't know is kind of risky. I've heard some horror stories where the roommates stole like all their fucking possessions and then sold it and used it to buy drugs. And you're also probably going to have additional travel expenses. Like, there are like a lot of places in Canada where you can't rely on public transit. Like where I live right now, there's no buses, no public transit, nothing. You absolutely need a car, or, you know, a fucking sidecar motorcycle, because it snows here. So motorcycle isn't going to be reliable transit for half the year. So that ends up becoming another additional expense. So I would say probably mid-20s, you'd have your shit together enough to at least be able to move out and be able to pay rent. Varies from, like, you know, province to province and where you live and shit, but yeah, in this economy, I'd say by mid-20s you should be able to move out. Thanks for the donation though, nerd. Bootycom donated $2. I was saying that at least they are not getting rid of polio vaccine. Also, that sounds like you're autistic. I'm autistic, VG. You sound like how I am. Yeah, like, there aren't any cases of polio in the US, so I'd be more worried about some other kind of pandemic happening. There's probably going to be some new flu pandemic. That's the big risk. If there's some new pandemic that requires a new vaccine, and if if Trump and RFK are able to fuck over the healthcare system, like they're claiming they want to fuck it over, that's the huge issue, not something like polio. Thanks for the donation though, Bootycam. Dodo donate $2. People are still drinking water in the US coming from lead pipes. Biden's infrastructure bill is replacing all those lead pipes, but Trump wants to repeal it. By the way, Cuphead is a shit game. It looks like some 50s Disney shit with color added. Play a real game. Well, I think that's kind of the point of the game, to be sort of old-fashioned animation. But we're probably going to play Cuphead tonight. And yeah, if there's any, like, environmental pollutants that would be linked to autism, lead would be extremely high on the list. So, pretty stupid not to replace lead pipes. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Facts or victim blaming, donated $2. Let me see.
Why don't you ever talk about the men that don't pay child support?
Because it's women like you who spread your legs for guys like that. Why don't you ever talk about the responsibility of women who choose irresponsible males to procreate with and then complain later when they're irresponsible?
No.
The women who have a one-nighter with a bartender or a guy on a motorcycle or a musician, and then you complain later on the guy's a deadbeat. He was a deadbeat to begin with.
Why nobody can ever talk to you because you don't let any...
People talk to me all day long. You can't talk to me.
No, I'm trying to talk to you and you're talking over...
Dear, don't tell me how to do a radio show. I've been doing this for 25 years. I don't need your help.
Okay, let me. Can I please just say this? I was married once before, okay? Mm-hmm. My husband and I had a child together.
Right.
After I was tired of him beating me for 2 years, I left him.
Really? But why did you tolerate it for 2 years? Can you tell me why you tolerated being beaten for 2 years? I'd like to hear about this.
My answer to that is because I was young and stupid.
Okay, I agree with you.
There you go.
You were stupid. No doubt about it. And now what are you going to complain that he doesn't pay child support? A guy who beat you for 2 years? Imagine that. The guy is irresponsible.
Right.
He beat me for 2 years, and now that deadbeat doesn't pay.
So why is it my
There's
fault
your big
for
concern. Now we see why you're so upset about this. You chose a manifestly irresponsible, violent individual to procreate with. Then you're amazed that the guy doesn't send you child support.
He didn't
Who's,
beat me until
you're still, you know what, dear? You were young and stupid. Now you're old and stupid.
why don't you ever talk about
Yeah, I mean, he's got a bit of a point. Like, I think it's a little overly reductionist, but the idea that it's entirely your partner's fault for your problems when you should have had the wherewithal not to have kids with a violent, abusive, irresponsible maniac. By the way, like, this happens to dudes, too. Like, when a dude dates a crazy fucking wacko bitch woman, does anybody give these dudes sympathy? It's like, yeah, like, you were dating a crazy chick. What do you expect? So, yeah. Thanks for the donation. Facts or victim blaming. All Wally donated $2. Bro, why do you think I'm autistic? It's because my mom was so adamant on me getting all my vaccines. Please watch this whole thing. Published by yours truly. The whole thing, don't scam. Mercury and vaccinations versus tuna. I've seen this. I don't think he ever blamed thimerosal for autism. He just pointed out the amount of mercury you're exposed to in food is orders of magnitude, like sometimes thousands of times higher than what you'd be exposed to in a vaccine. Thanks for the donation, Al Wally. Bootycom donated $2. I left my parents' house at 23, bought my first house at 23. Well, you're an anomaly, Bootycom, especially for Canada, if you're Canadian. Thanks for the donation, Bootycom. That would make more sense if you're from somewhere like Texas, or Arizona or somewhere where, like, housing prices aren't crazy and, like, there's a lot of cheap housing and you also don't have to pay, like, state taxes. Thanks for the donation, Bootycom. Bootycom donated $2. That was only 3 years ago. Hopefully have 3 properties by 40. I don't think real estate, regardless of where you live, is going to be...
Just looked at house prices in Canada. Holy fuck, you weren't kidding. It's pricey as fuck. On the bright side, the market there looks overvalued as hell. It'll crash hard eventually. Just be patient.
Well, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if in 10 years... housing prices literally slash in half, if not go lower. So it is massively, massively overvalued to a ridiculous extent. Yeah, but the combination of, you know, the speculator bubble crashing, hopefully new housing units get built, and on top of that, the cuts in immigration and the gradual reduction in just population in general all factors into it, you know, crashing. But yeah, housing prices in Canada are outrageously stupid. Like, makes no fucking sense. Thanks for the donation, though, Belarus. Yeah, Bootycom, I don't think housing is a great investment right now, for a few reasons. One, most markets are overvalued like fucking crazy. And two, there's going to be a big worldwide population decline. So as a long-term investment, if you're looking at the next 20, 30 years, just because of the population crash that's going to occur, like once all the boomers die and then, you know, all the millennials, you know, zoomers and shit, none of them are having kids. There's just going to be a overabundance in housing, and it's just going to really, really lower housing prices. So I don't think it's a great long-term investment. If you're considering buying properties that you're going to sell relatively quickly, that's one thing, but as a long-term investment, I don't think it's really going to pay off. Thanks for the donation, though, Booty Cum.
Never mind, the housing market in Canada isn't that bad. I forgot to do the currency conversion. Houses in Canada are averaging like 700,000 Canadian dollars. That's only 489,048 US dollars, which is similar to the market in the US right now.
Well, it's not just that. Canadians earn less than Americans on average, so you can't make a comparison like that. It's kind of like looking at housing prices in like a poor country like Thailand. Oh, you can buy a house for like $50. You know, it's cheap there. How could anybody be poor? Well, when you factor in like people in Thailand make 10 times less than, you know, an American. So it's a similar deal because Canadians earn significantly less than Americans on average. Like, I think the richest province in Canada is poorer than the poorest state in the US. So, it makes housing that much less affordable in Canada. And when you're also, average housing prices can be really misleading because yeah, you can find houses that are pretty cheap in Canada. Like, you can find houses that are like maybe 200,000, but when you look at the like location of some of these houses, they're in the middle of fucking nowhere. You have no internet access. You're not even like within an hour from any fucking store. The houses are also like fucking rundown shacks that ought to be fucking bulldozed, and that affects the average. Like, nobody wants a fucking house like that. So when you look at actual real estate that anybody would be interested in buying, most of these houses are going to be like a fucking million or more. But thanks for the donation, Belarus. Bootycum donated $2. I'm British. Okay. Well, the UK is a shithole. I don't know how you managed that. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
Did I miss the Piers Mons?
No, we haven't gotten to Piers Morgan yet. Thanks for the donation, retard. Adam Gugamos donated $2. Gaga.
Richard, are you there? Richard, are you there? Richard, 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 ga, 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 ga. Richard, I'm your friend. You want a puff? Here. It's alright. I'll just let it burn. Gaga. Gaga. Well, 'tis the season to be vegan. Gaga. Gaga. Gaga.
Well, thank you for that, Adam. Appreciate the donation.
Can we react to this chick
Hey guys, it's
VG?
Misha, and welcome back to my channel. So today...
No, we're not going to react to that. She's kind of an insufferable pest to begin with, and the topic of this video is completely uninteresting to me. Especially someone like her commenting on it. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Just random vids or random vide. Donate $2. Dog jams to Sublime on stage.
Makes me struggle. In my brain, roll it over, completely insane. It ain't person, it ain't easy.
Wow. That's a good dog. That dog is having fun and enjoying himself. That is a good dog. I love dogs. That's a good dog.
You ever heard of two black guys walking down the street? One's got 98 cents, one has $1, and it says, there's a sign that says we could turn you white for 99 cents. So they make the plan that the guy with the $1 will go in. When he comes out, if it's good, he'll give the penny to the guy, and he'll go in and do it. So the guy goes in with his $1, he pays, he comes out, he looks amazingly white, looks just like a white person. You know this joke? No. And he goes to the guy, and the guy goes, oh man, that looks great. He goes, all right, give me the penny, I'm gonna go in. And he goes, get a job, nigger.
That's kind of funny for some reason. Whataboutism, lol.
It's halal to marry a 9-year-old because your Prophet Muhammad did. Well, obviously this is an Islamophobe because no Muslim ever asks this. Because this is coming from people who perhaps are the pedophiles who are trying to find a religion or a way of life to justify it. No, Muhammad ﷺ married, this was 1400 years ago. For the first 1200 years, not a single Islamophobe ever accused the Prophet ﷺ of this because it was a norm. You know, today they say, gender is a social construct. Well, you know what? Reality, age of marriage is a social construct. At that time, it was normal. People did it. In fact, in the Bible, Rebecca apparently was 3 years old. And just to let you know,
oh my god. Are these people just totally fucking brain broken?
That historians today say that Arabs used to count the age from the time they used to hit puberty. So there are a lot of historians who say Aisha was about 17 to 19 years old. So get off, go to the Diddy party.
Aisha, there's literally no evidence whatsoever. She would have been in her late teens.
Go to Epstein Island if that's what you want.
Oh my god, what a fucking retard, dude. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
You sure? But you've got to admit the gay people are right. Their body is not anyone's business. Why can't this bitch see that?
Hey guys, it's Misha, and welcome back to my channel. So
I hate her face. There's something about her face that just annoys me. I don't know, maybe it's her lemon-shaped eyes? Her eyes are shaped like lemons. Maybe that's what's annoying me. Maybe if she had round eyes, that'd fix her face and have it be less annoying. Yeah, it was the lemon eyes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Do you have a favorite vegan activist? Who inspires you?
It'd either be Vegan Booty or Militant Vegan. Rafaela. Rafaela is especially based. I really like the way she argues with people. Thanks for the donation, Janny Bobs.
Also, Age of Concert is a Succasil Concert at EWW Bath.
Yeah, I mean, it is a social concept, but you would think the guy who is getting divine wisdom from God would know it's wrong to fuck a 9-year-old. That would be my assumption. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Aaron L. donated $2. Let me see.
来给你看好玩的。过来。
Thanks for the donation, Aaron.
Dozens of these risk-benefit analyses lately, looking at the nutrient and contaminant trade-offs for fish. Now, fish consumption provides nutrients, but all fish also provides methylmercury, a known neurotoxin. The more fish we eat, the more omega-3s we get, but the more fish we eat, the more mercury we get too. Mercury is a cardiac toxin as well, so while fish omega-3s are decreasing our risk of a heart attack, the mercury in that same fish is increasing our risk of having a heart attack. So studies like this look through the various species. Salmon has less mercury than tuna, but tuna has less dioxin. As I mentioned last year, the only truly healthy fish in the world would be one made out of dark green leafy veggies. Once upon a time, routine childhood vaccinations used a mercury-containing preservative called thimerosal. I was always surprised by parents who fed their kids tuna, yet didn't want vaccinations because they didn't want to expose their children to mercury. Well, eating a single serving of tuna, which is about half a can, is equivalent to getting injected with how many thimerosal-containing vaccines? 100. A single serving of canned tuna. Sure, dietary exposure to mercury may harm child development.
Well, what he should have mentioned in this video too is the mercury in, vaccines is different than the mercury found in tuna. The mercury found in vaccines, it's not able to penetrate like cell membranes. It can't be absorbed, whereas the mercury in tuna is different.
But if we cut down on fish, the argument goes, we may get fewer omega-3s. So these researchers get out their calculators, and in a city about the size of New York, if pregnant mothers ate lots of fish, because omega-3s like DHA are so beneficial to brain development, we would expect to see an improvement in 209,000 years of children's lives, what are called quality-adjusted life years. But at the same time, the mercury in that very same fish would damage 203,000 of children's life years. So, they do the math, it comes out positive by a hair, and, we hear on the news such and such medical authority says the benefits outweigh the risks, eat fish. Now, of course, this does not take into account the dioxins, the PCBs, which tip the scale the other way, but more importantly, why accept any risk at all? By getting DHA from plant sources, we can get all the benefit with none of the risks, all the benefit without the hundreds of thousands of life years of brain damage. This isn't unlike the dairy and calcium thing. Every time they come out with yet another study linking dairy consumption with something bad, cancer, Parkinson's, they get out of saying, stop drinking milk, by ending the article with something like, but one has to balance the risk of cancer or diabetes or whatever with the risk of not getting enough calcium. As if the only source of calcium on the planet were dairy. Where do you think the cows get it from in the first place? Plants. And the same thing with omega-3s like DHA. Where do you think the fish get it from? Plants. And we can too. Tiny little plants called golden algae.
Yeah, based video.
Maybe she's secretly an alien disgusted as a human on Earth, and that's why her eyes are so far apart.
Hey guys, it's Misha, and welcome back to my channel.
Yeah, her eyes are pretty far apart, too.
So today we are...
Ugh, her face just annoys me. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Is it worth it to use BCAA supplements? No. They don't have a benefit when you're consuming adequate amounts of protein.
polio vaccine. Dr. Salk is also the president of the Jonas Salk Legacy Foundation. He's a professor of infectious diseases and microbiology at the University of Pittsburgh School of Public Health. Doctor, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today at such a critical time. What are your thoughts as you're hearing what the president-elect and RFK Jr. are saying about praising the polio vaccine, but also what they're saying about and have said about vaccines more broadly?
Yeah, I'm so relieved to hear that both the president and RFK Jr. are being supportive of the polio vaccine. It has done such a wonderful job, along with the other vaccine that came along afterwards, in ridding the world.
RFK Jr., I'm pretty sure, clearly is not in support of the polio vaccine. He's a polio vaccine denier. Like, he's talked shit about, like, literally every fucking vaccine. The guy is so crazy, he's one of the few people in the world who's a fucking AIDS denier.
Almost completely from polio at this point. The injected vaccine that my father and his team at the University of Pittsburgh developed is extremely safe. Very rarely would someone have an allergic reaction to it.
What protein powder are you hitting these days? Usually I just get the cheapest stuff at the grocery store, which is the President's Choice pea protein, but they've been out of it lately, so I picked up the Diesel vegan chocolate ice cream. The Diesel vegan protein is the best tasting protein I've ever had. That stuff tastes fucking amazing. I really like the chocolate ice cream flavor if I'm just drinking straight smoothies, but if you mix the vanilla ice cream flavor with oatmeal, it tastes like you're eating vanilla ice cream. It's pretty dope.
I think is absolutely the correct decision. What their concern was that in more recent years, an enhanced potency version of that vaccine was made, and that's just more effective. I think their concern was perhaps it was more dangerous, but there's been no evidence of that.
How effective would...
Yeah, RFK Jr. also encouraged a fucking measles outbreak. He lied about a measles vaccine causing child deaths when it was a nurse who accidentally used some sort of like knockout medication on kids that killed them rather than a normal IV bag. So he's just totally full of shit, and he's never like corrected his mistake and admitted he was wrong. He's a genuine piece of shit. Dodo donated $2. Why are so many of these morons against these vaccines that could save hundreds, if not thousands, of lives? Well, you answered your own question. They're fucking morons. The COVID vaccine is estimated to have saved roughly 5 million lives. And they still say the COVID vaccine was like more deadly than the the disease itself. Like, they're just psychotic.
Your father's vaccine, the polio vaccine be if it were not mandated?
Well, anyone who is immunized with that vaccine, almost every single person will end up being protected themselves against developing polio, because it blocks the ability of the virus to travel to the brain and the spinal cord and cause paralysis. But there's also an issue of spreading virus from one person to another who have not been immunized. The more people that are immunized, the better the protection will be against other people getting infected. Now, in this country, at this point, there's very little likelihood of the polio virus being transmitted. In 2022, a case was brought over from overseas and into a community where the polio vaccination rates were much lower than they should be. I would urge everyone to have their children vaccinated not only against the polio, but also against the other diseases of childhood and other diseases.
21st donated $2. Let me see. Integrate yourself, white women. This is no longer only your country. It will never be again. Dress with respect for other cultures. Recognize the religious freedom of discriminated minorities. Poster spotted in Dortmund, Germany. Well, of course. What does this say? I just, is it literally recommending women to dress modestly because it would offend Muslims? I just don't speak German, so I don't know what it says. Like, that is something I'd expect from Germany because most of these European countries are beyond cucked when it comes to Muslim immigrants. We constantly hear about how Europe colonized Africa, yet there are more black people living in London than there are whites living in 52 African countries. Oh my god, well, that's just stupid, but... yeah, Europe is stupid when it comes to handling immigration. There's a lot of, like, just left-wing, libtard, retarded cucks who are rich white people who never have to really deal with any of these Muslim or African immigrants. And they just have these, like, really stupid, you know, unrealistic progressive ideas that, you know, oh, borders should be open, we should let in lots of immigrants because they come from diverse cultures and all this shit. And then, yeah, then you see skyrocketing crime rates and unemployment and, like, rapes and gangs and shit. What do you notice about the Syrian rebels who occupy Aleppo? They have big noses. Yeah, that guy has like a witch nose. He looks like the Wicked Witch of the West. Apparently they're going to enact Sharia law. A lot of people have noticed striking resemblance between Ukrainian President Zelensky and new Syrian ruler al-Jilani. I don't know why that matters. They don't look similar at all, really. But thanks for the donation, 21st.
Diseases that cause them to be at risk of damage in their own lives, not only for themselves, for yourself, of course, but also to help protect others around you.
Is illegal weed safe? I'm from the UK, smoke it every day. Well, marijuana isn't usually laced with anything because if you add stuff to it like cocaine, it only increases the price, so it ends up being harder to sell. So as far as there being a risk with it being laced with anything, no, the risk is pretty small, whereas if you were trying to do hard drugs like heroin, that is much more likely to be laced with something like fentanyl, because fentanyl is cheaper than heroin, and then you're more likely to overdose or some shit. So in that sense, it's safe. There may be some ways though that they like cut down the marijuana. I have seen drug dealers cut down weed with like wood pulp and shit, and that can make it more dangerous. Like you know, smoking wood pulp or whatever, or you know, bits of like fabric, whatever they might cut it down with, that's a risk, and it would make it worse for you. But yeah, as far as like you immediately dying from smoking illegal marijuana, it's pretty unlikely. Dodo donate $2. Russia's pushing a conspiracy that the U.S. is lab-growing Zelensky clones to topple anti-West dictatorships and replace them with Zelensky clones, I guess. And by the way, they do look similar. Not really. I don't see many people believing that because it just sounds so fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. I'm just gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. I am back. Have you ever had butter tofu, vegan butter chicken? I've never had like real vegan butter tofu chicken crap. Like at the store, they have a vegan butter chicken sauce, but it really sucks. And the tofu like never absorbs it or gets coated in the sauce, so it just tastes like I'm eating tofu. So I've never really had anything made by like a restaurant that's any good. Booty cum donate $2. Moldy weed is what is bad, but that goes with moisture and how it was stored and shit. I see. I live in Canada where it's fully legalized now, so I wouldn't have to worry about any of that. I have gotten illegal weed before. And I mean, I've definitely had some weed that wasn't very good that didn't get me high, but I don't think I've ever had anything that was like literal garbage. Favorite strain of weed? I don't really like weed. Back when I used to smoke it occasionally, I would go to dispensaries and get the highest THC content weed that I could get, because I'd be able to like vape very, very small amounts of it and just get a mild high. I absolutely hated smoking weed. It would just make me cough like crazy. It'd burn my throat and shit. And the like smallest amount I could possibly take while getting the effect I wanted was kind of the goal. So I just get the highest THC content I could get. Goo Island donated $2. I think Rafaela made some gains. Let me see. Oh yeah, she's pretty jacked.
Du kannst halt alle Kalorien, alle Nährstoffe bekommen, die du brauchst aus einer pflanzlichen Ernährung, wenn du dich nur von Gemüse, nur von Beilagen ernährst. Wenn dein Vater nicht ausgewogen gegessen hat.
Yeah, I know she lifts weights, and her boyfriend helps her out with her workout routine.
Zeig Curves, da hast du ein Curves. Da. Flup, flup. Hoja.
It's kind of funny. I've seen some IRL activism she's done where people say, but where do you get your protein? And then she flexes, and she's got pretty big muscles. Thanks for the donation, Goo Island.
What do you say to parents, to families out there who are concerned that there is a link between vaccines and autism, which has been disproven? But
Bootycam donators in UK, I get mine on private prescription, and they do all the checks for mold and everything and make sure it's safe for consumption. My medical weed comes from Canada too. Yeah, that's a good idea for sure. I would recommend getting all the drugs you use from a legitimate source, because it's just safer. But thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
certainly has been perpetuated by some high-profile names, including the potential incoming HHS secretary. What do you say to families as they're weighing what they may think are risks to these vaccines that don't exist with the benefits?
Yeah. In the case of autism, it's absolutely clear from the studies that have been done that vaccines are not a cause of autism. Autism begins in the womb before a child is ever immunized against anything. So this is just, what happens is that people receive vaccines during childhood, and then at some point, if a child is predestined to get autism, it will come at some point in relationship to anything that would happen before that, including a vaccine that might accidentally be close to it. There's not a cause and effect relationship. One can relax about that. But what I would say is this. Medications, including vaccines, can have side effects of one sort or another. What's important is to study them carefully and to understand what the circumstances are. If there are concerns about one thing or another, we can take autism off of the list. But if there are concerns, then people should get together, address the issues as concisely as possible, have studies done. Studies have been done already. So if people are concerned, we have to respect that concern. But I can say, as far as autism is concerned, that is just not something that one has to worry about with respect to vaccines.
It's important to hear that from you. I think it's so interesting for people to know, as for you guys to have that. Can you tell us, what you remember about that moment, what your siblings remembered about that moment, and what you think your father would make of today's debate over his creation?
Yeah, I remember that moment very well. My father brought the experimental vaccine home, boiled the needles and syringes on the stove to sterilize them, lined us up. And the reason I remember that day so clearly is because I hated vaccine. I hated needles. And for some blessed reason, the needle just did not hurt that day, which just seared that moment into my memory. And the other question you asked,
what he would think of sort of the debate, especially considering how people would have welcomed this chance to be free of polio during his time.
Oh, yeah. Listen, the country, the world was terrified of polio. The epidemics were getting worse and worse. Children were being paralyzed.
My grandfather told me he had 4 months off of school at one point because of a polio outbreak when he was a kid. And I think his best friend who lived across the street from him, one day he literally just knocked on his door and he wanted to come and play with him. And his dad came out and said, he's gone. He had polio. And that freaked him the fuck out.
Many put in iron lungs, not being able to breathe. Many died. This was something that everyone was terrified about. The National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis, created by Franklin Roosevelt, with a fundraising arm, the March of Dimes, raised the money for all of the studies to create vaccines against polio and to help care for patients. It was the people of this country who, one by one, dime by dime, dollar by dollar, provided the funds for the research program that created the polio vaccine. This was not, at that point, government funded. This was the people, and it was the people's victory over this disease. So everyone was behind it, and when the vaccine was found to be effective in a huge national field trial, a wave of relief swept the country. Nowadays, we're just not faced with polio, certainly, and other childhood illnesses, and that because of vaccines. And so parents aren't used to thinking, oh, we're seeing all of this disease around us. But it's very important to keep up immunization.
Base take.
Papers. Most science is wrong, but some of it isn't, right? There doesn't have to be much that's real.
The fuck does he mean most science is wrong?
For things, and how much of it do we want to be real? Do we want things to move faster than they already are? If we generate 3% new information a year and 97% of what we're doing is rubbish, it's 3% a year. It means we're twice as smart in 10 years. That's plenty.
I don't know what the fuck he could possibly mean by most science is wrong.
Fast. So, in any case, it turns out that we do see the world through a story, and the biblical insistence is that the story isn't one of power, and it's not one of hedonistic self-gratification, and it's not one of nihilism. It's one of...
Do shrooms ever make you angry? No. I don't know if it's fucking possible to be angry on mushrooms. They can give you anxiety and fear, but I've never experienced anger on mushrooms. They have a weird effect on your mind where, you go through ego death and shit, and you're just not capable of having those sorts of emotions where you can be, personally offended by shit.
It's one of responsible, upward seeking sacrifice. And that's true. It's true. It's not merely a religious proclamation, although it is that. It's inevitably the case. It's the case by definition.
Yeah, I've seen Frank Tufano's short about his eye surgery where he had another surgery to correct the strabismus, and it didn't do anything.
Here's one way of understanding that. Attention is sacrificial. Why? Because when you attend to one thing, there is an infinite number of other things that you are not attending to, right? When you do one thing, there's an infinite number of other things that you're not doing. You've sacrificed all those other possibilities to that one thing. What is that one thing that you're sacrificing everything to? Is it your whim? Well, that's not going to make you very popular with your tomorrow self or with anybody who might want to be around you.
Yeah.
What's the aim of the sacrifice? Okay, there's more. Community is based on sacrifice. Well, why? Well, when you're 3 and you learn to take turns, what are you doing when you take turns? You're sacrificing your turn. Why? So that your friend can have a turn. Why? So that you have a friend. Right, and then maybe you have a bunch of friends. Now you have a community or a tribe. Are you better off? Yeah, way better off. You're not lonesome. You've got people around to help you. You've got people around to take care of, right? That's a great deal. And then your little tribe becomes a town or a city, and then it becomes a nation. And it's one nation under God. And the God at the top of all that is the principle of, it's in part the principle of the sacrifice upon which community is founded. That's why Christ's life is the ultimate sacrifice, right? And that just happens to be true. It just turns out that that's true.
This is just schizophrenic rambling. By the way, I encourage all of you to read the Gospels, read the New Testament. Nothing in any of the Gospels suggests anything about Christ making a sacrifice for humanity. Nothing. It's clear the way these stories were written, they were just talking about Jesus being persecuted for his political and religious beliefs. That's it. Jesus did not intentionally make any kind of sacrifice.
It's the sacrifice upon which the community is founded. Well, we even know that because look what we've done. This is the structure of a European town, right? Classic European town. There's a church or a cathedral at the center, often the highest building in town by design. It's the center. At the center of the church is an altar. At the center of the altar is a sacrifice. Why? Because the community is founded on sacrifice. It's like, oh, and we were doing that. We were acting that out. No one knew. It's like, turns out we knew what we were doing all along. We act out things that we don't understand all the time. And some of them are very profound things. And that happens to be one of them.
When he says a community is founded on sacrifice, it doesn't really make any sense because no matter what you do, you're sacrificing something. So if you choose to not live in a community and you're either living by yourself out in the woods or maybe you just have like friends and family there and it's not like a town or a city, well, you're sacrificing the ability to have a town or community, and your likelihood of survival may go down because now you have less communal support. So you're sacrificing something regardless of what you fucking do. So it's just really weird.
So it's even at the beginning of, there's this weird idea in John, right at the beginning of the Gospel of John, that Christ is the Word of God that's there at the beginning of time. Now, the beginning of time is a weird idea in the biblical corpus because the God who...
Have you seen Cringe? If so, what did you think of it?
No, I keep forgetting to watch it. I think I have it downloaded, but I still haven't watched it yet. But yeah, I gotta watch it. Thanks for the donation, Eliza.
Operates at the beginning of time is outside of time. So it's not exactly the beginning. It's the beginning and now and the future. So God is conjuring the world out of potential at the beginning of time, now and forever. Okay, so there's something happening there, this wrestling with potential. That is the way the world is engendered. And human beings do that. That's why we're considered made in the image of God. Okay, what are we doing? We're performing the sacrifices upon which the foundations of order are predicated. With every glance we take, with everything we attend to or don't attend to, with every word we utter, we're wrestling the world of potential into being. That is what we're doing. And what is it that confronts us? Is it the determinate material order? In part, because things are concretized. But everything that's concretized is still rife with potential. This is a book, unless I pick it up and swat you with it, in which case it's instantly a weapon. It's like everything has its realm of potential around it, right? So we're surrounded by potential, and that's what our consciousness focuses on. You ignore everything that's predictable. Mm-hmm. You wrestle with the tohu vabohu, the potential that's there in front of you. And we do that in the microcosm, but it's the embodiment of the same principle of sacrifice that the Word of God uses at the beginning of time to cast the world into order. It's like, yeah, turns out that's true. So,
Whoa.
No kidding. No kidding.
What he just said was completely incoherent fucking gibberish that only made sense to himself.
It's like, I have no idea what we're going to do when we realize that these stories are true. Because that's different than believing them, right? Because that's been the Christian insistence forever. You have to believe, which you do. Like, look, you have to have faith. And people might say, I'm only going to act in accordance with the evidence. It's like, okay, so let's say you go out on a date and you fall in love with the girl you're out with and you decide to get married. It's like, what? That's from the evidence, is it? That's why you're going to get married.
Yes, that is from evidence. She's proven herself to not be a crazy fucking bitch. Hopefully, if you have any standards. And you're making an educated decision based on her qualities to have a long-term relationship with her.
married because of the evidence. You have no idea what your marriage is going to be like. You don't have the foggiest notion of who it is that you are now tangled up with. You don't have a clue.
Jordan, if you're choosing to marry somebody without having a clue who you're marrying, you might have a personal problem. What is he talking about?
And so why do you get married? Well, because it's an act of sacrifice. All other women are off the table. It's an act of faith. And the same thing happens.
Well, that's not true. You can fucking get married and have side chicks. What the fuck is he talking about?
When you move to a new city or when you take a new job, the evidence is not there. Now, that doesn't mean you can make stupid decisions, but all the time when we're pursuing the adventure of our life, always, it's an act of faith. It's not an adventure otherwise. If you know with 100% certainty that your bet will pay off, well, first of all, you're being an automaton in some ways. And second, there's no excitement in that. It's so interesting that the act of faith, this is by definition, it's something I cover in detail in the book. The act of faith is by definition the adventure of life. I mean, who would have ever guessed that? Why do you have faith? So that weirdly exciting things can happen to you all the time. So something else I tried to detail in this book is the relationship.
Again, that makes absolutely no fucking sense. What does he mean by any of this? Like, you can do things where it is predictive that you will run into trouble and have to deal with problems. Like, there are people who do motorcycle touring, and they do it with the knowledge beforehand that they may run into mechanical problems and have to get to a mechanic or fix their own bike on the side of the road, and that's like part of the fun of the journey. What does faith have anything to do with that?
Between truth and adventure, and that's such fun. It's so fun to understand that. So let's say you decide that you're just going to say what you think. Like, not carelessly and not self-servingly, but that's just your rule. If someone asks you a question, you just say what...
No, I haven't seen Pignorant. It's not really a documentary that interests me. Like, I already know everything about these slaughterhouses, so I haven't bothered watching it.
You believe to be true. Okay, so that's a sacrificial gesture. Why? Well, because you don't get to decide what you want for the outcome. Because I could be sitting here thinking, well, I should tell Michaela what she wants to hear because, maybe she'll make a business deal with me then. Yeah. It's like, no, you don't get to do that. You get to say what you think. And then you'd have no idea what's going to happen. No idea. And that's ridiculously
Or I suppose sometimes you do know what's going to happen if you say what you think, which is why people avoid it, right? Or they think they know.
No. You might know what will happen in the moment.
I see.
But you don't know how that's going to exponentially
sure.
expand. Okay, so, you've seen this. So lots of the people that we know have been canceled. So I talked to Graham Linehan, for example, this week. Podcast is coming out soon. He was the UK's top comedy sitcom writer. He won like a Lifetime Achievement Award for it. He was like the number one guy. And beloved by his audience. And they just nailed him. Like 5 years ago, he was canceled. No job. No writing opportunities. It blew his marriage into pieces because they went after his wife, and he said he never had any trouble before this. Then he lost his job, and all hell broke out, and they tortured her, and he lost his marriage, and he just lost everything. And he said he doesn't regret it, and part of the reason he doesn't regret it is because
he's still rich.
Of all the people he met. And we know all these weird people who've been canceled, and they're all kind of aggregated together. And
hilarious
you think, those people are worth knowing. It's like, they're really worth
way
knowing.
more entertaining than the average person, too. They're like fun
that's
people.
Because they actually, and that's the thing about all those comedians, that like Rogan's a good example of that. Or Theo Vaughn. It's like, I'll just say what I think. Maybe it'll be funny. It's like, we'll see what happens. And what happened with Rogan? It's like Rogan became the most powerful journalist the world has ever seen. So that's funny. And it turns out that when Kamala Harris decides not to go on Rogan's show, that's really hard on Kamala Harris and not very hard on Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Right.
Pretty funny.
Oh, man. So there's an object lesson there. And Trump went on Theo Vaughn's show.
I know, that was great.
It's so funny. Theo's super bright, and I think he's hilarious, but he plays he plays working.
Trump was not funny on Joe Rogan, nor was he funny on Theo Vaughn. It was just those were two extremely boring softball interviews.
Class hick. Perfectly, partly because he was one, even though he's a complete bloody genius. And now Trump is the guy that's being interviewed by Theo Vaughn during the weirdest presidency run ever. It's like, that's entertaining.
Theo talking about cocaine to JD Vance. That might have been my favorite part of 2024, maybe.
Yeah. And so the thing, that's part of, I think, adventure is divine comedy. And the pathway to divine comedy is the truth. And that's so, what do you do when you discover that? It's like everything's a cosmic joke.
Uh-oh. I think I see tears welling up in his eyes. I think he's about to cry.
You know, and just preposterous things just happen continually, you think. And those are miracles, I suppose. Who knew that miracles were comedic?
Yeah, he's about to cry. His voice is cracking up too.
But you know, hell is horror. So why wouldn't heaven be divine comedy? And why wouldn't the pathway to that be adventure? I mean, that's what all the Quest movies are about. Little hobbits, you know, going off to face the all-seeing eye of Sauron, which we're doing everything to create as fast as we possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
The world's a weird place, man, and that's for sure. And it's going to get stranger. So strap on.
Jordan.
Strap in.
Oh, I think he might have been able to hold back his tears a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Strap on. Strap in.
We can add that to the intro. Scuttering away. And brilliant.
Yeah.
Jesus, what a fucking retard.
And participating in women's sports is that person is a malignant narcissist. Because, first of all, obviously, because all you have to do is think about it for 15 seconds.
Oh my god. Like 10 seconds in, it just starts with men who compete in women's sports are malignant narcissists.
And I'm dead serious about this. It's like, okay, you're Leah Thomas. I think that was William, if I remember correctly. Yes, that's right. That's a non-crime hate incident for those of you in the UK who want to report it. And so he's 6'4", I think. That's about right. Massive shoulders, you know, a fairly powerful swimmer. I think he ranked 400th in the US among American swimmers of his age, which is not bad, right? I mean, it's not number one, and he definitely wanted to be number one. But then you think, just put yourself in this position for a minute. You're like 1.5 feet taller than the people that you're competing against and 6 inches broader in the shoulder.
By the way, if you look at Leah Thomas, so this was the trans swimmer, NCAA women's swimming champion. You'll find women who basically have the same proportions as her. So I'm pretty sure the woman who had the NCAA record in like the 100-meter freestyle and shit was literally the same height and size as Leah Thomas. So yeah, like in all likelihood, if Leah Thomas was born a woman, she probably wouldn't be 6'4", but the women who hold the fucking record in the races that she won look pretty much exactly like her. It's not like she's some freak fucking anomaly where you could only be a man. Like, no. The women who are in the top of their sport are roughly the same as Leah Thomas.
And when you get up on the podium and there's a claim, not only do you enjoy it, which is a sign that there's something seriously wrong with you to begin with, but you also are so deluded that you think you deserve it and that you're a brave once victim for managing it. Now, just contemplate that. Imagine writing a script about that. Do you know how staggeringly narcissistic you have to be to accept even one of those propositions, let alone to play yourself off as a hero?
Yeah, or maybe he just saw himself as a woman and wanted to live life as a woman and still do the sports that, she enjoyed, and didn't really have the wherewithal to recognize that, maybe it's not fair for me to compete against other women because, you were a biological male. I don't know why that couldn't be a possibility.
Heroic victim while you're doing it.
Well,
you
not to be embarrassed.
Women off their podium, and it's like you're the forthright champion of what? Civil rights or something. It's so sickening.
Laurel Hubbard, the weightlifter in New Zealand, was the son of a billionaire. He's like the son of
Yeah, Min, you've asked me that question like 4 times and I've already answered.
The equivalent would be Kellogg's, something like that in New Zealand. And he beat 2 indigenous women who had worked their whole lives, to get to where they are. And now they've got second and third. And this man, this clear man, is got first. And
he's an average man, but he's a hell of a woman.
But what I find difficult to explain, I'd love to see what you think of this, is the people who really confuse me are the.
No, by the way, the NCAA banned trans athletes from competing anyway, so like it's just such a huge non-issue. Like, yeah, the sporting body recognized that what happened wasn't fair, and then they changed the rules and got rid of Leah Thomas's record. So why are they still freaking out about this?
The people who stand by and just let it happen. I don't understand psychologically why there was such an agreement for the last 5 years amongst all my friends and even some family members that I had become evil.
Well, I think there
wonder
are two
about
reasons.
this all
Well,
the time.
the first thing we need to understand is that the camouflage in which the narcissists and butchers that we're describing enmesh themselves is in the camouflage of empathy. And empathy is a cardinal moral virtue. Now, the problem starts when you believe that the fundamental essence of goodness is empathy, because that's wrong. Goodness is much more complex than a mere one-dimensional analysis would presume. But if I can accuse you of being non-empathetic, that's a pretty decent slur. Now, empathy also was a valid impetus or motivation for many things that were laudable. So the American Civil Rights Movement, for example, right? Now, the problem is that it can, and this is the problem, this is being demonstrated time and again by game theorists working in the biological realm. Imagine you have a community of cooperators, a game that's set up so that people only cooperate. If everyone cooperates, the game can sustain itself and improve as it's played. But if you throw one shark into the tank, then it takes everything. So empathy is a very useful foundation for social interactions. I trust you and I trust you. Great, now we can cooperate. The problem is that if you get a community of cooperators established, non-cooperators can move in and dominate. And so there's an ambivalence between trust and skepticism that's bound to emerge.
Yeah, that sounds like capitalism to me.
Okay, so we produced a society that was very trust-based, in which empathy could function very effectively. And then it got weaponized. Now, it got weaponized by psychopaths and narcissists, fundamentally, and sadists. We know their type. They're Machiavellian, so they use language to get what they want. They're narcissistic, so they want undeserved attention.
Dude, this is just fucking insane. Leah Thomas was not going on some, like, fucking media campaign claiming everybody who doesn't want her to compete is, like, some fucking anti-trans bigot who wants to, like, kill gay people or anything. She was mostly quiet through all of this. Just said, like, yeah, identify as a woman and I just want to compete with other girls. Like, that's it. Like the insane assumption of, like, malicious intent behind this is fucking crazy.
Gar Richard Burgess. Let the games begin. Georgia, can you gar for me? Gar.
All right, thanks for the donation, Adam Gugamos. Appreciate it. What are your thoughts on Hinduism, Buddhism compared to Abrahamic religions? Probably the stupidest aspect of Hinduism is that dumb caste system they have. Buddhism's pretty diverse. Like, it really depends on what type of Buddhism you're talking about.
They're psychopathic, so they're predatory parasites, and they're sadistic. So they're fun people, and they weaponize empathy, and it's unbelievably effective. Now, part of the reason it's effective, and part of the reason I think that people didn't...
He's literally calling Leah Thomas a sadistic psychopath because she just wanted to swim?
Stand up. They didn't stand up for me in Canada, although some people did, and some journalists. None of my professional colleagues to speak of. Almost no psychologists, virtually no physicians. Agreeable, empathetic people don't believe that the parasitic, predatory, Machiavellian narcissists exist. They don't have that space in their imagination. And for them, so their default assumption is that anyone who's misbehaving is a victim.
Yes.
Now, you can even that's understandable, because you could say, look, 80% of the people in prison were victimized. Now, not everybody who's victimized turns into a criminal. In fact, quite the reverse. So that's, a rather weak demonstration. But that still also leaves the 20%, right? And they're the 20% that include the psychopathic rapists who, when the Scottish National Parliament decides that men and women are the same, decide that it's time for them to go into the women's prisons. All the agreeable people think, oh, those people don't exist. They're just misunderstood.
Then why don't they?
Is he talking about that trans woman from the fucking UK where there was that, he was convicted for rape? and there was discussion on like which prison he should go into. He's talking about that person, right? This is just so dishonest because, yeah, the person did decide to transition, and I think it was either during or after their court case. For one thing, I can understand why somebody would kind of think maybe they started their transition to avoid getting imprisoned in a male prison. But, like, the person was medically transitioning. So this person was getting hormone treatment and surgeries and shit to appear more feminine. Like, if this dude was going through a medical transition to avoid a prison sentence, that's extraordinarily fucking unusual. Like, they were also medically diagnosed with gender dysphoria. They were literally getting hormone treatment so that they could grow breasts and like their penis wouldn't work. The likelihood of somebody doing that just to avoid going to a male prison, pretty fucking unlikely. And the discussion about whether they should go to a male or female prison took into account the risk to the offender and the risk to other prisoners. And they decided to put this person into a female prison, but they would get their own private cell. They wouldn't have any roommates so that, you know, this person couldn't sexually abuse like their cellmate. And anytime they're allowed with other inmates, it's under like supervision of security. So, like, acting as if, oh, yeah, they're just going to throw a male convicted rapist into a female prison, like, that's not what fucking happened. He's just lying about this.
No, so I think there's other factors in your case, though. No, because there are two other factors, I think, and one of which is that psychopaths are scary. And I think that to stand up for Graham in that situation would have made yourself a target. I think that can't be underestimated. I think that's very, very important.
Definitely.
But I think also, you know, just hearing you
especially now that they've aggregated online, right?
Yeah, exactly.
They've now got with almost no, you can't even face your accuser.
No,
There's zero consequences of accusing someone, so that also enables everybody who delights in accusation. You think,
right, well, they've got a digital militia. They've got that, but there's also the, you know, I mean, when you're talking about some of the things you're describing about the body horror stuff, about the beliefs that we're expected to swallow, I think if you would have played this conversation to someone 15, 20 years ago, it would have been incomprehensible to them what they're hearing. I think a lot of people just simply did not understand what was happening. Did not comprehend the exactly. Yeah. So how can you stand up for? How can you expend that energy to understand the incomprehensible in order to defend you? I think a lot of it is simply that no smoke without fire. That so many people are saying Graham Linehan is a bigot. That's readily comprehensible in one sentence. I can understand that, but I cannot understand this whole other thing.
Yeah, well, it's also cost free.
Yes,
you know, like the cost to any given person for writing you off. You know, now you might argue about that with regards to your very close friends, but like when we met at a restaurant the other night, and I mentioned to you that I'd been following you on X for a long time, and it was probably took me 6 months of following you before I trusted you. Oh. Well, because even though I know that this thing happens all the time. Oh, yeah, and even though I knew that in all likelihood you were one of the people that it happened to, I still wondered, well, you know, as everyone does, where there's smoke, there might be fire. And it's just, that's in addition to Andrew's point. It's like, you're asking a lot of people to defend you. They have to admit to the existence of an evil that, first of all, they can't comprehend, and second of all, they do not want to admit to. And no bloody wonder. Right. It's not surprising.
So, I mean, it happened recently where a well-known authur, John Boyne, came out to defend, who was someone who had attacked, he wrote The Boy in the Striped Pajamas, very famous novel. He had attacked Graham back in the day. And I saw this, it was an incredible post. He wrote an apology online and said he now understands it. He's now looked into it. He says, I was wrong, you were right, I'm sorry. He said that to you. Yeah. It's quite a brave thing for him to do. By doing that, he's also put himself in the firing line to a degree. But of course, every time someone does that, and every time they are piled on and destroyed and demonized and monstered, it sends a message out to everyone else that you don't want to be that person. Yes. It takes a certain kind of strength.
Well, it's also the case, too, that a lot of this is now instantiated in law.
Yes.
So, for example, in Canada, if you're a physician or a psychologist and you object to gender-affirming care, which is one of those phrases that's so pathological that it's truly a miracle of deception, then the probability that you'll be reported by an activist somewhere and that you'll face at minimum like years of legal entanglement at your expense with a high probability of losing your professional status and your license, like the probability of...
So he's just lying about this. That is complete and utter fucking horseshit.
That is virtually 100%.
Is it worth exploring? I mean, the weaponization of the law in the UK. Yeah. You mentioned non-crime hate incidents. Yeah. Would it be worth explaining what that is? Because that's the key weapon that activists have.
Well, we do want to delve into that because one of the things we also want to explore is why you guys decided to move to the United States.
Yes.
You know, and I'm spending a lot of my time in the United States for very similar reasons and know of very many other people who are doing the same thing. Yes. No bloody wonder this country thrives, because whenever any other place becomes unstable, you can flee, so to speak, if you're the least bit creative and pursue whatever it is you want to pursue here and actually be, I would say, actually be appreciated for it. Okay, so talk about the situation in the UK and define this non-crime hate incident.
I think people here find it incredible because obviously you have the First Amendment in the US. We don't have a codified constitution.
It's not quite as central in the UK, freedom of speech.
Yeah, even though it's basically an English principle that the Americans adopted.
That's an understatement, but which is why a lot of us were so disturbed in that vice presidential debate with Tim Walz and JD Vance. Tim Walz effectively said that hate speech wasn't covered by the First Amendment. A comment, by the way, which didn't make it to the official transcripts, I noticed. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It didn't. No, I think it was because he was speaking at the same time as Vance. That might be the excuse. Chilling thing to say, though.
Well, especially when the question, who the hell defines hate, immediately exists. And the answer is the person that you least want to.
Exactly.
Always, yeah. Well, that's leveraged immediately.
Absolutely. And also, Walz has a lot to
So, here's the ridiculous gaslighting about hate speech. Hate speech, at least in Canada, it's pretty well defined. It's any speech that encourages violence towards a protected class. So, if you were to say, the Holocaust never happened and the Jews made it up because they wanted sympathy so that they could better take control of the government and basically steal all your money and destroy the world. Like, that's clearly a type of speech that would encourage violence towards a protected group of people. Any reasonable person, any person who believes that would be reasonably expected to commit violence against Jews because you've believed in this, theory that Jews are evil and they're trying to destroy your way of life. Does Jordan Peterson think that people, spreading this kind of nonsense, there's a group of people that are evil and they worship Satan and they're literally trying to destroy the world? Is that the kind of speech that you would want to allow? Would you want somebody like Hitler to be able to speak freely and promote anti-Semitic propaganda? Because whenever you ask somebody like this, like Ben Shapiro, I highly doubt they would be comfortable with admitting they would have allowed Hitler to speak freely when he was writing Mein Kampf and after he got out of prison and started spreading anti-Semitic propaganda.
To cover up, because it's going to come out what's been happening to these kids, and he kind of made that possible in his life.
Absolutely.
Outrageous.
It's fucking insane that people like Peterson are considered intellectuals.
Be the first human to move 1,100 pounds from the ground all the way up. What you witnessed was a categorically superlative feat of humanity. This is not something anyone just does. And the only other...
Maybe based on sort of explosive power, so we do lots of ball slams, get-ups, burpees, a bit of leg workout, all explosive, shoulder power.
Okay, yeah. If you're already really big and strong and you want to reach the pinnacle of explosive athletic performance for your sport, doing a little bit of training specifically geared for really fast contractions of your muscles, ballistic movements, that sort of thing is really, really wise. I will say, in direct literature, it's clear that up until you get very strong, and some of the literature indicates a squat of double your body weight to roughly parallel, actually getting stronger makes you more powerful, which is to say explosive, than just working on speed and power training. So if you're not really strong yet, the explosiveness training can help, but just getting stronger helps better. Of course, Eddie Hall is way stronger than those normative standards, so he should be using this.
Josh.
That's disconcerting. When a 330-pound man moves that fast, bad news if you're trying to play sports against him. Really bad news if he's trying to punch your lights out. I would fight Eddie Hall, but under the condition of, if he kills me, my family gets $1 billion, and no other reason. Unless it was OnlyFans and it wasn't a fight. What would we be doing? I have a list, but... all of the muscles that pull you down this way. The thing is, most people do them wrong. How? They don't use a medicine ball that is sufficiently heavy to require you to really push super hard. 2, they kind of just mail it in. I've coached a lot of...
You ever watched Mooncat's channel? No, not familiar with them.
Athletes, and a lot of them were great. But some athletes, they're not going to try unless you tell them, and by tell I mean scream, and by scream I mean threaten death. And so for some athletes and lots of regular gym folks, they'll do medicine ball slams for power, quote unquote, but what they're really doing is just going, you can't let gravity take over. You have to visualize ultimate power generation. One of the ways that's helped me is there is something on the... Scott, if we put a gorilla in that room and also gave it a banana, and would it think it's looking through a mirror? The gorilla's like, oh.
I think if you're just someone my size, you need a little bit of a carb kick just to get you through the session. So something like a banana, really fast digesting, natural sugars.
When did Eddie Hall make this video? I thought he was on the carnivore diet.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, I've been on the carnivore diet for 3 months. I've eaten nothing but steak, eggs, salmon, bacon, cheese, milk, basically anything meat and dairy.
Dude, any day now, any day, this guy is gonna drop dead of a heart attack, and I'm gonna make a big fucking I told you so video.
Session. We're gonna head to Manchester now, get a DEXA scan. We're gonna find out exactly what my body fat is. See you there. Got from the DEXA scan before my lunch. So when I started this fill, I was 167.9 kilo with around about 20% body fat. That's obviously done with the calipers, not accurate, but and then the DEXA scan, which I've had done.
There is no fucking way he was 20% body fat before dieting. No fucking way in shit.
Today, this morning, I'm 159 kilos, so I've lost 9 kilos, and they had me, and this is accurate, obviously.
So he only lost fucking 9 kilos in 3 months, so that would be roughly 20 pounds in 3 months. 7 pounds weight loss average every 4 weeks.
You can't get any more accurate than DEXA. 19.9% body fat, and my lean mass.
Wait, what?
From years where I've done pretty much a diet of 70% healthy. Got from the DEXA scan before my lunch. So when I started this fill, I was 167.9 kilo with around about 20. The DEXA scan, which I've had done today, this morning, I'm 159 kilos, so I've lost 9 kilos. And they had me, and this is accurate, obviously you can't get any more accurate than DEXA, 19.9% body fat.
That is hard still for me to believe that he's at 19%. How is his face? He literally has like a baby. Like, he doesn't have a baby face, but like he has this round, like bloated face like a baby. He's at 19%, well, 20. It said 19.9. Does he just hold body fat in like the weirdest fucking way imaginable, where it's like all in his face? Bend over, donate $2, breaking news. Let me see. Oh yeah, I heard about this.
Protester, not just in our country, it's happening in the world as well. I don't know if...
who has been a protector of the being held in jail in Greenland.
That man needs us.
These supporters like me.
Were the charges dropped, or is he just out on bail? Like, it's fucking retarded that he was jailed, period, but... Thanks for the donation, Ben. Grand Dam, donate $2. The comments in that Eddie Hall video are a bunch of carnitards chilling about his abysmal LDL score. The guy reading blood work is driving me nuts. If you brought him on just to bait more people to comment, it's working on me. Stop wondering if the carnivore diet, which is known to be one of the least inflammatory diets there is causing inflammation. With pretty good predictability, like most people who go on the carnivore diet, either they get no reduction in C-reactive protein, which is a sign it's inflammatory, because if you lose weight, especially a significant amount of weight, most people go on the carnivore diet because they're overweight. That's a sign that the diet's inflammatory. Generally, significant weight loss will bring down C-reactive protein. But usually people who are normal weight, if they go on the carnivore diet, you'll see C-reactive protein go up. And again, especially since a lot of these people are also eating like butter and shit, yeah, absolutely is pro-inflammatory. Stop trying to rationalize it, saying it's this or that, then suggest adding more inflammatory carbs to solve it. Carbohydrates are not inflammatory. Oh my god. There's no helping some people, dude. Like, there's just always going to be idiots. What exercises did you do for chest growth? Bench press. Bench press and dumbbell flies mostly. I do a little bit of incline pressing, like once per week, but yeah, it's mostly just flat bench and dumbbell flies.
And my lean mass has gone up 0.5 kilo.
Yeah.
So I'm 123 kilo lean mass. That means if I was 0%...
I'm just still... This DEXA scan can't be all that accurate. His stomach is so huge, and he's saying he's at 20% body fat.
Body fat, I would be 123 kilo, 270 pounds, pure muscle. But yeah, what do you think of that?
Yeah, well, it's a great improvement. I mean, having done body fat composition testing for years in professional sport, 19.9% at 159 kgs is a very, very rare specimen, trust me.
Yeah, well, for you Americans out there, that I am bang on 350 pounds in body weight at 19.9% body fat. So I'm happy with that. So Phil, enough about that. Brought you here today to analyse my bloods. You've done a full blood count. You've got blood panels for previous. I guess what I...
Like, maybe some of the steroids he's taking is... like, and I guess maybe from being like super morbidly obese before, where he really bulked up for that deadlift. Like, I don't know if that just made his body shape different or something, but that's really hard for me to believe that he's at 20% right now.
What I want to know is how it's impacted my health, how it's impacted my blood, my hormones, my gut. Because we've done blood tests, hit me up, what's this carnivore diet done to me?
Well, okay, so the big thing is that I'm seeing, and I said I always say I'm not going to just blame the carnivore diet, but in your case, what I am seeing is very high levels of triglycerides. And what's interesting this time is they're probably the highest that I've seen on you, okay? So, you know, so those are just a lot of...
And that would be expected if you're eating ridiculous amounts of saturated fat.
A lot of blood fats obviously within the bloodstream.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that also can then correlate to non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, which I've also calculated using a few other markers as well, which most people have got that, but your levels are quite high, because it's also related to your body mass index, your waist circumference, and then also triglycerides and something called GGT. So you've
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
In 1895, a 16-year-old boy imagined himself chasing a beam of light. This thought eventually changed the world forever. The boy's name was Albert Einstein. So what really was that thought?
Okay, we'll react to this later, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, dude.
definitely got that. So triglyceride levels are literally off the chart. Also, the other big, your markers this time, the panel, to keep it really simple, is much more cardiovascular dominated, okay? So
it's hindered my cardiovascular.
Yeah, you're moving back towards sort of having cardiovascular.
So, yeah, dude, if you lose 20 pounds, your triglycerides should not be through the fucking roof and higher than they've ever been.
Vascular issues, so I'm already starting to see plaque build up.
Okay, that's not good.
Yeah, and you're also seeing the reason why that's occurring as well, because
cholesterol only becomes problematic if there's a lot of LDL particles within the bloodstream, which is a bit like having lots of cars on the motorway, and they tend to then, it's more likely that they can crash into the barriers.
Is that cholesterol?
Yeah, so it's actually, LDL. LDL is where they deliver cholesterol around the body, okay? They're not necessarily bad, because we need cholesterol everywhere, okay? Every cell in the body can make cholesterol, but the LDL cholesterol, once it starts to become high in numbers, that is much more problem than the amount of cholesterol on each particle. So it's a bit like, you could have 100 cars, you could have 100 people on the motorway, and you could have maybe just 10 cars, you got 10 in each car, that's not a problem. Or you got 100 cars. Yeah, that can become, you get more traffic on the roads.
So he's talking about his total particle count.
So there is markers then, as I said, which indicate that, and one of those markers is LPPLA2. And I've looked at your markers over years. Yeah, I've seen it really high when you were competing, and I've also seen it really low when you were really eating much cleaner.
Yes.
Okay, and now it's starting to creep back up, and that's why I've looked at something called apolipoprotein B, and your levels are much higher than they've been in the past. So you've got lots of triglycerides in the bloodstream. You've got lots of LDL particle numbers in there as well, and they are now starting to cause some inflammation in the blood vessel walls. Okay, so it's very early. It's 100% reversible.
So it's creating a bit of plaque.
Yeah, that's
it's
it.
Causing a bit of damage.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and you can clean that out. And some of the big things that clean it out are things like vitamin K2, omega-3 fatty acids, vitamin C is really good, and obviously then not putting so much traffic on the road as well, not eating so much. Okay, and also what you've always had for a while, your ferritin levels, which can also cause some damage to the blood vessels, and that's high in most men. But of course, you eat obviously a high meat diet. There's going to be a lot of iron in there.
Very dense in red meat, isn't it?
Yeah,
so that's
So I advise when that's high, I recommend personally to give blood on a regular basis.
Well, at least he's telling him he shouldn't be on the stupid fucking ridiculous diet. Like, he's literally telling him, yeah, if you eat like this, you're gonna not live very long.
Blood looking, because I know you look at the shape, the size, the ability to carry oxygen.
Yeah, the red blood cells themselves are absolutely fine. There's no issues there. You make your red blood cells within the bone marrow. The bone marrow then requires a cocktail of nutrients to do that. The white blood cells are made there as well. And I said the interesting thing then is that when we looked at the stool, your gut health has definitely deteriorated since last time. Okay, and I don't think that's coincidental.
There's not as much diversity with the diet, fruit and veg.
Yeah, and because they supply substances to certain what are known as commensal bacteria to produce short-chain fatty acids, which help to maintain the gut barrier wall. So I'm starting to see more inflammation in your sort of gut, especially in the large intestine, and I'm also seeing more sort of bile acid production, which is what you'd expect if you're eating a lot of meat, because you need the biles to emulsify fats as well. But in the gut barrier lining, there's a lot of activity going on with something known as the secretory immunoglobulin A and the beta defensins 2, and because they're reacting. I'm not just that might have just been coincidental, by the way, but I just don't think so.
Yeah, okay, so it's attacking the liver, it's attacking the gut.
It's just it's making your liver more. Your liver has definitely become more inflamed, but not just inflamed as well, but also a much higher level of fatty liver disease.
Well, let's see. You've been on the carnivore diet for 3 months. You're developing heart disease. You got inflammation in your blood vessels. You're getting fatty liver disease. The lining in your gut is also inflamed. Basically, you're dying.
Yeah, but really easy to reverse. The good thing was that all your hormones were really fine, apart from thyroid was starting to become a bit more diminished. Okay, so
which helps the metabolism and
that's it. Yeah, so you're not making so much T3, tritethionine, T4, T3 conversion. That can also be dependent on glucose. But as I said, you do make a certain amount of glucose anyway. But you're much easier. Why make it when you can eat it?
Yeah.
I think it served its purpose, and I think you're ready to just slowly introduce back these really beneficial types of disease-preventing foods and gut microbiome sort of optimization foods.
Hormones?
Yeah, I mean testosterone was really good. Your estradiol levels had gone up slightly, but still well within the optimum ratios. Growth hormone levels were also still pretty good. So, like from a hormonal perspective, because you can look at the.
I have no idea if he's still on like TRT or something. So, who knows what the fuck his drug doses are? So yeah, like no shit. If you're injecting testosterone, your testosterone's gonna be high.
Bloods and the stool, and you can see, can this person. Can they build muscle, or are they so depleted in nutrients and hormones, no matter how hard they train, they are non-responders? And that's obviously, it's not the case with you.
In your opinion, it served a good purpose, but it's time to start incorporating good things back in the diet, fruits, vegetables, little bits of carbs.
Yeah, that's it,
Get the diversity of the gut up, bring some health, bring some fibre, bring some nutrition back into your diet. And I kind of agree, and this is what I talked about this morning, is just think, for sustainability more than anything, because just eating meat and eggs and dairy is pretty boring. So putting a bit of fruit in, a bit of vegetables, it just helps me, and now you're seeing a bit of carbs, get that diversity of the gut up. So it does help me a bit. Maybe I can incorporate that.
And one other thing on that as well, is that once you're on this low carb diet, and this is...
That's hilarious. These carnivore dieters must be fucking just shitting their pants and crap. They're literally going over how he's ruining his fucking health eating a carnivore diet, and he's admitting, Yeah, I guess I'll eat fruits and vegetables again so I don't die.
This is something I missed out. I said I've written a book on the ketogenic diet. I didn't get this part. Is that you become much more glucocorticoid dominant, meaning cortisol plays a much bigger part on breaking down tissues. Yeah, and that's what I missed. Yeah, and you don't want that.
Yeah, it's a stress basically.
Yeah, I mean, there's periods of time you can have it, but if it's constant, you end up becoming skinny fat, as I say, and that's what happens.
Right,
yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Skinny fat. Right, well, thank you, Phil.
Yeah,
really appreciate you coming, mate. We did do, if you are interested, it's going to be bolted onto the end of this video, a much more in-depth talking about, markers, what my percentages were. We really went in depth. It was about 50 minutes long. Just felt it didn't quite fit in the middle of this video. But Billy's going to put... Do you want to strain anything? Feel my bicep? No. Max helps me get a good night's sleep, and sleep's the key.
So it wouldn't have made much difference, really. World, they
as well, everyone's got a different opinion on things. But I think the carnivore diet hasn't got much of a longevity for me, and sustainability, because I like my fruit and veg, and I feel like they are important factors for staying healthy and longevity in life. So,
bro, this guy does not look like he's 20% fucking body fat. Like it looks like he'd struggle tying his fucking shoes. That's still baffling to me. How the DEXA said he's at 20%.
How does it? You've done my bloods for years. You know where I've been at. What's my blood looking at right now?
Well, the interesting thing, we've done your bloods and your stool, because the stool will give us an enormous amount of information on, is that diet serving you well? Apart from just before you won World's Strongest Man, when I did your bloods, where you were eating a huge amount of food, that's probably the worst I've seen, especially the stool. Like, there was a huge amount of inflammation there. Okay, so that's starting to creep back in now, where it had gone previously. Okay?
Right. Okay.
Yeah. And
so my gut's got worse.
Your gut, from compared to last time, is worse, but it's not like what I would class as like a code red. I would say, look, it's starting to move somewhere where you don't want it to move. The gut microbiome has a very different dietary need to the human part of us. They thrive on like resistant starch, sort of fermented foods. It's a very different sort of dietary need for them compared to the human part, which absolutely needs to understand the whole, everything from the plant, fruit and herb world. Well, not everything, but a significant number of these substances there are a huge protective factor for a multitude of diseases. Yeah, and I didn't really find that from the animal world. The animal world foods turn on growth, which is great if you want to be world's strongest man and you want to put muscle on, which is crucial. And what I find with the plant and the fruit and the herbs, there are certain substances there that really does protect the body from going into a disease state. So I can see some improvements in some areas, and then some areas where you're starting to go down a rocky path.
Okay, well, hit me with the improvements first.
Yeah, okay, so I think what we do first, how I normally do is, I look at your red blood cells, okay? So I look at the health of the red blood cells, the size of them, how much hemoglobin they carry, the amount of oxygen they carry, what is the viscosity of the blood. So again, I know it's a joke on the side, your RBC hemoglobin hematocrit is high, and one of the primary reasons for that in your case, you are still genuinely very dehydrated, okay? So there's a marker on you, okay?
No, it's not possible.
Yeah, there's a marker on you.
It's not possible. I have my new product Hydro, it's impossible.
Yeah, so there's a marker there called albumin, okay?
Yeah, so the carnivore diet dehydrates you. If you're eating like virtually zero carbs, you're going to be dehydrated no matter what you do. You can take all the electrolyte hydration supplements you want, you're just going to be dehydrated.
Or albumin, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Okay. And that is only elevated. There's one of the very few...
Dude, that's hilarious too. He's like, give me the good news first. Well, the good news is you're dehydrated.
Markers, when it's high, there's only really one sort of clinical manifestation on why that is the case. On others, it could be 15, 20. In albumin's case, it's dehydration. And the number, when it gets over 50, you're starting to get into really sort of tricky territory from dehydration. You're 51.10, so you're starting to get much more dehydrated, okay? So,
okay, I mean, the blood test was done first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
So that's the worst time for dehydration.
Yeah, but if you weren't, because there's levels of dehydration, okay? There's sort of mild dehydration and there's severe, so it wouldn't have made much difference, really, from my analysis.
Okay, so you talk about the red blood cells, the size, the shape, the capacity to carry oxygen.
Yeah.
How's that looking?
Yeah, that's good. So there's a marker called MCV, mean corpuscular value. So that can indicate whether you've got B12 deficiencies, folate deficiencies, copper, vitamin C, B6, and iron. And they look really good. So if I come down the chart, now what's really interesting, once you're on a high meat diet, the reason why I bring that up is your homocysteine, which is also linked to B6, B12, and folate, and I'll explain what homocysteine is in a second, is much higher than it's ever been.
Is that good?
No, it's not, yeah. So I've seen a change in the cardiovascular...
Oh my god, this is hilarious. Hit me with the good news first. You're dehydrated and your homocysteine levels are through the fucking roof.
Sort of your blood work from a cardiovascular perspective than I've seen previously. Okay, so this will all start to make a lot more sense. But the size of your red blood cells are fine. The amount of hemoglobin and the oxygen you carry, and that's a big thing. A lot of people today are really tired because they make really poor blood. They don't carry enough oxygen. They've got chronic nutrient deficiencies. The mitochondria doesn't receive the oxygen it needs to make energy. We're okay in that. Right. Okay, so as we start, there's other markers then which are related to the red blood cells. So if I look now, this is where it starts getting interesting. If I start looking at your blood vessel walls, okay, so you've got around 60,000 miles of blood vessel walls from my research. And this time, if we look at the LPPLA2, which is lipoprotein phospholipase A2, now it's gone, like before, I know we didn't do it last time, but I've looked back through all, you'll see it further down. I look back, I mean, we've got that down to 152, I think, where your blood vessels were really healthy.
Okay.
Now, what that marker indicates here is that...
So I'm just over the safe
Yeah, you're just over, yeah. So it's just an early sign.
So optimal's 0 to 200.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Standard is 200 to 250, not 2 or 6.
Yeah. So
not far off optimal.
Yeah, but previously you've been down to 152, so we can start to see some...
That's creepy.
Yeah, and one of the biggest markers which are indicating that, because what happens is that marker is in relationship to something known as macrophages, which are white blood cells, which are going into the endothelium, the blood vessel walls, mopping up oxidized cholesterol, okay? And they're trying to clear it out. But if they become overwhelmed, then you're going to start to see this marker going up, and it's an indication that you're starting to accumulate plaque.
Okay? So the vessels are getting...
Yeah.
He literally said, give me the good news first. Oh, well, it seems like you're getting plaque in your artery walls and you're at high risk of heart disease. That's the good news.
There's more cholesterol coming there, yeah. Okay. And other particles.
Which is not a good thing.
No, it's not a good thing, no. No, the marker that sort of really indicates that more this time as well is something called apolipoprotein B, which we'll get into your cholesterol in a second. Now, apolipoprotein B, which your levels are really, really high, okay, just to indicate, if we look, it's about 443% above what they should be, okay? So you can see, so if you look, even this marker with all the percentages deviation,
oh my God,
it's all cardiovascular, okay? So very high.
What are your goals for 2025? And can you please watch Jujutsu Kaisen? It's actually really good. Okay, thanks.
People have told me to watch Jujutsu Kaisen. I tried watching it, and it wasn't bad, but it's also not something that I'm terribly interested in watching. It's like, it's just okay. I don't know if I'm actually going to spend any time watching that show. I just can't really push myself to watch it. Isaac told me it gets much better in like the second season. I don't know if I can really commit to it. As far as goals for 2025, my goals are always the same, man. Just enjoy life. That's really all there is to it. So just keep enjoying life. Thanks for the donation, though, Gohan.
Triglycerides, lots of blood fats in the bloodstream, yeah. We talk about creatine kinase is irrelevant because it's to do with your training. Yeah. Your ferritin levels are still really high, your iron levels. Yeah. That also causes endothelium damage as well, okay?
What's high? What's...
You actually, the optimum range, yeah, is 30 to 70. Don't even look at the standard range because the standard range is so distorted, yeah. It's not even worth looking at.
So optimum is 50 to 70, what?
Yeah, you're 324.
So I need to get blood.
Yeah, and I've written a whole course on...
Ideal is 57 and he's at 324? Dude, this is literally an advertisement for why not to do the fucking carnivore diet. Booty cum donate chillers. Basically, Eddie, you're on your deathbed. Yeah. Oh my god, what a fucking idiot, dude. I love how he posted this fucking video. It's just great. Yeah, show everybody why the carnivore diet will fucking kill you. Thanks for the donation, Booty cum.
Something called nutritional cardiology. Anything over 2...
How long do you expect to live? I'm not really sure, but I think I'm kind of like a weed. I'm hard to get rid of, so I'll probably be around for a while.
200 is causing damage within the blood vessel walls. Yeah,
and obviously there's a lot of iron in red meat.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of iron, and there's a huge amount of methionine, which is the homocysteine, which we're going to get onto in a second. Yeah, so it's not like these are bad. It just shows you.
Yeah, but it's not optimal. So it's not optimal. I need to go give a litre of blood, basically.
Yeah, a pint would be fine if I'm honest. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so if I come back, because all this will start, this jigsaw puzzle will come together now. Okay, so also then, so your blood vessel walls are starting to plaque. So the other thing also on the blood vessel walls, there is a marker. This is a bit better. Okay, so there's good in this bar. So ESR, which is erythrocyte, which is red blood cell sedimentation rate, that last time, but the only difference between this and last time is that you'd eaten food. Okay, so that's not really giving me one. But what this is doing, the ESR is telling me, if we look at the 10 there, so you're well within the optimum range, that at least the red blood cells are not sticking together. So it's a big inflammatory...
So less sticky blood, which is a good thing.
Yeah, it's much less sticky. And also your fibrinogen has come down as well, which acts as a clotting factor as well. But it can also be a sign of inflammation in the blood as well.
Okay, so so this is... Yeah, the plaque's gone up, but my blood has gone less sticky. So it's sort of like two opposites there.
Yeah, exactly. But you'd rather, if I'm honest with you, you'd rather neither. The most important marker here, if I'm honest with you, because ESR and fibrinogen can change with inflammation.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, Phil, is so my ESR was bad last time, okay, but my plaque was good. Yeah. So what's happened is my plaque's gone bad, and my ESR's gone good.
Yeah. You'd rather go the other way.
Really? So you'd rather the plaque be good and the ESR be
Yeah,
good?
yeah, and not necessarily bar, but even if it's a little bit over, because ESR is an inflammation marker, so it's also an acute phase reactant, so it can fluctuate. Yeah, where the LPPLA2 is not an acute phase reactant. What that means is
LP?
That's so it's lipoprotein. Yeah, so it's lipoprotein phospholipase A2. So it's a marker of blood vessel wall accumulation of the plaque. Now that doesn't change whether you're very inflamed or not. It's a marker that is telling you exactly, because you've got some markers which are known as acute phase reactant. If you did 10 sets of 10 squats now, heavy, your creatine kinase levels, your ferritin levels, they go up. Okay, yeah. So even ALT will go up as well. Certain liver markers, AST, and you also get negative acute markers. Albumin is one of them, in fact. But LPPLA2 is not neither. So if it's there, it's in there. That didn't really change it. So that's sort of that's definitely telling us that there's a little bit of change going on there. And I'll explain why that's happening in a second. And sorry, there's another marker then called high sensitivity C-reactive protein, and your levels, so that's good as well. So high sensitivity C-reactive protein is also a marker of inflammation along with C-reactive protein. So that's good. Inflammation, so like you were saying that the inflammation you were starting to feel less inflamed, yeah?
100%. Yeah, nowhere near as sore. I was able to train hard and the next day feel like I haven't trained.
Yeah.
I've never really had that before.
Well, I think a lot of problems as well. Once you combine like a carbohydrate and protein in a meal, right, you get a lot of inhibition of stomach acid. So when you eat a meal, so for example, if it's say steak, rice and vegetables, and this is scientifically validated by the way, if you eat the steak first and the vegetables,
I'm a big believer in this.
Yeah, and then I leave at least 5 minutes,
So I'm a big believer in this, right? So when I was a young boy, my nan said, always eat the good stuff first. So I'd always eat my meat first, then I'd eat the vegetables, and I always eat the nice stuff last, i.e. the chips, the mash.
Exactly.
And that served me well for life.
Yeah, well, it really does. It has a much better effect on hydrochloric acid production. And then what the HCl does, when it's at a certain level, it's also signaling the pancreas to release enzymes further down the intestinal tract and the small intestine. So if you mash all that together, you get much less HCl production, you get poorer pancreatic enzyme production, and that's when you get all the bloating and all that, yeah?
So my nan was right.
Oh, she was bang on, yeah, absolutely. So inflammation in the blood vessels is fine, so it's just it's the plaque buildup. So, okay, so as we start coming down the list then, again, the interesting thing on your immune system this time as well, it looked like you've got elevated neutrophils, you've got very low lymphocytes.
Booty come to any tellers, is Eddie like fully retarded? What did he think was gonna happen? I guess he drank a little bit too much of the Carnist Kool-Aid, but you know, we always warn them. How many fucking times have I told some fucking juice heads that if they keep taking steroids, they're gonna fucking die, and then, you know, all these people, Rich Piana, what was his name? Joe Lindner. Like, all these people have fucking croaked. We told them ahead of time, but they wouldn't listen, and then, you know, you're gonna have these carnist fucking idiots who are gonna fucking have heart attacks and shit. We warned them, but they wouldn't listen, so thanks for the donation though, Bootycum.
Your eosinophils, which are always high, which are more reactive to food sensitivities. It can also be to intestinal parasites, but you haven't got any because we've looked at your stool, which we'll go through shortly. Your basophils seem to be much higher this time as well, which are more sort of reactive to sort of food allergens or also allergens in the air and stuff like that. So it's an inflammatory response. That's gone up, okay? That's gone up. Yeah, so the basophils have gone up. And also, what you've got this time is something called the neutrophil to lymphocyte ratio, and your levels this time is really quite high. Okay, and that indicates, which you'll see on the report, what would be classed as they would class it as a chronic viral infection. But the immune system's fluctuating. But the interesting thing with this is...
What? He has markers that classify as a chronic viral infection from eating nothing but meat? Look at his face! Oh my god, he looks like a confused gorilla.
The immune system in your gut, where 70% of the immune system resides, is a lot worse this time than it's ever been. Okay, so...
I will say this. So other than I lost my voice near the start, which was quite bad, but I have not been ill on this diet, not once.
Yeah. Well, the body's fighting like hell, which you'll see in a second, okay? So, okay.
Dude,
so
this is hilarious.
But that can happen, so I'm not going to blame the carnivore diet for that. That can happen, you know, that can fluctuate. I mean, I look at, you know, I've looked at thousands of bloods, you know, whether you're on a carnivore diet or not, the immune system is like a roller coaster, okay? So I'm not going to blame that. But it is interesting when I look at the stool.
Jones vs Aspinall confirmed by Dana White for 2025. I'm so hyped for this fight. Fun fact, Jones will be an underdog for the first time in his career versus Tom. A lot of people claimed Jones was scared and now he's fighting Tom. Will you watch it, dumb nerd?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to watch that. John Jones definitely isn't afraid of fighting Aspinall. Even Aspinall said he's not afraid. He just wants to get, you know, big enough payday. So I think Jones is going to win. I think at this point, like, he's just the GOAT. I don't know if he'll ever fucking lose, but thanks for the donation, Tool.
Which you look at, that does seem to be definitely a lot more agitated. when you look at your all your blood sugar markers this time, so things like your fasting glucose, your hemoglobin A1C, that's come down quite a bit, which is what you'd expect because you weren't consuming. Hemoglobin A1C is a diabetic marker. It's a marker of glucose on the hemoglobin molecule of the red blood cells. It's classed, like if it gets over 6, I believe in the UK, or 6.5, I think it's 6, it would be classed as type 2 diabetic, okay? And your levels are much lower than what they were previously because you're not consuming glucose. But the markers which are even better on an accurate marker are things like your C-peptide. So C-peptide is part of the insulin chain. It's more accurate than insulin, fasting insulin, to read it.
Dodo donated $2. Read the comments. Also, make sure you don't forget to watch the videos I sent later. I will. Russia says it has developed a vaccine against cancer that will be rolled out to patients for free. I'm skeptical of that. I know Pfizer's working on a cancer vaccine. And it's pretty effective already. I don't know if there's been some sort of industrial espionage where they basically stole, like, Pfizer's technology. That's interesting. I know Putin has cancer. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Because it's in the bloodstream for a lot longer. Okay, and your levels are absolutely brilliant. So that's the good thing on things like the carnivore diet. I like carnivore diet, keto diet for people who've got what is called some metabolic syndrome, where they carry a lot of body fat. They're not doing well. Then for a period of time, absolutely switch them over, and then very slowly bring in some really healthy, sort of like fibrous type vegetables.
Well, that's literally what I'm doing.
Yeah, and that's it.
But I was a fat shit 3 months ago.
Yeah,
and then I'm now bringing in fruit veg. So I'm doing exactly what you say.
Yeah. Yeah, so, okay, so that's good, that's improved.
Okay, so.
And I tell you what was right, so this is where it gets the fun part now, okay? Cholesterol levels, which are always very high with you anyway, but the interesting thing, cholesterol doesn't tell the true picture of cardiovascular disease.
There you go, so the amount of people, because I eat so many eggs, and the amount of people like, your cholesterol's going to be for the roof, right? Let's hear it from the horse's mouth right now. What's my cholesterol looking like?
Well, the interesting thing with cholesterol, it is through the roof, but there's a number of reasons.
So many idiots said, because I'm eating so many eggs, my cholesterol is going to be through the roof. Why don't you tell them? Well, your cholesterol was through the roof. Oh my god, what a fucking idiot. What did you expect?
Why that can occur, okay? And then I'm going to explain the correlation with cholesterol and the potentiation of cardiovascular
Dude, what a
disease,
dumbass.
which are way more relevant than total cholesterol. That's what total cholesterol is the summation of HDL cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, and I believe triglycerides as well, and that's it. So it's just a number, okay? But the number doesn't really tell you a lot, and even the world's leading lipidologists will tell you this. What will tell you more is not, so if you look at the LDL cholesterol, for example, the so-called bad cholesterol, which is misinformation, because cholesterol is cholesterol, whether it's on HDL or LDL. LDL cholesterol is simply the vehicle that transports cholesterol out into the periphery to offload cholesterol and other fat-soluble nutrients. This is where it gets interesting, okay? That's all LDL cholesterol is measuring the amount of cholesterol in a certain volume of blood. That is not really that important. What is important is something called apolipoprotein B, okay?
Yeah, so ApoB looks at your total particle count. Now, this is a little misleading. For your average person, LDL is about as good as a marker as ApoB, because rarely ever in a normal population do you have any discordance between your LDL and total particle count. If your LDL goes up, your total particle count goes up. Now, if you're diabetic, you can get a very big discordance. You can actually get a pretty significant reduction in LDL, but your total particle count can be massively increased. So ApoB is better for, like, everyone, like all populations of people, but if you're a normal person, non-diabetic, LDL, you don't need to get your ApoB measured. It's like it's going to give you roughly the same level of risk.
And what apolipoprotein B does, you can see it's gone up quite a bit this time, it is really high. That tells me that you have a significant number of LDL particles in the bloodstream. That is much more accurate on looking at the potentiation of cardio, and that's why your LPPLA2 has gone up as well. So if you think about it, if there's a shitload of cars on the road, loads and loads, there's a strong chance there's going to be a couple of crashes into the barriers, Now the barriers this time is your blood vessel walls, the endothelium. They start accumulating, there's so much opportunity that they end up crashing into these barriers, they get in there, and that's where the macrophages start to come along, they're trying to clear them up. And doing so, if there's too many of these particles in the endothelium, these macrophages macrophages can become foam cells, and that's when you're going to start to get this plaquing starting to accumulate. So there's a couple of stages of what is known as atherosclerosis, which is narrowing of the blood vessels. That is one of your biggest predictors. There's a number of predictors of cardiovascular. Now, the other thing that's really interesting as well, once we sort of come in just down to this marker, and you'll see the homocysteine levels, Homocysteine also causes blood vessel wall damage, if it's too high. Now, homocysteine is a metabolite of methionine, which is found in significant amounts in meat, That's not a bad thing. The interesting thing is with methionine can be converted into glutathione and also something called SAMe if it's at an optimum level. When it's too high, because it's usually metabolized via B6, B12, and folic. Now, your levels are fine on that. The problem was you were eating so much meat, the methionine. So I would say to somebody on the carnivore, just make sure you really keep an eye also on your homocysteine levels. And there's some great methylating products like trimethylglycine, methylated folic, methylcobalamin. They will have a significant effect on optimizing that, because the homocysteine is also a marker of methylation, and that is involved in literally billions of metabolic sort of processes that take place within the body. So that is another indication that that's gone up, So again, not attacking the carnivore, just be smart, And if you think about it, if you were on the carnivore diet,
yes, be smart. Don't eat the carnivore diet
full time and you didn't supplement, I think this would be a lot worse. Imagine your vitamin C levels.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've been carried on with my supplements.
Definitely. Okay, then. So as we come, you've also got very high levels of triglycerides. So you have definitely got what would be classed as non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Okay. So and it's much more prevalent than what it's been previously. Okay. So and again,
dude, he lost weight, and he's gotten non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and it got worse. That is insane. It got worse after losing weight. Like, you'd have to be a psychotic retard to follow this fucking diet.
It's not really... Non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is not really calculated on, believe it or not, your liver enzymes. It's more to do with your triglycerides, your waist size, your body mass index is a big one, and then also something known as GGT, which is gamma glutaminyl transferase, which we'll look at in a second. So I've calculated what you were, and you were right in the red zone on that, and the liver needs a lot of nutrients from both the animal world and the plant world to function optimally on the detoxification pathways. So there's different phases in there. So triglycerides are super high, and as we come further down then, we start looking at your liver. Okay, so we're right on that now. So if we look at this time.
So this is a big one. So Sean Baker, who wrote the book on the carnivore diet, I can't remember the conversation exactly, but he said to me, your liver markers will go through the roof, but there is a good reason for it, and it's not to worry. What's your opinion?
I kind of, the calculation on this, when the liver markers go high, so the primary liver marker, if I'm honest with you, is ALT. That's the higher it goes. The reason why.
Yeah, dude, of all people to fucking listen to, Sean Baker, like... Oh, yeah, Sean Baker said, every single one of your fucking markers are gonna show that you're fucking dying, but just ignore it. Like, yeah, established medical science has proven this is bad for you, but just ignore it. Like...
It's going high is because there's inflammation in the liver. Okay, so, if there's no reason to worry over that, then I've sort of missed that sort of research. And yours is probably... the second highest I've seen in 10 years at the moment. But like, it's not like, am I shitting myself over it? No, I'm not. It's just, it's telling you, look, all is not quite well. And as I said, when you do the calculation, as I said, of your...
Like, why would you continue doing a diet like this?
Your triglycerides, your body mass index, your waist circumference, and this marker, then GGT, which has actually come down, by the way, but it's still, the optimal level isn't 30, it's around 21 from my blood chemistry research. But that's still good, but you still would be classed as quite a severe, I wouldn't say severe, that's a strong word, of like early stage non-alcohol, which most people have got anyway, if I'm honest with you. But that's why I'm so big, as I said, in providing the liver also with a cascade of nutrients from the plant world as well to clear it as well. It's too much saturated fat. But it can also be too much.
Carnivore is, it's fats and proteins.
And you can get it also through too much sugar, too much glucose. In this case, there's a change. So GGT has come down a bit. It's still well within the optimal range, but I said it should be around 2024, I think, from my latest blood chemistry research. And that's good. That's come down. And that's a marker of sort of toxicity levels, glutathione levels as well, and it can also indicate sort of inflammation in what is known as the biliary tree. So that's a bit of an improvement there. And then we look at total protein then. So total protein on a blood chemistry is not the amount of protein you're eating, it's really the summation of albumin and globulin. Okay, and I said albumin is really a carrier. It carries testosterone, it carries calcium. It's also a buffer in the bloodstream. And so when it's elevated, it does indicate, joking aside, dehydration.
And that's looking good, isn't it?
So you're up to 51 in that. Okay, so that is the sign, as I said, that you are dehydrated. And also globulin is good. So the globulin's good. Yeah, and the globulin is more indication on a number of things, but when it's high, it can indicate like sort of poor stomach acid, etc. Not seeing that, or when it's low, usually, I'm surprised it's not higher really, because it can indicate also digestive inflammation, and you have got a shitload of that. So we'll skip past that. Bilirubin.
You got a shitload of digestive inflammation.
I tell you what I have seen, I think, in credit to the carnivore diet on this, is much lower oxidative stress. So there's 3 markers on here which can indicate, and oxidative stress is meaning really that there's not enough antioxidant in the system to sort of eradicate what is known as free radicals. Okay, free radicals are a bit like terrorists who run the system and just causing chaos. Antioxidants like bouncers put them into order. Now, when I looked at your bloods last time, so there's 3 markers which indicate that GGT is 1. Your levels were much higher last time, so much lower this time. Yeah. Then there's also bilirubin is another one which can also act as an antioxidant. Your levels are much lower this time. And the other third one, so there's 3 main markers in the blood chemistry which can indicate oxidative stress. And the other one is uric acid. And unbelievable, your uric acid levels, which would be class, it's come down a lot. So that tells me your oxidative damage is coming down as well, which is really good. And you would expect uric acid to go up quite high on a high meat diet. But also what can also shift uric acid up as well is lots of the fruit juices which you were consuming last time.
Not a shitload,
but the cranberry juices and all. So that's an improvement there. Okay.
By the way, he was literally consuming 2 liters of cranberry juice a day, per day. So yeah, his diet was shit beforehand. Like, don't be fooled that, oh, the carnivore diet is good for reducing uric acid. Like, no, he was drinking 2 liters of fucking cranberry juice a day.
Okay, so gallbladder's working fine, your emulsifiant fats, all your electrolytes are really good, sodium, potassium and chloride.
That's the hydro.
Yeah, and also calcium and magnesium. Okay, so your calcium, if you look at you'll see your calcium levels have gone up, okay?
Yeah, I'm drinking a lot more milk and yogurt.
I wouldn't do that, okay? Yeah, well, you're not now. And
I've cut it down a bit, actually, since doing the fruit veg.
Yeah, well, the only reason your calcium has gone up, really, if I'm honest with you, is because your albumin has gone up. Albumin carries calcium. Okay, so if that's high, then you normally see calcium. Calcium and phosphorus are controlled by something called the parathyroid gland. Okay. It's very hard for that to become non-functional, even though it can. Yeah. Okay, so you're creating kinase, magnesium, in fact. So magnesium, as you know, it's exactly the same as last time. It's a real tough mineral to keep up. It's something you have to take at least 3 times a day, in my opinion, which is what I do with my clients.
Yeah, it's in the hydro drink.
Yeah, and also
all day, every day.
Yeah, you need at least what is known as elemental magnesium, which is the amount you can absorb. So if you look at the magnesium in your drink, right, it should say the total, and then it'll say the elemental, which means the amount you absorb. Okay. From the world's leading expert in that field, it's around 600 milligrams you need. And obviously you're a lot bigger than me. So and magnesium is so crucial for insulin to function on the insulin receptor. Okay, as well as a trillion other things that magnesium will do. Okay, creatine kinase. So this last time you're creatine kinase, which is a muscle cell damage marker, but it can also be a marker of cardiovascular damage as well. But that's not the case, because I can see other markers there which is not indicating you've got, like, you've had a myocardial infarction or something like that. But you're definitely training harder last time than what you were this time. Yeah. Your body was breaking down a lot more muscle tissue. And sometimes also you get used to what you're doing. Even though you're training hard, the body's super smart. It's always adapting. Yeah, so that's that. But that still tells me that you're training with a lot of intensity. So a lot of people I see say, oh yeah, I train 6 times a week. And then you look at that mark and say, well, you may be training 6 times a week, but you're not doing fuck all. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you visit a facility with equipment in, and you take up the space. Okay, so right, lipase. So we're going to go into your pancreas and say amylase and lipase are good. Your pancreas, from an enzyme perspective, is awesome. And I'll tell you why that's so important shortly, okay? This is why you did so well also on a carnivore diet. Because a lot of people won't do well on a carnivore diet. If they've got Helicobacter pylori, which is very common, I see it all the time, they produce much less stomach acid, so they can't break down the protein. They don't get the signaling into the pancreas to release all the enzymes, also is involved in sort of protein digestion as well as fat digestion. And then food just sits there and it causes a lot of putrefaction. You haven't got that. That's why you did good as well. Yeah, you got a real strong digestive. You're producing plenty of stomach acid. You haven't got Helicobacter, and your pancreas is like a fucking elephant. Honest, it's one of the highest readings I've seen on it. So that means it's releasing a lot of enzymes. Yeah, okay, so also then lactic dehydrogenase is a bit like creatine kinase. When it's high, there can be other reasons. In your case, it's muscle tissue breakdown. Yeah. It's an enzyme that's found in every tissue, every cell of the body. Okay, so we got into the CRP. Now, what has which is still pretty high on this, in fact. So you can see the anion gap, which is sort of related, and your sort of
Death of a Rabbit donate $2. What does it take to reach advanced status? What does it take to be able to bench 315 in terms of muscle size, time, frequency? Getting up to 315 was relatively easy for me. So in terms of muscle size, that's going to be kind of different from person to person. The size difference between, like, me when I bench 315 versus when I benched 410 is pretty fucking massive. I needed a lot more fucking muscle to bench 410 versus 315, but, like, that's, 100 pounds weight difference. But I think I got up to benching, like, around 235, 240 for sets of 3, and then I went on Yeah, I went on a pretty high frequency program. I was doing 4 sessions per week. So I would do a 1 rep max, which was like a training max. So it wasn't a true 1 rep max. It was probably like 95% day 1. So I do like 95% for 1 rep. Then I do 90% for 3 to 4 sets of 3. Then day 2, I would do 60% for, I think it was like 4 sets of 3. Then I do 80% for 3 sets of 5. And then day 4, I would do, I think it was like, yeah, I think it was something like 70% for 3 sets of like 4 or 5, something like that. It was very high frequency. I never did too much like rep work, and I'd really vary the intensity. And just doing that for a few weeks, like I think it was about a month and a half, that got me up to a 315 for a 1 rep max, and that took me about a month and a half. So I was able to pretty quickly get up to 315 once I could do sets of 3 with like 230, 235-ish. But yeah, then after that, I had to go on pretty prolonged hypertrophy blocks to get up to 410. But you might want to try a high frequency routine. I know some people have gotten like good results doing like a small of bench routine. I don't know exactly what I'd describe as advanced training age. Like, I would say if you can only add, like 5 pounds to a lift after, like about a month-long meso, you're probably around the advanced stage. Or sorry, like 5 pounds every like 2 months, you're probably around the advanced stage at that point. But thanks for the donation, Death of a Rabbit. Appreciate it. Like, really, if you're running a strength block and after like 2 mesos you're just stuck, like you cannot lift any more weight, like you're not even able to add 5 pounds, just go on a prolonged hypertrophy phase. Something that lasts at least 4 months. I would generally recommend doing hypertrophy phases for at least 6 months. And then grow some more muscle, then try another strength phase. But yeah, if you're on a strength block and you're not able to add any weight to the bar after 2 mesos, just go on a hypertrophy phase. Unless you can deduce that there's like some obvious problem with your training program.
It says CO2 there is bicarbonate. Those markers there are an indication, like the lower the CO2, the more acidic you are.
Once you can do about 265, 270 for sets of 3, you should be able to do 315. Should be able to, like, you might be able to get away with a little bit less. You might need a little bit more, but right when you're around the 265, 270 range, you should be able to get to about 315.
Okay, which is what you'd expect on a high meat diet, because the alkaline foods are not coming into the system. Okay, so the body will pull nutrients out of bones, things like calcium to help to buffer as well. They use magnesium and also use albumin. So you're a lot more acidic this time than what you were last time. And enzymes need to function in an optimum pH level. So you'll find as you start, like I would advise someone if they were on a carnivore diet, what I would also do as well is probably like every morning on an empty stomach, take a half to 1 teaspoon of sodium bicarbonate with some lemon juice. Keep the system really alkaline.
I've been doing that.
Yeah, and that's awesome. Yeah, so things like that.
Sean Baker actually.
Yeah, right, okay. Yeah, well done, Sean. Okay, so I mean, it's one of the products I developed. My first product I ever developed was a sodium bicarbonate drink with potassium, calcium, and magnesium bicarb, and I just saw phenomenal results of that with lots of people. Okay, thyroid. The interesting thing on the thyroid, right? The thyroid can take quite a significant hit on a low carb diet. Okay, so to convert T4 into T3, there's a number of things you need in place like magnesium and selenium. I do believe as well, I think it's glucose or insulin is involved in also T4 to T3 conversion, which means going from inactive to active. Okay, so T3 is like, it really is the driver of metabolism, no doubt about it. And you can see this time, you're much lower in, like your thyroid stimulating hormone is fine, so the message to the thyroid is absolutely fine. What you're doing this time, you've got much lower levels of T4 and also much lower levels of T3. So is it clinically low? No, but it's definitely reduced, which is what you'll find on a very low carb diet. But like I said to you previously, the interesting thing, when you don't consume carbs, you can make your own carbs, but there is a cost. Yeah, and the cost is really, you're robbing from Peter to give to Paul. You're breaking down other tissues. There's 5 different metabolic pathways in the body that is involved in what is known as gluconeogenesis, the production of new glucose. And one of the main pathways as well is that you have a much higher levels of what are known as glucocorticoids, and cortisol has been one of those, okay? You become a bit more, that's why it's quite hard long-term on a truly carnivore diet.
So trying to understand that. So your body is stealing nutrients from other places to create carbs.
And it can also use different metabolic pathways. So it can break down muscle.
Yeah.
It can also use amino acids.
Right.
Yeah. It can also break down fat. So it can use the glycerol in fat as well. There's something known as the Cori cycle, where I believe it can convert pyruvate into lactic, but it's one of those. It's either way. And there's one more cycle as well, which I forget what that is. But there's 5 different pathways. Now that's fine because we've evolved in periods where there would have been no carbohydrate available, like during ice age. That's why we saw efficient. But the ironic thing is, you're much better off, in my opinion, supplying a certain amount of carbs so the body doesn't have to keep doing that. So I think it's healthy now and again to do it. I think if you're chronic,
yeah, it's fucking retarded. Like, why would you do that?
you're obese, do it. Yeah, and then once you get there, what I would do then is provide very healthy types of carbohydrates. Things like I said, like boiled potato, green bananas are very good. They're very high in resistant starch, and then also some carbohydrates from green leafy vegetables, etc. Yeah.
So you think so? A small amount of carbs is actually very beneficial.
Yeah, for both the gut microbiome and also from a hormonal perspective.
And you don't become from stealing from other places.
You don't become so cortisol dominant. Okay. Yeah, things function much better.
So how big amounts are we talking? Because I'm having no carbs other than the fruit I'm having in the morning.
Yeah,
I'm having no carbs.
Yeah, I would in the evening. What I would do is put some boiled potatoes in there or some rice.
Okay.
Yeah, just
a small amount.
I'd say about 200-300 grams. Yeah,
quite a lot.
Yeah, but once I do it on via my nutritional software, you see there's not much carbohydrates in that, and really maybe about 70 grams, something like that. Especially in the potatoes. Anyway, the rice is a bit different. But yeah, I would definitely, and then also things like I said, fruit.
Death of a Rabbit $2 is cool. After this mezzo, I'll try a high-frequency strength block. I have hit 250 for one. Literally just 2 months ago, I failed 175 bench. Bro, 315 is around the corner. Give me a couple months. My advice after nearly tearing my pec doing 410 is just let the gains come to you. There's no need to rush things and hit a certain weight by a certain point in time. If you're training consistently injury-free, you will get there eventually, and in all likelihood, you will probably make the gains faster than if you try to force it, because you're just at a much lower likelihood of injury. So don't feel pressured to hit 315 by a certain time or 405 by a certain time. Just train in a manner that is sustainable and won't increase your risk of injury substantially. You'll probably get there faster anyway. So that's my advice from being there doing that. The amount of tendon strains that I got from trying to, get as strong as fucking possible as quickly as possible. It might have taken me, it might have ended up just taking about as long anyway, because I had to take some time off just healing from some of those pec strains. So, yeah, just have a sensible routine with a sensible progression plan and just let the gains come. Like, if you're not on steroids, you're going to get as strong as you're going to get, pretty much, you know, assuming you're getting an adequate training stimulus. The difference in progress is not going to be all that, you know, substantial if you're trying to absolutely maximize progress by having, like, the highest amount of volume you could possibly handle. But, yeah, if you could do 250 for one, I don't think it's going to take you that much longer to get to 315. Like, based on my experience anyway, going from like 250 to 315 was fairly easy. Thanks for the donation though, Death of Rabbit. W donated $2, some videos for later, and looks like Japan finally doing something against Western banks. Let me see.
Hey guys, we've got a brief update here on the situation that I talked about the other day regarding Japan and the ongoing situation with payment processors. This is a situation that's been going on for quite a while now, going back years even. And in the prior video I made from a few days ago, I did a bit of a recap on the most recent stuff occurring in the payment processor situation with Japan, so to speak. So if you're not familiar with this topic at all, please consider watching the prior video for additional context, as I don't want to do another TLDR recap sort of thing here because, as mentioned, I just did one 2 days ago and it would be way too redundant for people who just watched that one. But anyways, after the recap part of that video, I discussed how Japanese politician Haro Yamada had addressed a situation where a Japanese otaku dating site had Visa suspending their services on that website. This, of course, being the latest incident in this whole payment processor mess. And this mess with payment processors going after Japan for various reasons that seem extremely hypocritical when you see what else they're servicing in the West had reached such a boiling point that Yamada Taro had essentially said that if the abuse by payment processors were to continue, then the Japanese government would respond by creating new laws to protect the people. And it seems like this threat may have actually worked, as we have a swift update here from the Japanese otaku dating site. They say, notice regarding continuation of Visa card payments important. Regarding the suspension of Visa card payments that we told you about the other day, we have just been contacted by the payment processing company and have been informed that payments will now continue. We do, however, have a lot of skepticism from the people of Japan, which we can see in the responses. Taking a look at some of the most liked quote tweets, for example, we have this one that reads, "This is absolutely unacceptable. The fact that they suspended payments and then hastily retracted the plan, thinking that a regulatory bill would be passed on the diet, shows that they were making this decision based on the arbitrary judgment of an individual. We would like Visa and the payment processing company to publicly disclose the details of this incident under penalty of perjury." For those not familiar, the diet is referring to the National Diet, which is the national legislator of Japan. Similarly, in this response, we can see someone saying, "A card company that keeps changing its ways is probably not willing to continue in an industry where trust is paramount." And this one reading, "This time payments will continue, but I will not trust Visa until payments are resumed on Nico Nico Doga and all other sites." Another one reading, "The fact that it can be overturned so easily."
What's bizarre is all of these credit card and payment processing platforms, they facilitate drug and human sex trafficking. That's where most of this money like comes from. But they throw a fucking hissy fit when people make like fucking hentai and like furry content that harms no one. There are no victims. But these are the people facilitating drug and sex trafficking. That's definitely not a good thing. That's creepy.
Hello, Wonderful Person, this is Anton, and
NASA accidentally detects an abandoned secret military base in Greenland.
This is the old Howard Franklin Bridge that carries roughly 100...
Okay, I'll have to watch that later. Thanks for the donation, W.
Fruit is much best eaten on its own, so it doesn't interfere with stomach acid. Okay. We absorb fruit is probably the most natural food for a human being to eat. Yeah, but I still, as much as meat is as well. Yeah. Like, I mean, those are foods which are hugely easily to digest, especially on. So I would tell you eat a little bit more fruit. Okay. Things like pomegranate seeds are really good, especially for prostate health for males. You know, things like the berries. And I always tell people organic all the time if you can. Okay, which I know you do anyway. Everything's organic. Yeah. Okay, then so thyroid is definitely.
Organic does not matter. It's just a fucking scam.
Taking a bit of a dip, but that won't take long to get that back. Okay. And I'm not going to blame the carnivore diet for that, but it has declined. Okay, then on the steroid hormone production, okay, so the interesting thing this time is that your testosterone levels last time were around 23, Okay, and this time they're around 25, so there's not a lot of difference. Okay, so that's the good thing. There's not like that, because sometimes when you become too cortisol dominant, you can definitely lower. When the body's in fight or flight, it will perceive this isn't time for hanky panky.
So Eddie Hall, in all likelihood, is on steroids and takes testosterone. There are countless examples of men going on the carnivore diet and their testosterone just fucking tanks. Like, look at Paul Saladino, look at Sean Baker. So, yeah, the fact that his testosterone went up after losing weight and shit like that, he's just probably on a hormone replacement.
And you go into a protection mode. Okay? So there's no real difference on the testosterone, so that's good. Estradiol levels have gone up slightly, okay, but nothing that would cause me any concern because it's still well within the clinical levels. The only thing that has probably sort of gone up a little bit, but still well within what would be classed as a functional range, is your sex hormone binding globulin. So what you've got is still a lot of free bioavailable testosterone, okay, which is a good thing, and not a lot of your testosterone is going down the estradiol pathway. Some will go down the DHT pathway. So testosterone levels are still, there's no issues on the testosterone front. Also, what pleases me more than anything as well is your insulin levels. That is very, very good. They've dropped significantly. But what's interesting when we have a look at in a second is that you're still very insulin resistant, okay? And there's another marker which is called adiponectin, which you're going to look at very, very shortly. Your prostate.
Well, by the way, if you're on a low carbohydrate diet, that is going to cause insulin resistance.
It's fine. There's no inflammation in the prostate.
And he's also eating a ton of saturated fat.
Vitamin D levels have taken a dip this time. Are you still using the sunbed?
I am, yeah.
Every 5 days, every 3 days?
Twice a week.
Yeah, so, I mean, I would probably, how many minutes are you using it for?
Just 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'd probably go up to 5 minutes, okay? You'll be fine in 5 minutes. And all those people say sunbeds give you skin cancer. So I've written a very comprehensive course on sunshine. And even a lot of real well-researched universities now advocating, again, a certain dose of sunbed when there's no sun availability. So it's dose response. And I am a huge believer, and you get a very different response from sunshine than what you do from a vitamin D capsule. Okay, that's why you need to do it. Yes, so I would up it to about or what I would do is maybe 8 minutes every 5 to 7 days. Okay, but just up you definitely need to have.
I do. I think Tuesdays and Fridays. I was 3 minutes on bed. So
okay, up it to 5. Yeah. Okay, so okay. Let's have a look then as we come down here. Okay, so everything else seems okay. The other big things on you as well is your prolactin levels. They've gone up much higher this time. There's a number of reasons that can happen. Okay, prolactin is a double-edged sword unless you've been breastfeeding. Yeah. We don't know, do we? Yeah.
Just had 2 kids.
Yeah, exactly. So prolactin males can actually produce breast milk, believe it or not. With prolactin. Yeah, I believe so from my research.
That'd be worth some money, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So
how much are you going to pay for that, guys? Go and hit me up in the comments. How much?
And
it's going to be like Superman.
Yeah, so it's much higher. Prolactin will signal the brain to trying to also it can inhibit testosterone, or prolactin can be also after sauna.
His prolactin levels increased, and he might start literally milking after being on the carnivore diet. But veganism feminizes men. And this guy is saying your prolactin levels are increased and you might actually start like producing milk.
Yeah, so regular sauna therapy, which I'm a huge advocate of, it's massive for not just recovery, it's way more than that. It's something to do with heat shock, proteins, growth hormone, etc. Also detoxification. And also, so that's gonna, but also estrogen can also increase that, okay? The more estrogen dominant male or female is, usually the higher the prolactin levels are. Prolactin is much more of an accurate estrogen marker than what estradiol is, believe it or not, in the bloods. From the research I've been looking at, whether I'm looking at the right, who knows. Also then, okay, just to move on then, your cortisol levels have increased, which is what, they're still fine, but they've gone up, and that's what, I mean, I had a guy the other day who's been on the carnivore diet for 3 years, and I have to say, again, this isn't attacking the carnivore diet, it was the worst bloods I've seen. And I look at some really unhealthy people. Yeah, so that's, and again, that is not an attack on the carnivore, so don't send the hate mail. It may have been just coincidental, but it was a true shitstorm. Okay.
Oh, gee, another person who was in terrible health on the carnivore diet.
Growth hormone, IGF, that's come down a bit, which is surprising on a animal product. But the interesting thing is as well, insulin is, insulin, which is called insulin growth factor. Growth hormone goes from the pituitary to the liver, gets converted in IGF. Insulin's involved in some of the journey. Insulin growth factor 1 is very anabolic, but you're still well within things. But one of the main things involved is how you make energy within the mitochondria. And the adiponectin is a main hormone. So you need, I would tell you to take more high-grade pharmaceutical grade fish oil. Okay. And also you can go from bouts of constipation, you start to have a much lower back.
Well, what a dumbass. Okay, let's get into the Piers Morgan aids.
Problem is occupation. The problem is occupation. The problem is apartheid. The way out of this is only by accepting us Palestinians as equal human beings.
There's still 100 hostages in Gaza. Whenever we try and rescue them, they shoot them in the back, execution style. Please, on both sides, make the deal.
How can you possibly have a full accounting of the death toll when Gaza Strip has been decimated by Israeli bombardment and so many people are still buried under the rubble? They've stolen their land, and that's not enough.
Oh my god, this is gonna be bad.
Do you like pandas, faggot? Check it out. Oh, also fuck black people to hell.
Pandas are the kings of unintentional comedy. From epic tumbles to
I do like pandas.
hilarious slip-ups, these fluffy goofballs turn every fail into pure fun entertainment.
Dude, how are pandas so silly?
Wait for it. Or just a regular panda day, eating a delicious bamboo and...
How are they so fucking clumsy, dude?
Upsie! Wait. Just trying. Don't move, bro.
Yeah, I love pandas. They're great. Thanks for that donation, Blackie Face.
Now they want to wipe them out for good. Only when the Palestinians understand that they have to take their future into their hands.
The Middle East has undergone a dramatic and dangerous transformation in 2024, but in one specific sense, we end the year as it began. Israel remains at war with Hamas. 96 hostages now remain in Gaza, dead or alive. Israeli PM Benjamin Netanyahu says he called President Trump this weekend to reiterate the need for complete victory. But the messaging about retaliation and defense has gone. This sounded more like mission accomplished.
לפני שנה אמרתי דבר פשוט. אמרתי, אנחנו נשנה את המזרח התיכון. ואנחנו אכן משנים אותו. סוריה היא לא אותה סוריה, לבנון היא לא אותה לבנון, עזה היא לא אותה עזה, וראש הציר איראן, גם היא לא אותה איראן. גם היא הרגישה את נחת זורם.
Well, Israel has pounded Syria with airstrikes since the shock downfall of President Assad. It seized control of a buffer zone on Syrian land and ordered troops to remain there for the whole of the winter. The so-called Shia Crescent, the arc of Iranian proxies that surrounds Israel, has been decimated. So Israel looks stronger and arguably safer than it did a year ago. But what about the Middle East and the rest of the world? How will Iran fight back if indeed it can? And is Palestinian death now in danger of being normalized in a game of geopolitical chess that Netanyahu clearly is beginning to win? After the next hour, we'll hear insights from all angles of the Middle East crisis, including a view from Tehran. But we begin in the West Bank and the president of the Palestinian National Institute, Mustafa Barghouti. Mr. Barghouti, welcome back to Uncensored. It's very hard to escape the conclusion that however he's managed to get there, Prime Minister Netanyahu is now winning on multiple fronts in the Middle East. What is your reading of the situation?
Well, if you consider describing him as a war criminal, as a success, then he is successful. He has been called for by the International Criminal Court, which accused him of war crimes. He has committed terrible genocide in Gaza, killing at least 50,000 Palestinians, 55,000 Palestinians, mainly civilians.
Here we fucking go, and the lies continue.
Women and children, and injured more than 106,000, many of whom will die because of his destruction of medical facilities, of all hospitals. He is a war criminal. So if you consider that a success, fair enough. But on the other hand, he is behaving as a head of an imperial power. He is dreaming of controlling the whole Middle East. His behavior and attacks on Lebanon and now on Syria, destroying all the defense abilities of Syria, is unprecedented. We didn't see anything like that except when Hitler started invading all countries around him. It's a very bad future.
This is like genuinely insane and psychotic. So he's literally claiming like Netanyahu is trying to take control of the entire Middle East because they defeated Hezbollah and they're bombing targets in Syria? Like, are you fucking psychotic?
Future not only for Palestinians and the region, but also for Israelis. Look at the issue also of the Israeli prisoners who are who they call hostages. He doesn't care about them. He continues bombarding people and places, even where these prisoners are. He doesn't care if they are killed, all of them. He cares only about himself, about his reputation, and about his aggressive plans in the Middle East.
Are you pleased that Bashar al-Assad has been deposed?
Yes. But on the other hand, I don't think any regime that is dictatorial towards its people will ever be sustainable. And we don't accept any leader anywhere in the world to oppress their people or torture them. That's for sure. But on the other hand, the question is who gave Israel...
Would you rather someone spread vaccine misinformation or Hamas misinformation? I think at this point, vaccine misinformation.
the law who allowed Israel to get into Syria and invade Syria and occupy more territories of Syria to the level that they are about 12 kilometers away from Damascus, the capital of Syria. By which law they have the right to interfere in this manner and continue even bombarding Syria when they know that there is no Syrian army to respond to them.
By the way, the U.S. has also, like this is proven now, A-10 Warthogs were attacking targets in Syria. They were clearly helping rebel forces, and there were some American troops, again, assisting rebel forces.
In my opinion, things are changing, of course, in the Middle East, and people want to be free and want to have democracy, that's for sure. But at the same time, Israel is exaggerating its main problem, which is occupying other people, and occupying and oppressing the Palestinian people, and now occupying parts of Lebanon and additional parts of Syria. That is not a recipe for solution. That is a recipe for complicating the situation.
Cool story, dude. Iran funnels weapons into Gaza through Syria. So the idea that Israel has no legitimate interests in, making sure that they have, security through Syria, this guy is just a fucking dumbass.
For making the situation even more dangerous, and it will not bring peace.
I mean, the counter-argument, of course, from Israel would be that we have, for many years, been on the receiving end of terrorist attacks from the Houthis, from Hezbollah, from Hamas, all fueled by Iran, who've also had their tentacles all over Syria, supported by Russia, and that now they've got these terrorists on the run, and they're going to finish them off and decapitate them in a way that means they cannot present an ongoing threat to the security of Israel. That, as you know, is what the Israelis would say in response. What do you say to that argument?
I ask you a question. Are the 17,000 Palestinian children who were killed by Israeli bombardment terrorists?
Here we go. Show me one war where kids haven't died. And by the way, again, where is he getting the 17,000 children figure from?
Are the civilians, the women, 12,000 women who were also killed in these bombardments, terrorists? Of course not. This is not an attack on Hamas, as you said in your introduction. It's not a war on Hamas. It's a war on the Palestinian people. And the issue...
If they were just trying to kill civilians... please explain to me why the civilian casualties aren't any fucking higher. Like, they have nuclear weapons. They could have made fucking Gaza into a parking lot. Please explain to me, if they're indiscriminately killing anybody, why do they have the best militant to civilian casualty ratio of any military that's engaged in urban warfare? Well, like, it just doesn't make any fucking logical sense. Either, they're just indiscriminately killing, and in which case you wouldn't see the militant civilian casualty ratios, or they are actually trying to take out Hamas. Both can't be true.
The issue of Iran that they keep mentioning all the time is not the root problem. The root problem is that we, the Palestinian people, have been subjected to ethnic cleansing by Israel since 76 years. 70%.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Hammer, 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 dreamer, hammer, 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 hammer.
Excellent spam, as always. Appreciate the donation, 9014. I wish Piers Morgan would call this guy, like, a faggot and, fuck women and children, so go eat shit. Like, these guys are just lying fucking assholes. What a fucking loser. Like, yeah, cry about fucking women and children. Like, do you suck dick on your spare fucking time? Do you wear women's panties? Like, you're a bitch.
Of our people were forced to become refugees and are not allowed to come back to the places they were displaced from. I see the world celebrating the fact that Syrian refugees could come home, but nobody said that Palestinian refugees should come home. Add to that Israel...
Yeah, it's because it's not their home, dipshit.
Occupied the West Bank and Gaza since 57 years, making it the longest occupation in modern history. And now it is conducting genocide, collective punishment.
They weren't occupying Gaza until October 7th. And yeah, they've been occupying the fucking West Bank because of terrorist attacks, dipshit.
Including starving people in Gaza, and also practicing ethnic cleansing. I saw today images of Jabalia, Bet Lahia. Imagine whole cities where more than 250,000 people lived are erased to the ground and people are ethnically cleansed.
Cool. So how about you return the hostages so they don't have to do that anymore?
What is that if it is not genocide? That is the problem. The problem is not Iran. Israel always tries to avoid the main core issue, which is the Palestinian issue, and the right of the Palestinian people to be free, the right of the Palestinian people to have self-determination, the right of the Palestinian people to practice democracy.
Yeah, so you're completely and utterly full of shit. Like, they've had every opportunity to create their own state, ever since the, like, fucking 1920s. But they didn't. They don't care about making their own fucking state. They already have their own state. It's called fucking Jordan. And every country that allows in Palestinian refugees, what do? They commit fucking terror attacks against the fucking government. They try to overthrow governments in Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon. So you're full of shit. They don't care about a state. They just care about killing Jews. Why are they overthrowing governments in Lebanon, Jordan, Egypt, if all they care about is building their own state? Like, you're a fucking clown, dude. Nobody takes you seriously. This fucking bitch just whines about, think about the women and children. Well, fuck women and children. Yeah, get fucking bombed. Return the hostages, fucking pussy.
They ignore that and always search for some external country or force to justify their oppression of the Palestinian people. At one point, it was the Soviet Union. Then it was Egypt. Then it was Syria. Then it was Iraq. Now it's Iran. If they solve their problem with Iran tomorrow, maybe they will be speaking about Azerbaijan. I don't know. But the reality is the root issue is not Syria. It's not Iran. The root issue is the Palestinian issue. As long as Israel refuses to accept the right of the Palestinian people to be free, the right of the Palestinian people to end occupation, the right of the Palestinian people to live in liberty and freedom and not in a system of apartheid, this problem will continue. And
there's no apartheid.
Israel will be stuck with that.
I mean, look, I agree with some of what you just said. But the idea that Iran is some kind of irrelevance to this big picture, I think is for the birds. Iran has clearly been supporting and resourcing and funding Hezbollah, the Houthis and Hamas. And also the idea that somehow it's only a war on the Palestinian people and not a war on Hamas. I don't think that is something that is credible either, because 3,000 members of Hamas poured over the border and indiscriminately attacked anyone that they could. And they killed young and old, male, female, children. They kidnapped people, they beheaded people, they raped people. They committed an act of such heinous terrorism that, of course, Israel was going to respond in force. And this idea that only responding to Palestinian civilians is clearly not true. Now, I think it's gone way too far. I genuinely do. I think it has to stop. I think the amount of children and women being killed is now getting unconscionable. But I don't think you can fairly say that the only people that they've been targeting, Israel, are the Palestinian people. They have been targeting Hamas, albeit in a way that I think has become increasingly indiscriminate. And therefore, the number of civilians being killed is getting more and more disproportionate to the original attack on them over a year ago.
I have three responses to what you said. First of all, we all know, and we've described that on your program before, this situation did not start on the 7th of October. 7th of October was not...
Oh, yes, here we go. Now he's going to do the October 7th apologetics.
It was a result. It was a result of oppression, a result of discrimination, a result of the fact that the whole Gazan population were put under terrible siege, depriving them from...
There you go. Okay, so I'm sure Piers Morgan's next question is, do you think the October 7th attack was justified, or do you support the October 7th attack? And then he's just going to dodge the question, not answer, and say, oh, well, it requires context. Fuck this guy. So this guy's just a fucking terrorist. Like again, this is just a huge dog whistle. This conflict did not start on October 7th. It started when a Jew bought a house and he said, this is my house now. And then we tried to kill the Jew. And then the Jew told us, no, you don't do that. And told us to leave. Now we have to kill all Jew.
From electricity, from clean water, from everything for 17 years. It was the result of the ethnic cleansing we spoke about, of the occupation we spoke about. So you can't say that the history started on the 7th of October. Second, the Houthis and Hezbollah were not going to attack Israel or get involved in this situation if Israel did not continue the war on Gaza. The problem was the war on Gaza, not the war in Lebanon. And now the war in Lebanon stopped, but they continue the attacks on Gaza. So the core problem, one more time, is the issue of Palestine. Third, no, it's not an attack on Hamas only. It's an attack on all Palestinians. Otherwise, as you have admitted yourself, who could justify the killing of more than 17,000 children and so many women? Who can justify destruction of 80% of all houses and shelters in Gaza?
Fuck around and find out, you fucking bitch. Like, who could justify this? I can justify this. Yeah, take hostages, get fucking bombed, pussy. I don't care how many fucking kids and women I'd fucking kill. If you kidnap my fucking family, you're getting fucking bombed. Alright?
Attributing the actions of an apartheid state to all Jews sounds pretty anti-Semitic if you ask me. Also, how about you tell Israel to return to thousands Palestinian hostages that the IOF rape and tortures? Palestinian women and children held without trial.
You're an idiot. Thanks for the donation, Ebony Gandalf. Yeah, this is fucking retarded. Like again, this is a big dog whistle. So, Hamas is able to commit a horrible terror attack against Israel, kidnap its citizens, and then say, "Oh, but there's women and children. You can't do that, you dirty, evil Jews." Fuck you. Like, it's just... Yeah, Jews are just supposed to fucking die, apparently. You don't have a right to fucking live. So... Oh, the terrorists know exactly what they're doing. They're doing everything they're supposed to. Jewish lives don't fucking matter. And if we kidnap Jews, you're not allowed to bomb us because we have your hostages. This guy is a fucking fascist, Nazi, Jew-hating piece of shit. Again, fuck around, find out. Kidnap Israeli hostages, get fucking bombed. Who fucking cares how many fucking women and children have to die for them to get the fucking message? Get fucking bombed. Fuck with Israel, get fucking bombed. If you don't like it, then don't attack Israel, don't fucking steal the hostages, get fucked, dude.
Gaza. Who can justify the fact that I lost 1,080 doctors, nurses, and health professionals who are our colleagues? Who can justify the fact? Tell me, what is the justification for Israel not allowing a single foreign journalist to enter Gaza? And then they've killed...
So that's a lie. They've allowed foreign journalists to enter.
Up till this moment, 197 Palestinian journalists. This is not an attack on Hamas. It's an attack on every Palestinian. And what can justify the attacks on us now in the West Bank? By the Israeli illegal settlers and by the Israeli army. What can justify the fact that we are under 700...
Yeah, it's called terrorism, dipshit.
Military checkpoints dividing the West Bank in 224 small ghettos and depriving us of the ability even to have economic proper system. No, this is...
Again, the only reason this is happening is because fucking Palestinians are committing terror attacks against Israel. Fuck around, find out. Like, as if anybody cares about your fucking bullshit tears. Don't fuck with Israel, everything would be fine, but you can't do that.
The problem is occupation. The problem is apartheid. The way out of this is only by accepting us Palestinians as equal human beings. As long as Israel does not accept a Palestinian as equal...
They'd accept you as equal human beings if you stopped fucking committing terror attacks.
Human being to an Israeli, this problem will continue. And that is the core issue. If the problem with Palestinians is solved, there will be no place for any Iranian intervention. It's very clear.
Mustafa Barghouti, it's always good to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Well, to debate all this, I'm joined by the Grey Zone journalist and co-host of Useful Idiots podcast, Aaron Mate, and by the...
Oh, there we go. There's the fucking anti-Semite dipshit. This guy is fucking based.
Former IDF spokesman, Jonathan Conricus. Jonathan and Aaron, welcome back to Uncensored for both of you. Jonathan, you know, whenever I speak to Mustafa Barghouti, he always presents a very compelling case for the other side. Does any part of what he said give you pause for thought?
Yeah, thank you for having me. And to begin, I will start by committing not to interrupt anybody, even though I'm sure that I will hear things that I don't agree with, and I'm sure that I will hear things that are going to be factually incorrect, but I'm not going to interrupt unless I am interrupted. And I hope we can have a meaningful exchange of points of view and hopefully ground ourselves in fact and not hyperbole.
Okay, I'm gonna take a big guess. He might be the first person to interrupt somebody. He might be.
You know, I heard lots and lots of very rich and colorful language by Barghouti, which I think he lies well, but I think it's very rich to hear a representative of the Palestinian Authority educate anybody about democracy and to speak and say as if all of the problems in the Middle East are related to Palestinians. He conveniently omitted that the Palestinians were offered 4 different peace solutions, land for peace and an end to the conflict. He omitted that Israel is the one that has been providing those peace solutions, and he omitted that he and his leaders, 2 former Palestinian dictators, and I use the word dictators because they were not elected, and I don't think that anybody anybody could argue that Mahmoud Abbas is a democratically elected leader because he's in his 19th or 20th year in a 4-year term. So to hear any lecture about democracy from a representative of a corrupt and horribly, horribly unpopular Palestinian Authority, for me, is vile. And I would suggest a different point of view. And actually, you made some of the, what you call the Israeli claims. But, you know, if the situation in Israel was so horrible, and if all of the propaganda that we hear against Israel, all of these fantastic terms that are being thrown around as if they're weightless, atrocities and war crimes and apartheid and genocide and all of the other nonsense that isn't substantiated by any facts on the ground, and I can challenge anybody that dares to say otherwise, if the situation was so horrible, then why are Syrian nationals, thousands of Syrian nationals, going on the record and asking Israel to come and help them and to actually take control over Syrian territory?
LMFAO. You're an idiot is all you respond with because you know you're wrong. Here you are saying fuck women and children, and it's fine. When it comes to stopping the genocide and supporting the resistance fighting the occupation, that's anti-Semitic. Fuck Israel.
Yeah, I'm calling you a fucking idiot because you're a fucking idiot. Everything you say is bullshit. And again, I've offered to debate anybody on this topic. You can just ask to join my Discord, and all of you fucking morons either flat out refuse and then start throwing out fucking anti-Semitic slurs, or when you do, some of you people do show up in Discord, you fucking leave. Like, you just make stupid fucking claims, I debunk those stupid fucking claims, and then you just fucking run off and leave. You're all full of shit, and you're a fucking moron. Everything you say is bullshit. So, yeah, again, get fucked. If these people want to commit acts of terrorism and take hostages, you can't say, think of the women and children. Oh, it's immoral to bomb women and children. Well, then don't commit acts of fucking terrorism and take hostages. Get fucked, okay? If you care about fucking innocent civilian lives, how about you don't kill innocent Jews and kidnap people? If you really don't want fucking your own citizens to get fucking bombed, then don't fucking kidnap people and commit acts of terrorism. Simple as that. Problem solved. I don't know how it's fucking reasonable for anyone to say, You're bombing us after we fucking killed thousands of your own civilians and kidnapped hostages? You're not supposed to do that. Fuck you. Get bombed. Thanks for the donation, Ebony Gandalf. You're a fucking
because
idiot.
They fear for their lives what Sunni jihadists will do against them. If any of all of the nonsense that we hear against Israel was true, then why are Arabs or Druze in Syria asking for Israeli protection? Clearly, the situation isn't as it is portrayed in Arab and international media. And Piers, you made a reference here to the amount of casualties. I would like to refer you...
Oh, I can already see in his eyes he's going to say something really gay.
To a recent study by the Henry Jackson Society, by Andrew Fox, one of the researchers there, who simply took apart, step by step, all of the Hamas figures from the so-called health ministry. Not 44,000, not most of them were civilians, and definitely not indiscriminate killing by the IDF. There are so many inconsistencies in the Hamas numbers, and I really suggest that you and everybody else go have a long, hard read at the document that was just released yesterday, reflected and reported upon in the Telegraph. And last point, you know what worries me the most in that same study? It says that 95%, they did a sample study of mainstream American, Australian, and British media. They did almost 1,500 pieces or items, news items. Out of those, 95% of the news sources, they cited Hamas, and the majority of the citations don't even question what Hamas put forward, and they only used 5% information from Israel, and when they did so, they questioned it most of the times. And I think that is really the responsibility of international media, parroting Hamas talking points, parroting Hamas lies, and misleading people around the world into believing that the difficult and sad situation in Gaza is anything than just a war. It is a sad situation, and perhaps the only thing that I agree with Barghouti is that yes, Palestinians are suffering in Gaza, and the situation there is not a good one from a humanitarian perspective. I agree with that. But that is not because Israel wanted it to be like that. It is because Hamas started a war, and Israel is fighting against
I need to
Hamas.
move on to, otherwise we're going to run out of time. Aaron, Martin, what I would say about the Palestinian Health Authority numbers is that historically, their numbers have later been borne out to be remarkably accurate in independent studies of the numbers they've been given. It may be different here, and we'll have to see, but that's certainly, historically, they've turned out to be accurate, which is why people take them seriously. Aaron Martin, your response to Jonathan Conricus?
Yes, on the issue of the death toll in Gaza, the State Department has long relied on the figures supplied by the Health Ministry. The only people who do not are people who are seeking to justify one of the worst crimes in human history, which is Israel's mass murder campaign in Gaza. If anything, the Gaza Health Ministry's figures are too low, because how can you possibly have a full accounting of the death toll when Gaza Strip has been decimated by Israeli bombardment and so many people are still buried under the rubble? So personally, I feel that even to debate this issue is to lose one's humanity, just as it would be to debate the death toll by the Nazis.
Gay. Gay. Wow, that was the gayest shit I've ever fucking heard in my life.
During the Holocaust. I want to address some other falsehoods. Jonathan said,
wait, what the fuck did he just say?
The Palestinian bombardment and so many people are still buried under the rubble. So personally, I feel that even to debate this issue is to lose one's humanity, just as it would be to debate the death toll by the Nazis during the Holocaust.
Dude, what in the fuck? Like, this guy is actually comparing the Holocaust denial to debating Hamas fucking death toll figures? What a fucking scumbag. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, oh my god. What, there's only about 40,000 estimated fucking deaths total? And that's including both the Hamas death toll and civilians combined. Like, really? So about 20 to 25,000 fucking civilian casualties in urban warfare? It is comparable to, like, the fucking, like, Holocaust? Are you kidding me?
I want to address some other falsehoods. Jonathan said that Palestinians have walked away from all these generous peace offers submitted by Israel. Israel has never accepted the fundamental premise, accepted by the entire world, except for the US, that Palestinians have the right to a state in the West Bank in Gaza, 22% of their historic homeland.
That is a complete and utter fucking lie. I think the last land for peace deal, they would have gotten most of Jerusalem. He's totally full of shit. They were offered land in the West Bank. That's a fucking lie.
The rest was stolen by Israel. That's why, for example, just take one famous case. Palestinians are often blamed for walking away from a so-called generous peace offer at Camp David.
By the way, it's funny how he said the land was stolen by Israel. You realize up until, 67? The West Bank and Gaza was owned by Jordan and Egypt, respectively.
David in July 2000. That's the peace offer that everyone likes to cite for why Palestinians have turned down this prospect of a state. Well, even the Israeli foreign minister, who transmitted that offer, Shlomo Ben-Ami, he later said, if I were Palestinian, I would have rejected Camp David as well. That's because he recognized.
Cool story, appeal to authority.
That the Israeli
by the way, this is a better outcome. So rejecting that peace officer and what's going on now is a better outcome, apparently.
Would have kept all of Israel's major West Bank settlement blocks that make a Palestinian state impossible without offering Palestinians an equal land swap inside Israel. So Israel's never given Palestinians an offer that even someone willing to make a massive compromise, accepting the 22% of their historic homeland, could take. So this idea that Palestinians have walked away from a peace deal, it's just used to justify mass murder and aggression. And that's why, during the years of the so-called peace process, the years of
this guy is genuinely retarded.
Israel has been taking Palestinian hostages for over 80 years. All you respond with are insults. What's with the double standard? Oh right, it's because they're white settlers. But if they're brown Arabs that want peace, fuck em, right? You're a hypocrite.
Yeah, so you clearly don't understand what a fucking hostage is. Guess what? If you commit terror attacks and you're arrested, that's not a hostage, you dumbass. Thanks for the donation, fucking moron.
Of the Oslo Accords. Israeli settlements doubled in the occupied territories. How is it you're going to claim you're offering Palestinians peace while meanwhile building up the illegal settlements that make a Palestinian state in just 20?
They're not illegal. Oh my fucking god.
2% of their homeland impossible. That's a contradiction that no one can ever answer for, because this claim that Palestinians have been offered a contiguous state is simply a lie.
All right, Jonathan.
They already have their own state. It's called fucking Jordan. Like, this is just a fucking joke. The settlements in the West Bank are not illegal.
Let me ask you a different way into this. When you listen to Aaron there, and you listened to him many times before, I've listened to both of you many times before, what I would love to see is that there is an appreciation between you of some points of common ground, some basic things that you could find yourselves able to agree to, because it seems sometimes that both sides are so intransigent. There's no give of anything. And so as I'm trying to get my head around how any of this gets resolved, you've got to start somewhere, right? Where do you start? When you're trying to resolve this after this mayhem and this horrendous war with all the death toll on both sides, when you get to the other side, where are the points of agreement that you sense might be there that you can build some kind of settlement on?
Yes, I wish we would be able to see that going forward. And just to correct one thing without going into too many details, the Camp David proposal was for either 96 or 98% of Judea and Samaria. And I think it's very interesting to listen to former President Clinton, much to the dismay of the fringe elements in the Democratic Party. He told the story, and he really goes back and tells what happened at Camp David and why that was such a travesty, why that was such a tremendous historical miss, another opportunity missed by the Palestinians. And as the saying goes, they're excellent at missing opportunities. And it's sad. It's sad sad for them, and it's sad for me and my people who live here, who have to continue to live alongside them. Listen, the bottom line is Palestinian rejectionism. There is no other ethnic minority anywhere around the world that has fought against another ethnic minority, fought and lost, and has been given chance after chance after chance, resuscitated and artificially supported by most or many organizations and countries around the world in order to keep their so-called struggle alive. And I think that's the real sad part. If Palestinians were treated like any other minority or any other ethnic group in global history, then we would have solved this conflict long time ago. Israel has offered peace, has been rejected 4 times, and again, for some reason, Israel is being blamed for not wanting to do peace with the Palestinians. And by the way, we speak about democracy. It's, again, I think it's absurd. What's preventing the Palestinians from exercising democracy now? Why hasn't the Palestinian Authority had elections in the last, I think, 19 or 20 years? Why? Because they are corrupt, because they're hated, and what would happen is that Hamas would be elected. So maybe it's a good thing that they don't have democracy, but to lecture us about not wanting to end the conflict and not being serious in ending it, I think that's very wrong. I think it's false, and I think at the end of the day, it doesn't promote anything. Only when the Palestinians understand that they have to take their future into their hands and start building their country instead of trying to ruin ours, then when they will focus on their future, then maybe there will be a chance for peace, because the time goes by, we will continue to build our country, we'll continue to grow stronger and stronger, despite what so many of our haters and detractors think and want. It's not going to happen, and I'm sorry to disappoint so many people. Actually, I'm not sorry to disappoint, but this is how it's going to go. Israel is going to continue to exist in this rough neighborhood. We will continue to defend ourselves. We will continue to hold on to our land and to fight and defend ourselves, despite being in a very rough neighborhood. And people may like it, and they may not like it, and they may throw allegations at us. At the end of the day, we will continue to be here and to defend ourselves against Iranians and Syrians and Lebanese and Palestinians and whoever tries to attack us, because we are defending our home.
Okay, Aaron, I mean, I noticed that Jonathan didn't really answer my question. Can you answer the same question in a way that at least gives people watching this hope that they can be at least a building block to some kind of settlement? I mean, are there points where you would say, you know what, the Israelis have a point?
Piers, we actually did find some common ground there in that answer, because I agree with Jonathan that the Palestinian Authority is corrupt and hated. Now, we'll disagree, though, on why they're corrupt and hated. They're hated in the West Bank and Gaza because they collaborate with the Israeli occupation, as we're actually seeing right now, with the Palestinian Authority security services attacking Palestinians basically on Israel's behalf. And this is important because this is from Israel.
Oh my fucking god. Oh, so they're sensible. They realize the only way forward is to cooperate with Israel and actually have good relations. Oh, they're traitors. They're race traitors. Get rid of the Palestinian authorities. Vote for Hamas. Right. This guy's an anti-Semite.
Israel's point of view was the reason why it undertook the so-called peace process. Yitzhak Rabin, shortly before he was assassinated, he pointed out that it's a lot cheaper for Israel to basically use a collaborationist authority in Palestine, Palestinian Authority, to do the policing for them, to crack down on Palestinians as Israel proceeds to expand its settlements and take the West Bank land that it wants. And on the point about Camp David, this might seem for some people like a historical aside, but it's very important because it shows the lie that Palestinians have ever been offered a meaningful opportunity for their own state. Yes, Bill Clinton did say that Palestinians were offered this generous deal. Bill Clinton, though, has lied many times, including most infamously with his personal Monica Lewinsky scandal. But Bill Clinton has also said before he would take a bullet for Israel, he would go volunteer in the army and die in a ditch for Israel, even though he's a draft dodger when he was called to serve in Vietnam. So that speaks to Bill Clinton's bias here. And you don't have to listen to me. Robert Malley, who served under Bill Clinton, who was there at Camp David, he said the Palestinian position was simply having a contiguous state in the West Bank and Gaza.
Israel are the real terrorists. None of the Palestinian hostages have committed anything. All it is just islamophobic racial profiling. Uzios are all the same. Just piece of shit racist liars, genocidal colonizers, thinking violence will solve everything.
Yeah, it's not like any of these people committed any, like, fucking bombings or shootings or mass stabbings, right? Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Fuck you, fuck your Discord. You're justifying 80 years of genocide of indigenous women and children. That's not debatable. You're just a racist Islamophobic CO. You should be ashamed of yourself. Fuck Israel from the river to the sea. Palestine will be free.
Yeah, so you're too afraid to debate me because you know you're full of shit. Not a surprise, but thanks for the donation, dipshit.
Nuke chemicals general smoked in Moscow and oil tanker snaps in half in the Black Sea.
Lieutenant General of the Russian Armed Forces Igor Krylov was liquidated as a result of the explosion of an IED planted on Ryazanski Prospect in Moscow. Preliminary, the IED was planted in a parked electric scooter. Igor Krylov was the head of the Radiation, Chemical, and Biological Defense Troops of the Russian Armed Forces. Well, get fucked, dude. Well, that looks bad. That's a heck of a lot of oil.
Ну что, ребята, настоящая гуща событий на Шварцке.
Yeah, Russia literally is non-functioning at this point. I don't know how the fuck they're convincing people to fight on the front line. That's just crazy. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Israel never offered them that. And that's why I'll say it again. Shlomo Ben-Ami, the Israeli foreign minister who transmitted the Camp David offer, he said, if I were Palestinian, I would have rejected Camp David as well. That applies to all so-called Israeli offers because they've never given Palestinians the chance to have a state, even in just 22% of their historic homeland. Israel instead insists on building up these massive West Bank settlement blocks that make a Palestinian state impossible, that make Palestinian life impossible, that swallow up all the valuable land, all the water, while not offering Palestinians even a recognition of their right to return to their homes from which they were expelled in 1948. To find agreement.
This guy is so fucking insane and delusional. He's literally demanding a right to return. Absolute delusional, crazy fucking nonsense.
Palestinians have found it already. They've accepted a huge compromise. They accepted in 1988 Israel within its pre-1967 borders. That's the historic compromise you're looking for, Piers. It's Israel.
Like, dude, it's insane. Look what happened on October 7th. That's what fucking happens when they're given a right to return. As soon as they go within the borders of Israel, mass terror attack, thousands dead, hostages taken. Why the fuck would Israel ever grant a right to return? It's just psychotic. Like, you're losers. You are fucking losers. You've lost ever since 1948. Every time you fuck with Israel, you get fucked over, you lose every war, every fucking conflict, and then you want Israel to make these massive concessions? Like, you clearly do not want peace. You just want as many fucking Jews as possible to die, and you're willing to do make these stupid fucking claims. Palestinians deserve a right to return. Until they get a right to return, we're gonna keep fighting Israel. Doesn't matter how many fucking Palestinians die. You just want as many Jews as possible to get killed. That's all he fucking wants. The idea that Israel would have to make some ridiculous concession like this, like a right to return, after every single fucking time you've lost every single war, every single fucking conflict with Israel, Israel's the one who has to make a massive concession like that? Get fucked. You don't want peace. You just want Jews to die. And guess what? This is what it leads to. When you don't make peace with Israel, when you don't make these fucking concessions, well, now you got what's happening now, okay? So if you want civilians to stop getting bombed, if you think it's a genocide, then how about you just fucking make peace and accept you fucking lost? You're fucking losers. You're always going to be losers. Every time you fuck with Israel, you're the ones who are going to get fucked over. So if you want peace, if you want the killing to end, maybe next time Israel's gracious enough to make a peace proposal with you, just take the fucking deal, okay? Just tell the Palestinians, take the fucking deal, because we know what fucking happens. You're gonna fucking lose again, more fucking Palestinians are gonna die, but again, he doesn't care. He just wants a forever war with Israel just so more Jews die. That's all he's fucking hoping for. Sing the Cum song, Donny Tillers. Hey bro, hope you are well. You should do a Christmas photo like with Finn, but with your gunzo. Great work on your transformation, fuck chat. Well, thanks for the donation, dude. I don't know if I'm gonna bother making any Christmas photos. I don't celebrate the holiday, but thanks for the donation, Sing the Cum song.
Just because no one wants to debate you doesn't mean we're afraid. You're just a brainwashed CO spreading harmful disinformation, dehumanizing indigenous people. Genocide is not a debate. It's a reality while you're living in hypotheticals. Fuck Israel.
Yeah, cool story. Get fucked. Thanks for the donation, dude. Sing the cum song, Donny Tellers with Finn. Let me see. That would be a cool photo. Thanks for the donation, Sing the cum song.
By insisting on its self-proclaimed right to settle what it calls Judea and Samaria, which is the West Bank. It's them that have undermined any opportunity for a peace deal. And to enforce that, that's why they're now carrying out mass murder in Gaza, to wipe out any resistance to Israel, to actually build up new settlements inside Gaza, if we believe some Israeli officials, because they don't see Palestinians as equal human beings. They've stolen their land, and that's not enough. Now they want to wipe them out for good and displace as many people as possible. And you cannot make peace with a state that has that mentality. For there to be peace, Israel will have to fundamentally rethink its foundational commitment to occupation and supremacy.
No, how about this? Don't attack Israel. Don't commit terror attacks. Don't demand stupid things like a right to return. All of the responsibility is Israel. No, Israel's the one that has to make concessions. Israel has to be the one to, like, bow down to us, even though you're the ones who are fucking losers. Guess what? When you lose, you're the ones who have to make concessions. This person has no interest in an actual peace deal. He has no interest in ending the war. He wants to convince Palestinian people to keep going to war with Israel, gaslight them into thinking they deserve more, so that more Jews can die, so that there's more October 7ths. If this guy had any interest in establishing peace in this region, he would say, look, Palestinians are fucking losers. They're never going to win against Israel. If they give you a sensible peace deal, take the fucking peace deal. No, he doesn't want that. He just wants as many Jews as possible to die. And since he lives in a modern Western country where he doesn't have to deal with the consequences, he's fine with gaslighting Palestinians into thinking, oh, they just need to keep fighting. Maybe next time, maybe next October 7th, they'll give you the right of return. This guy's a sick fuck. Like, these people are all just pieces of garbage.
Richard Shrooms cured my mental illness, Burgess.
They did. Thanks for the donation, Yahweh.
Okay, just hold fire, you two, for a moment.
Israel aspired for
Jonathan,
peace.
Jonathan, hang on. Jonathan, hang on. I will come back to you, but I'm just...
Ed Nigma, donate $2. If you don't celebrate Christmas, how about you celebrate that holiday dedicated to Krampus instead? That's still a little too festive for me. Thanks for the donation, though, Ed Nigma. Gay, faggot, vagina, N-word, donate $2. Please watch.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is Monday afternoon. Reason for the video is there seems to have been a rash of attacks on Tosh Peterson. People want to know what the Great One thinks. Well, the Great One thinks that Tosh is pulling the Juicy Smollett, You guys know who Juicy Smollett is, right? I think some of those attacks...
They are clearly not fucking staged.
...that are so-called happening are staged. And one of the big clues is the most recent attack, to where some guy on some sort of pedal scooter decided to throw ice on Tasha and then just ride off here. So here's the problem with this here, okay? This person came from 200 to 300 feet, basically, in order to throw ice. Tasha's back was actually turned. So let me ask you a question, folks. How is it possible that a person from 300 yards knows specifically that it's Tasha that he is throwing the ice on when her back is turned? When her back is turned,
She's pretty identifiable. She's kind of a infamous person there. And he probably wasn't planning the attack ahead of time. He just saw her from a distance and had a drink in his hand and decided to throw it at her.
I mean...
What a fucking idiot. Is that the video we're watching? Yeah, that's the video we're watching.
How is your Kwanzaa been so far, Blackie? or whatever you monkeys celebrate.
Oh, I don't celebrate any holiday. But life's been good. Thanks for the donation, Sir Lewis.
I mean, other than looking like a freaking quarter mare of a horse, you know, I mean, you would just see another blonde white girl basically in the crowd. And it was a very crowded arena at the particular time.
It was not crowded.
So I'm going to just start calling BS on these attacks that Tosh is actually pulling. Now, why is she doing this? Just to get attention, just to get sympathy, you know?
It was not crowded. If you watch the video, it was not a crowded area.
Trying to get mints or anything like that, but you know, I'm not gonna fall for the banana in the tailpipe. You know what I'm saying? This ain't Beverly Hills Cop. Tosh, you full of shit. All right, thinking people are gonna believe that you're actually being attacked. Like I said before, folks, do the math. Just simply do the math. A person coming from at least 200 yards away to a person whose back is turned, and you're gonna actually know that that is Tosh Peterson, instead of a quarter mare of a horse or just a regular blonde white girl or something. Oh, get the heck out of here with that, you know? I'm a grown-ass man, all right? I'm a grown-ass man, you know? So as far as these attacks are concerned, I don't believe they're legitimate at all, you know? So hopefully she cuts out the malarkey and cuts out these fake attacks. That's another thing. Everyone that's attacking them looks like vegans themselves. That person on the pedal scooter looked like a vegan. You know, do you know what a vegan looks like? You don't have to know. They're going to either tell you, or they're going to have some sort of hair wrap or some knot or a beard, or they're going to look like a freaking granola with sandals and stuff like that, Birkenstocks and stuff. Just keeping it real and telling it to you like it is. And this person had all the trimmings of a vegan, you know, Birkenstocks, hair all wrapped up and everything like that, you know. Tosh, you can't fool me. I'm a grown-ass man. You know you've been staging those attacks. You trying.
All right, well, Vince is still retarded.
I'm just going to take a little break and bring in another guest briefly and then get your reaction, both of you, to this guest. I'm joined now by the Iranian academic, Mohammed Morandi. Professor, thank you for joining me again on Uncensored.
Academic. Yeah, this is going to be stupid. This guy loves to suck the Iranian regime's cock. I got to go take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh. Look at my big handsome gum. Look at him. Such a big handsome kitty. See this? That's a good gum. Mwah. Yeah, that's a good gum. What are you up to, Gum? He is so fuzzy. Oh my god, look how fuzzy he is. Yeah, you're so fuzzy. Oh, he's so soft. He has a really good kitty smell, too. I love him. Look at his paws. They're so big.
Yeah, you got big kitty paws. I love you.
Middletown, don't tell us, can you stop calling that wanting the genocide to stop is anti-Semitic? I'm Jewish. There's no genocide, fucktard. It's not about wanting Jews dead, it's about leaving Arabs alone. Oh, it's about leaving Arabs alone. Why? So they can kill more Jews? It's fucking retarded. That just want peace while holding Israel accountable for land theft, ethnic cleansing, apartheid. Cool story. You're a fucking dipshit. Thanks for the donation, retard. Soul Child donated $2. This is ironic. Josh Shapiro is a hypocrite.
America, we do not kill people in cold blood to resolve policy differences or express a viewpoint. I understand people have...
Fucking gay. 110% applause to this. Yeah, this is gonna be gay.
I just need to see it to get it. I don't really know how to introduce what I'm about to show you, but about a week ago, this account showed up on my Instagram feed, and it was this video.
Thanksgiving, I am thankful for colonization.
Yeah. Yes. America.
Otherwise, I would not be here, or if I'd even exist.
It would be. Today, we are going to be talking about colonization, considering that it's, well, Thanksgiving. Benefits, drawbacks,
Before I say anything, let's get out of the way. The colonization of the Americas by European settlers was a genocide against their peoples. Over the course of 100 years.
Yeah, and guess what? Native Americans were genociding each other. They were committing an endless series of fucking tribal genocides. That was the most violent period probably in all of human history. About a quarter of all adult deaths were through warfare. That's being confirmed by just looking at skeletons. They had their heads bashed in, probably with like some type of club. You can find arrows and shit still in these corpses and remains. So they were genociding each other before Europeans ever came. So considering you could either have a alternate history where Native Americans would have kept genociding each other, possibly indefinitely, or you could have Europeans come, genocide Native Americans who are already doing it to themselves, and then develop, modern Western civilization where everybody has equal rights under the law. What would you rather have? Would you rather have a constant, ongoing genocide that would never fucking end, and have tribal warfare that could go on for thousands of years? Or would you rather have, Europeans come, do that for a little while, and then have the civilization we have now? Go fuck yourself. You are so fucking gay. Holy shit. You have fucking broccoli for hair.
European settlers killed 56 million indigenous people in South Central and North America. Colonization is inherently oppressive, inherently racist. It goes hand in hand with genocide and ethnic cleansing and denial of people's rights. There's so much more to say, but now, that dad runs a conservative account with his 2 twins.
This guy's a fucktard. Like, he literally didn't even respond to anything they had to say about colonization. Thanks for the donation, Soul Child.
Lol. Busy night, I see.
Yep. It's, typical VG stream night. Thanks for the donation, Onyxy.
Did you hear a group of flat earthers and globe believers went to Antarctica to see if it's real and see if there is a 24-hour sun in the sky, which is impossible on a flat earth? Witsit went.
Yeah, I saw. I know Witsit Gets It is still too much of a lying, grifting jackass to admit the Earth is a globe, so what he's doing now to cope is he's saying, oh, well, this is just an observation. It doesn't prove the Earth is a globe. And he's saying there's other models for flat Earth that could explain this phenomena. He doesn't believe the Earth is flat. He knows it's a globe. He's just grifting. The guy is totally full of shit. Thanks for the donation. I'm so hard now.
It's such a shame that there's this short woman at my work who's giant titties and doesn't even wear a bra for the most part that I can't get hard for because she's a mudshuck whore and not vegan. She claims she'll only date and sleep with filthy niggers.
Think there might be another reason why she's not interested in you, but thanks for the donation, Mike Hunt.
Sorry, start at 3:30.
In a world. That was caught in the intro. That was pretty cool, huh? Steve made that song and sent it to me yesterday. Hey guys, in Antarctica, icons and they're all mountains.
Yeah, I mean, I've already seen this. I'm not watching 40 minutes of this. But thanks for the donation. I'm so hard right now. Onyx donated $2 low. I know that kid. Someone responded to that exact same post. Just give it a watch.
To get it, I don't really know how to introduce what I'm about to show you, but about a week ago, this account showed up on my Instagram feed, and it was this video.
Thanksgiving, I am thankful for colonization. Yes. Otherwise, I would not be here, or if I'd even exist. Today, we are going to be talking about colonization, considering that it's, well, Thanksgiving. Benefits, drawbacks,
Before I say anything, let's get out of the way. The colonization of the...
Like, by the way, when Canadians colonized North America, they kind of learned from the United States how to avoid these sorts of violent conflicts with Native Americans. And what they did was they would just make verbal agreements with Native people and then just go back on the agreement and say, well, we never signed anything. There's no contract. We can't remember that happened. And then they'd take their land and shit. So they were able to resolve these conflicts without the use of violence. And again, there was a lot of really bad things that ended up as a result, like the residential school system. But not every colonization, that has happened has necessarily been a violent genocide. Colonization of Canada, anyway, mostly was relatively peaceful. But yeah, like this kid is just a fucking idiot.
Americas by European settlers was a genocide against their peoples. Over the course of 100 years, European settlers killed 56 million indigenous people in South Central and North America. Colonization is inherently oppressive, inherently racist. It goes hand in hand with genocide and ethnic cleansing and denial of people's rights. There's so much more to say, but now, that dad runs a conservative account with his 2 tween sons, and it's incredibly saddening for me to see how he has indoctrinated his kids into the alt-right pipeline.
Whoop. Absolutely. He should be indoctrinating them into the extreme left like you are. Whoop.
They're paid watching them spew, conservative stereotypes and fear-mongering and propaganda, the likes we hear from the most extreme of conservatives. It's scary and it's saddening, and I feel bad for these kids. I just want to share my personal experience with the alt-right pipeline when I was a tween, a young teenager.
Whoop. As opposed to what? Now when you're an old teenager? I'm 17 and a half. Whoop.
I fell right into that trap online, and I indoctrinated myself. I was definitely directly inside that alt-right pipeline that those kids are. And it makes me feel sad because...
Whoop. And now you've indoctrinated yourself with the extreme left. Good for you, kid. Good job. Quite the growth you've had. Whoop.
That was not worth watching. I don't know why you sent me that. Thanks for the donation, Onyx.
You must be feeling in Iran pretty twitchy about the way things are going, aren't you? Because all your proxies have come under relentless attack by Israel. You've now seen in Syria the Russians fleeing and with them taking Assad. That's another potential power base that's been wrestled away from you. Where does this leave Iran, other than, according to Donald Trump, very weakened?
No, Palestinians are not proxies. They are living under occupation. And Hezbollah are not proxies. They were fighting to stop the genocide in Gaza, and so was and so on. So they continue to do so.
Right, they're fighting to stop the genocide in Gaza. That's why they immediately started shooting rockets into Israel on October 8th before Israel even responded to the attack.
The fall of Syria, I think Professor Mearsheimer said it quite well. The U.S. used ISIS and al-Qaeda operatives and won. If that's a good thing, fine. You should be very happy. 7/7 in London, the bombings, fine, if that's what you like. If the Manchester bombings, the bombing in Manchester was fine for you, then I guess that's your choice. If 9/11 was fine for you, then that's fine. If Al-Qaeda is okay, then that's your choice. We don't think it's a good idea for Syria.
Donald Trump is about to be inaugurated as president again. He's been very critical already about Iran. Reports today from America suggesting he's going to massively intensify sanctions and other financial measures against your country. You've got to be concerned, haven't you, that Donald Trump feels that the Biden administration was way too weak with you.
Kid Boot Tillers, looks like your leader is finally bowing down to Trump after making his tariff threat.
For the first time since Donald Trump's victory, a glimpse of what the liberals plan to do to handle the incoming U.S. president and his demands.
There will be a sharp focus on fentanyl, human smuggling, and organized transnational crime.
To do that, the RCMP will get a new aerial task force equipped with helicopters. Chemicals involved in making fentanyl will be banned, alongside more money for drug detection, and a pitch to organize a joint task force with the Americans. But the announcement had no details or timelines.
I can't just buy a helicopter tomorrow, but there are processes where you can rent a helicopter, and we're exploring every facet that we can.
The cost, $1.3 billion, a part of trying to placate the incoming president, who's railed against what he's called the invasion of fentanyl and illegal immigrants from Canada, threatening a 25% tariff on all Canadian goods going to the States.
I think these are the kinds of things that could potentially make a political difference. Whether or not they make a material difference is a really open question.
A material difference hard to make on a nearly 9,000-kilometer border with no new RCMP or CBSA officers announced.
And what we don't have is people who can actually respond when one of these sensors goes off, because the closest Mountie post will be like 45 minutes away.
To get any of those new tools, the money needs to pass the House of Commons, part of the fall economic statement that will face a steep
Well, that's great. We're already in a deficit, and they're going to increase spending.
battle to become law. The Conservatives previously said they'd help pass a border plan, but were non-committal today.
Wouldn't it be nice if we had a prime minister who said, we secured the borders, we put more boots on the ground.
Leaving the NDP as the best potential partner, they're still leaving the door open to working with the Liberals, despite calling on Justin Trudeau to quit.
People are having a really difficult time, and they're really worried about what the Trump tariffs will mean for their jobs. So I said what I said, Trudeau has to go.
The Liberals also announced additional immigration measures, including allowing the minister to suspend or revoke someone's visa, Jeff, if it's deemed in the public interest.
Well, that's happening. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
As a country, and he intends to be a lot stronger.
Well, the world has changed in the last 8 years, Piers, and Iran is much stronger. China, Russia, much more assertive. The global south is different. And the United States has many challenges. It would be smart for the new president-elect to rethink his policies. I saw a Wall Street Journal article which said that people around Trump are thinking about strikes on Iran. That would be catastrophic for the world. And I say this as the most anti-war person you can meet. I've survived chemical attacks. I've survived a gunshot wound. I have a shrapnel wound in the war. The chemical weapons, of course, given by the Europeans to Saddam Hussein. If there's an attack on Iran, quick question to you. If the world changed and Germany had bases in France, and then Germany attacked the UK, what would the UK response be?
Well, look, with respect, I'm asking the questions. I don't want to get... No, I'm not going to get into your normal, you often do is you turn it onto questioning me, but I'm questioning you because you're the professor from Iran. So I don't want to get into hypotheticals about what may or may not be happening. I'd rather focus on what is...
I would imagine.
No, hang on. I mean, I could give you another analogy and say, well, if I was in the UK and we had terror groups in France and Germany and Spain and Belgium all constantly raining rockets and trying to attack us all the time, what would my response be to that if I knew that it was another country that was promoting and sponsoring it all? So we can all get into hypotheticals. I don't think it's very helpful. I think what's more pertinent, if you don't mind me saying, Professor, is just your suggestion, which has been repeated by the Ayatollah Khomeini, that Iran is strong and powerful, will become even stronger. Nobody else is seeing it like that. And they're certainly seeing what's happened in Syria and the deposing of a dictator in Assad and the way that Russia just basically keeled over and then fled with him in tow. That this is a sign that actually there is a shifting power in the Middle East, but it's not in the favor of Iran at all. In fact, quite the opposite.
Well, I tend to think that people in the region have, and the world have recognized what is happening in Palestine, and that those who are carrying out this genocide have been exposed to the world. And I think that is the most damaging thing to the West that supported this genocide. But to go back to what I was saying, the Iranian response would be what the UK response would have been. And that would lead to regional war. And because the United States has bases across our region, across the Persian Gulf, and all these small countries and that produce oil and gas. So a regional war in the Persian Gulf would lead to a crisis in the oil market. It would bring down the region, but it would bring down the global economy. And that would cause massive...
Nope. War with Iran would be over in literally a matter of hours. So, no.
Upheaval across the world, and the refugee crisis as a result of Iraq and Syria and Libya. And by the way, these were wars that were advocated by Netanyahu. That refugee crisis would be nothing compared to what we would have if we had such a catastrophic war. So my advice to you is to stand up against these sort of threats to war. I remember the false flag operations of past. I remember in 1991 in Kuwait when they spoke about the incubators, or in 2002 when they spoke about Al-Qaeda in Iraq and chemical weapons, or in the Viagra in Libya, or the beheadings and the rape in Gaza, the fake beheadings. All of these were to justify war and genocide. And now they're talking about Trump being assassinated by Iran. What nonsense. They themselves assassinated Trump. And I promise you that if Trump is assassinated, they'll pin it on Iran, but they're the ones who are going to do it. All Trump supporters should know this. Iran has nothing.
Didn't they find an Iranian agent who was trying to assassinate Trump?
To do with assassination. And now we hear...
Oh, please, come off it. Professor, come on.
Dude, there have been Iranian agents who've tried to assassinate Canadian citizens and some American citizens who were critical of the Iranian regime. There's that fucking woman who fled from Iran, got political asylum in the US, and she became a journalist and writer, and Iranian agents shot up her fucking home with AK-47s. Like, Iran does this all the time.
Come on. Now we hear.
How did you say that with a straight face? Seriously,
yeah,
Iran has never had anything to do with assassination. Do me a favor.
No. Look at the accusations made against
the Iranian
Iran.
regime has never ever killed anyone.
I'm talking about Trump.
Oh,
I'm talking
about one person assassination.
I'm talking about they tried to assassinate Trump twice, and now they're trying to say Iran wants to do it.
Well, no.
Oh, there we go. So he admitted it.
What they said was there were credible threats, which they believe were credible, that Iran was plotting to kill him in response to the death of the deliberate killing by the American military of a senior Iranian commander, as you know.
I'm surprised at you because you were so skeptical about chemical weapons, but you can go down that line. But I'm down that road. But I'm telling Trump supporters.
Would you know out of it?
This guy's. Why does he even come on? Well-made Tellers, do you consider this snake oil? Well, I probably already know your answer. It's being an ad on my page. Oh my god. Yeah, that is fucking stupid. The fuck is this shit? Oh. Pyrexin trademark. Yeah, this is a fucking scam. What the hell even is this? Androstenone. And indostranol. Yeah, I don't think that's really going to do much for you. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
Interest. I mean, to be respectful, would you know? I mean, if your military were planning an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, why would they tell you, with all due respect?
I read the Justice Department statement. Go and take a look and see how ridiculous it is. Take a look at it yourself and then discuss it tomorrow night. But just one other thing. The person who wrote this New York Times, this Wall Street Journal article, actually, one of the two. Actually, when I was in Vienna 3 years ago, during the nuclear negotiations, I was a media advisor, and I was speaking to him, the guy who said that the Trump team is thinking about waging an attack on Iran, which would be an act of war, and as I said, it would be catastrophic for the world. I told him that in the 1990s, that it was the spring of Europe, the EU, and the 2020s is going to be the winter of Europe. You know how the European economy has been after the war in Ukraine. And I told him then that the Europeans should come to an agreement with Iran. Not that I sympathize with the European position on Ukraine. I think NATO moving eastward and the coup in Ukraine, all of these were provocations. But in any case, I said that an agreement with Iran is something that Europe needs right now. So be more flexible. And I said this will be a decade of winter for Europe. And I also said that if Europe works with Iran, then you can invest in Iran's oil and gas. And right now it's been 3 years. Europe could have had a much better economic situation than what it has now. There was almost an agreement. The negotiations after weeks led to a text given by the EU to the different teams. The Iranians took it back to Tehran. They changed two or three words. They gave it back to Joseph Borrell, the EU foreign policy chief. He said that the Iranian demands were reasonable. And what happened? The United States balked. No agreement. And so now look what happened to Europe. They have sanctioned Russia. They could not benefit from an...
Disgusting.
Let me take a look through them now. Oh my god. Ow. Oh my god.
Oh my god, you're doing the kekakash.
Oh my god. Those are very pretty kitties. Gum Gum was sitting at my bedroom window and I think he saw a bird or something and he started doing that. He was doing the kekakash. Oh my god. I could watch this for hours. Oh my god. Oh, that's so nice. I love kitties. Oh my god, I love kitties so much. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
Agreement with Iran. They lose, and the United States, under Biden, has wrecked the European economy. We could have had an agreement. Iran negotiated with Europeans. Joseph Borrell said the Iranian demands were fine. This unreasonable behavior in Washington, if it continues under Trump, it'll be a dead end.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. We've just seen a massive uprising in Syria that has deposed one of the longer-lasting dictators in the region. Are you not concerned that the same may happen in Iran? That the people of Iran may look at what happened in Syria, saw how easy it turned out to be to actually take down a regime that they hated, and that they may decide to do exactly the same thing in Iran?
Yes, two things. One is that what happened in Syria was as a result of the brutal sanctions and the U.S. occupation and the theft of the country's oil and bringing the people to its knees. And then, you know that Jake Sullivan on February the 12th, 2012 said in Syria, Al-Qaeda is on our side. So as I said, as Professor Mearsheimer rightly said, the U.S. used ISIS and Al-Qaeda operatives and won. Fine. We think that Al-Qaeda is worse than what Syria had before. But that aside, no, I don't think that Iran is under any threat. Iran has a high degree of legitimacy. And I would invite you to come to Iran. Why don't you just come to Iran? And then maybe you'll find out that we're not Mordor and you don't live in the Shire. And I promise you we won't take you hostage.
Yeah, you know what? With all due respect to your promises about that kind of thing, I don't think I'll take the chance. Thank you, Professor. But I appreciate the invitation. I'm sure you would be very hospitable. Some of your friends, not so much.
Yeah,
I promise you that no one is going to pay your ransom, and I bet your
Oh my god. Like
producers would probably demand something to take you back. But in any case, the offer still stands.
Very kind of you. Professor Miranda, thank you very much. Well, let's go back to the panel listening patiently there.
hilarious.
Jonathan Domricus, when you listen to
I love how they hate each other, but they still, like, come on.
Particularly people like Professor Morandi, very eloquent. I mean, there's nothing to see here. They don't assassinate people. They're very welcoming. Don't know what the problem is. Your thoughts?
Yeah, he is indeed eloquent, and he usually puts on a good performance on your show. What I smell is fear. What I hear is fear. What he was trying to say to European listeners and to Americans and to everybody was that, oh, it'll be very, very bad if anybody takes on the Iranians. And he tried to push all the panic buttons: refugees, oil, prices, regional turmoil. Listen, the region has been in a regional war since Iran attacked Israel via Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, their proxies in Syria, their proxies in Iraq, and from Iran itself. What's happening now is that it's coming home to roost. And
Son Goku $8. Holy shit, let me see. Yeah, I would not be able to do that because my knee doesn't bend far enough. But I think that's about as deep as you can go on squats. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Hey VG, I just want you to know that you have a smart take on Israel and you stand up for Jews, which not enough people do. Also, you're big and attractive.
Well, thank you, Nut Muffin. I appreciate that. Thanks for the donation.
And I think that what I heard, he didn't say it, but what I hear from his words is a lot of fear, because many people in the region are coming to the understanding that A, the Iranian regime and their military, their vaunted security forces, the IRGC and the Quds Force, are not as strong as people thought that they are. And second, that yes, dictatorships, they fall. The only thing I don't agree with you, Piers, about what you said, that it was easy in Syria, it wasn't. There was first 6 or 7 years of a bloody, horrible war.
Yeah, in the end, it was easier than people thought it would ever be.
Yes, but it was first 500,000 of Syrians being butchered by Iranians, by Hezbollah, by Russians, and by Syrians. And by the way, when Israel killed Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, they had days of celebrations in many parts of Syria because they were happier than we were at the killing of Hassan Nasrallah, because he was the butcher of so many Sunnis in Syria. And the level of animosity towards Hezbollah, towards the Iranians and the Russians, who did actual genocide and actual war crimes, not the silly allegations that we hear about Israel, but really did horrible things, carpet bombing civilian cities, using chemical weapons, and all of the other atrocities that they did. For that, they were hated by Hezbollah, and so are the Iranians. And to summarize, I think it's interesting times in the Middle East, and I think that Israel, by standing up and fighting, is showing that the emperor has no clothes, that the Iranian regime is not as well dressed as maybe they would like to think that they are, and that they would like people to think that they are. And Iran, the regime, is exposed, and I don't think that it is a work of fiction or imagination to say that in the not so distant future, that regime as well will fall. The brave Iranian people will rise up against that oppressive regime, and there will be another free country in the Middle East, and hopefully that country too will go towards democracy, towards civil liberties and civil rights. And then it would be interesting to hear all of the Israel haters and naysayers speak about how this was American collusion and Israel doing this and that. At the end of the day, once the Iranian people will rise up against the Iranian regime, it will be a beautiful and positive thing. And I don't think that any of the doomsday prophecies that the professor tried to mislead us with are going to happen.
Okay, Aaron, I mean, what's interesting to me is if you'd gone back 6 months ago, Netanyahu's position was extremely weak. And it looked like the moment this war was over, he'd be straight out of office. That looks very different now. And one of the reasons for that is that the people of Israel have looked at what he's been doing against Hezbollah, against Hamas. They've looked at what's happened in Syria, very quick reaction to the deposing of Assad and going after the military bases and so on. And they see, for better or worse, and I understand that you won't agree with their perception of him, they see a strong leader who is doing what they want him to do. Iran in all this. I mean, do you look at Iran in your general worldview as a force for good here, as Professor Morandi would like us to believe? Or do you think that they are, whatever you think of the whole situation, that Iran's main purpose over the last 20 years or so has been to stir up as much aggravation as they possibly can through their proxy groups against Israel?
I don't see any state as a force for good. I see states acting in their own interests and responding to events or initiating them. In the case of the Middle East, I don't see Iran as being the main malign actor. I give that distinction to the U.S. and its proxy Israel, who have been terrorizing the region.
Oh my God. Okay, this guy is literally just a fascist. He's like Hassan.
To advance their own supremacy. Just look at the Iraq War. That was done at the behest of people like Benjamin Netanyahu, who promised that there would be freedom and democracy in the Middle East if the U.S. took out Saddam Hussein. We all know what happened there. In the case of Iran and Israel, look, Iran is on record a few years ago. They supported a resolution from a group of Islamic states endorsing what we were discussing before.
Bro, everyone knows that women love to dress provocative and have as many men lusting over them as possible. Who cares? Just ignore it. The cops are gonna ignore this bullshit.
I like the way you kiss me. I can tell you miss me. I can tell.
Is that Hide the Pain Harold? Oh my God.
I'm going to give an update to this video from the other day where this woman was going around exposing herself to people on the train, posting it on social media.
She wasn't exposing herself. You can dress like that in public.
Subscriptions to her exclusive content. Well, thanks to my video and one of my incredible followers, the British Transport Police is now investigating her, and she will face the consequences.
Oh my God, how gay are you? Like, what? You have a problem with fucking women doing this in public?
Consequences. I also want to address that I've been getting some comments from people like this saying that I shouldn't post these or give them attention, or
Dude, what? She wasn't even exposing herself. I'm sorry, like, wearing a fucking bathing suit in fucking public is a problem? Like, what? She was exposing herself? Like, was she actually taking her fucking clothes off? Okay, whatever. If she's actually exposing herself, sure, but I don't care. Alright then. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan. Dodo donate $2. Is Israel an S tier country? Yeah, I'd say it's S tier. Rank your top 5 favorite anti-fascist, courageous countries in order, and top 5 most cowardly Western countries. Okay, well, top 5 favorite anti-fascist, courageous countries. Israel, courageous. It would really just have to be Israel and the US. I don't think I can name a top 5. Cowardly Western countries, definitely the UK. Germany, Sweden. At this point, I have to put Canada on the list. We've become pretty cucked with Trudeau. Once the Conservative Party gets elected, Canada would be off the list. Cowardly. Let me see. Yeah, Germany, Sweden, UK, Canada, one more. I'm thinking like Iran. Yeah, probably Iran. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Timestamp 1950.
Today I'm speaking to Norman Finkelstein.
Oh my god, Finkelstein. This guy's such an idiot.
In the vice of Israel's criminal blockade. So another quote of your book was, trapped in the vice of Israel's criminal blockade, Hamas desperately endeavored to carve out a path to normalcy. It tried diplomacy. How did they try diplomacy?
Well, I give one quote from an extensive record. In fact, there were numerous peace initiatives by Hamas trying to feel out how to solve the conflict according to international law. I'm not saying that Hamas suddenly became converted to international law. It's one of the
Finkelstein is the most delusional, self-hating, fucking retarded cucks I've ever seen in my life.
realities of power. So let's just take a comparative example.
He's literally the Jewish equivalent of Tommy Sotomayor.
The PLO, as you know, the Palestine, or you might not know because you're too young and I'm too old. The Palestine Liberation Organization was known as a terrorist organization in the West. Come around the early 1970s, the PLO starts gaining a certain degree of respectability among international institutions. In 1974, the head of the PLO, Yasser Arafat, he makes a famous speech at the UN. It's called The Gun or the Olive Branch, in which he says, we're giving you a choice. By 1976, and it's been exhaustively documented at this point, by 1976...
Bro, by the way, didn't Yasser Arafat reject a peace proposal? In 2000, after Yasser Arafat rejected the offer made to him by Ehud Barak based on a two-state solution, declined to negotiate for an alternative plan, became clear that Arafat would not make a deal with Israel unless it included the full Palestinian... Yeah. Are you kidding me? Yeah, Yasser Arafat refused any fucking negotiations unless it included right to return. he was clearly never interested in negotiating a two-state solution. Yasser Arafat's whole fucking goal from the very beginning was to destroy the state of Israel. That's why he demanded a right to return, because he knew it would give Palestinians an opportunity to exterminate Jews. Yasser Arafat wasn't he like the brother of that fucking dipshit? Who, again, was another asshole who fucking rejected a peace proposal. Finkelstein is fucking unhinged.
The PLO is on record supporting a two-state settlement along the June 1967 borders.
That's bullshit.
Does that mean that Arafat suddenly became converted to...
He's lying. Like, that just never happened.
International law or UN resolutions? No. It meant that once you become a principal player on the world stage, you cannot operate outside international law, or else you are marginalized.
So Hamas never said they want a two-state solution.
Allow me to finish. Hamas won the election in 2006. It was now a responsible political party.
As soon as they won the election, they killed all fucking PLO members. They literally either shot them in the fucking head, or they took them up to rooftops and threw them from fucking buildings. They were a legitimate political organization.
In power. And at that point, Hamas sent out many feelers, just like PLO in the 1970s, indicated...
This guy is a delusional, unhinged fucking whack job. I literally thought he couldn't be any fucking dumber, and then here's this video.
It was ready to negotiate a settlement along the June 1967 borders. However, I don't have any stake in misrepresenting the facts. The international...
You hate Jews. That's your stake in misrepresenting facts. Fucking clearly.
International law says that the refugees from 1947 have a right to return. Now...
So, by the way, oh my god, this is such lying horseshit. Refugees from 1947, by the way, that includes their fucking family members, so that's just a right to return outright. He's lying.
It is correct that Hamas had not given up on the right of return, and it had a right not to give up on the right of return, because that's the law. Amnesty International has said it. Palestinian refugees have the right to return. Human Rights Watch has said it. Palestinian refugees from 1948.
Appeal to authority. Like, by the way, none of this fucking matters. Like, the right to return is a cynical ploy so that they can kill Jews. That's all it is.
Have a right to return. So Hamas had indicated it was willing to settle the conflict along the terms of the two-state solution as enunciated in...
This guy is just a delusional fucking liar, dude. He's so fucking full of shit. My god. Thanks for the donation, retard.
If I see a woman out in public dressed provocative and looking for attention, I'm just going to go on about my day. I literally don't give a shit. The only shots I give are to the toilet. Ignore it. It's not hard.
Yeah, it's definitely not. Thanks for the donation, Killian Titan. Bootycum donate $2. Yeah, Canada, get on with US and UK. We're both fucktards at the minute. Yeah. I would say the UK is worse off than Canada, but we're not doing much better, and we're on that trajectory with Trudeau. But again, he's going to get voted out. It's only a matter of time. Like, the writing's on the wall. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum. ACAB, donate $2. Let me see.
The Starbucks boycott seems to be working, so let's keep it going. Hit up your local mom and pop.
Yeah, somebody sent me this already. I really hate cream cheese filling. It's fucking gross, but those muffins look good. I really like pumpkin. Oh. Oh, what the hell?
Ay, la señora.
That sweet little cow just wanted to look in her bags, and this fucking bitch walks up and picks up her bags when the cow wasn't done with it. What the hell? Just let the cow finish his business. What a fucking bitch. That's right. Fucking Karen. That's right. Let the cow look at your bags. That's what you get, you stupid fucking Karen. That's a nice cow. Good job.
People have just been calling, just thinking it's kind of weird.
It's journalism protected under the First Amendment, so sorry about that.
All right, but hold on.
Am I being detained?
Yeah, right now
for what?
So I'm further investigating why you're walking
What
around.
crime? You have to articulate a crime before you can detain me. Supervisor, you can't detain just anyone. You have to articulate a crime.
So if law enforcement requests your identification, right, you are obligated.
You know, I probably would have just played it up and said, "Hey, sugar tits, does that you know, bulletproof vest you wear hurt your nipples?"
You give that to law enforcement.
Not unless
Guess
you can
what?
articulate a crime.
So I can articulate that this
Walking around is not suspicious. Isn't a
Yeah,
crime.
here we go.
You live around here?
I'm not answering any questions.
Yeah, here are the cops, just being fucking annoying pricks.
Okay.
You have a nice day then, okay?
Thank you. Am I free to go?
Yeah, you've been free to go this whole time.
She told me I've been detained.
I'm trying to identify you.
That's not my problem. I don't have to further your investigation for you. That's your job. You can't walk up to a citizen not committing a crime and demand ID. That's not how this works.
You know the law more than
I do. Hard to believe a citizen out here would actually have a degree and know what they're talking about, huh? I'm not detained. I'm on the sidewalk. It's where I've been the whole time before I was harassed.
More than welcome to stay there.
You've been proven wrong by your own coworker here.
You have a great day, sir.
Fucking stupid ass cops. Can't stand them.
I'd like to file a complaint on him, please.
For
assault?
interfering is a physical
You
act.
need
to move. You don't know the statute. So you need to move. That is assault.
Come on. And battery?
Yeah.
I have broken. Bro.
He reached out. Right, but I think, don't you think that's a little...
No, I do not.
Really?
Don't you think he took it a little far? Yeah, let's say I get in your face and I grab your camera and break
That's
it.
not gonna happen.
Am I going to go to jail for that?
Yes.
Yes. So why isn't he? So he needs to go to jail too.
We're the police.
Dude.
We're the police. You just can't
Exactly. So that's my whole point is you think you're better than us and you can get away with that I can't get away with. This is Hot Springs Police Department.
Hot Springs Police Department.
Trash.
Why would you go and say...
Because that's what you're acting.
Nobody.
I just got assaulted and you're
No,
taking
you
his
didn't.
side.
You didn't get assaulted.
I absolutely did.
What is assault?
Bro, if I were to, like, go up to a cop and, like, swat at him like that, or, like, grab something on his fucking jacket, guess what's gonna happen to me? I fucking hate the police, dude. All we need are people with guns, and that deals with all the crime. Somebody acts up, somebody steals shit, for 99% of shit, we don't even need cops. We just need fucking sensible people walking around with guns, and if somebody acts up, blow their fucking heads off. Like, otherwise, they're fucking useless. They probably cause more problems on aggregate. Thanks for the donation, ACAB. Dodo donate tellers, you're dumb. The most cowardly countries have to be the ones that are pacifists and refuse to support Ukraine or Israel, so Ireland would be on the top of the list. Well, yeah, the Irish government is cucked as fuck. Yeah, Ireland would probably be on the list. What, Spain, France. France is in support of Ukraine. Not so much in support of Israel. Spain is cucked. And then, I don't know, the rest, but not UK, even though people are dumb and the government supports Israel. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donate tellers, if your US presidential election prediction is anything to go by, Trudeau will be elected for another term. Well, in this case, no one, like, is predicting the Liberals can win the next election. Like, Conservatives are set up to win by a landslide, and on top of that, Trudeau's been Prime Minister for 9 years, and in every other election, the incumbent parties have been absolutely destroyed. So, no, Trudeau's going down. It's not just me saying that. By landslide, by the way, isn't it funny how Ukraine and Israel are defending Western ideals at this point more than most European countries combined? Yeah. Yeah, Europe is becoming extraordinarily fucking cucked. I don't know, like, it's not that, it can't be that hard to just run a country, you know? But yeah, everyone's fucking it up. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Two-state solution where Israel gets to keep the land that it stole, except for 22% of Palestine, which is the West Bank and Gaza. Iran endorsed that. Israel's never accepted that because Israel wants to steal as much Palestinian land as it wants. So on that issue right there of a two-state solution, it's Iran that is actually more accommodating than Israel is. That's just...
If Israel wants to steal all the Palestinian land it can, then why didn't it just do that, like in 1967 when they got the land back from Egypt and Jordan?
A fact. In Syria, Mohammed Morandi, I didn't hear fear. I heard him say a lot of facts, including he pointed out that the U.S. knew from the start that the insurgency it was supporting was dominated by Al-Qaeda. That's why Jake Sullivan wrote to Hillary Clinton, Al-Qaeda is on our side in Syria. They're also on the side of Israel, which armed some of these anti-government insurgents and treated them in their hospitals. Now, Syria is a very divisive issue, and it's divided people who support Palestinians. There are many people who cheered on the overthrow of Assad because of his authoritarianism. We have to think, though, people also cheered the overthrow of Saddam Hussein, but look at the means through which that was achieved, an illegal war that set off catastrophe in the Middle East. And in Syria, there are similar fears. The people who overthrew Assad, the leader is the founder of Al-Qaeda in Syria, and a former deputy to the leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi. His name is Mohammed al-Jalani. Under his reign, insurgent forces in Syria committed atrocities against minorities in Syria. So minorities in Syria are living in fear. And just one correction, Jonathan said that Syria, it's a given fact that they use chemical weapons. Those allegations, I know they're very widespread. They've been challenged, including by whistleblowers from the OPCW, the top chemical weapons watchdog, which investigated the last major case in Syria, the allegation of Syria chemical weapons use in Duma.
So he's literally spreading Kremlin propaganda about Assad not using chemical weapons.
Investigation was actually censored from above, which undermined the allegations lodged against Syria. That's just one example that these allegations, which are used to justify warfare and sanctions, need to be scrutinized, just as they were in Iraq, when it turned out that Saddam Hussein, yes, like Bashar al-Assad, was a brutal leader, a bad guy, corrupt, but the claim that he used, that he had weapons of mass destruction was a lie to justify war and sanctions. And the same thing in Syria with these chemical weapons allegations. If we cared about them, we'd listen to the OPCW whistleblowers and the leaks that came from the OPCW and scrutinize these allegations that are always used to justify warfare and horrible things and have helped contribute to the carnage now we're seeing inside Syria.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's important to note that if you look at what happened in Iran, in Libya, in Iraq, you know, Afghanistan, you look at endless places where the phrase "be careful what you wish for" often springs to mind. It's like these things take time to settle down, and then we'll see whether the Syrian rebels are indeed, as they claim, reformed characters or not. And it is concerning to me that you have a former Al-Qaeda commander who's now running Syria. But if he's a genuinely reformed person, okay, I'll let everyone prove it, but let's just wait. I think it'd be very, very imprudent to rush in too quickly with believing everything we're being told right now. Thank you both very much. I appreciate it. And I thank you for coming on a few times this year. And if I don't see you again for the end of the year, thank you. To Jonathan and to Aaron, thank you. I'm joined now by the father of the former hostage, Emily Hand, Thomas Hand. Thomas, great to catch up with you again. Great to see you. It was just over a year ago, of course, that your daughter Emily was freed from being a hostage, which was a moment of utter joy for you and for everybody else that saw that. As I'm talking to you, Donald Trump has come out again.
But I will comment on Bibi. We had a very good talk. We discussed what is going to happen, and I'll be very available on January 20th, and we'll see. As you know, I gave warning that if these hostages aren't back home by that date, all hell's going to break out.
What do you think of Trump's rhetoric here? He's being very clear. If these hostages, we believe there are 96 people who may or may not still be alive, but 96 unaccounted for, that if they are not released before the inauguration, Trump is going to order all hell to break out. A, what do you think he means by that? And B, do you think this is the right tactic for guaranteeing as many of those 96 get out as possible?
Hi, Piers. Thanks for having me again. It's a great threat to the...
Did I support Trudeau at one point in time? Have you always supported the Conservatives in Canada? No. The former Conservative government under Harper was fine. They were good economic planners, but, or I'd say like decent. They had really, really bad social policies, though. Like, they were trying to basically make it illegal to be transgender. They were trying to pass a bill that would make it illegal for trans people to board airplanes because they claimed trans people are child predators. So they wanted to make it illegal for anybody who is trans to board an airplane. And I think that vote is what actually... the failure of that vote was actually what triggered the next election. They also were unwilling to legalize marijuana. So what ended up happening was people didn't really like the conservative government's like social policies, and Trudeau ended up getting elected. Yeah, the only good thing Trudeau really ended up doing was legalizing marijuana, codifying abortion rights into law, and just adding trans identities into the Human Rights Code, and that's really it. Otherwise, he's been a horrible prime minister in every conceivable way. I was never really a fan of Trudeau. I didn't vote for him. It was pretty obvious he was going to win the election, so I didn't bother voting. But yeah, I was never a fan of him. I always thought he was a fucking idiot, and yeah, sure enough, I was right.
To the whole area, that is the only concern at the moment. We want our hostages back. We cannot go forward in life without our loved ones back. I've still got many friends still in Gaza, civilians.
Okay, so this guy is kind of an idiot. You are not going to get hostages back if you capitulate to Hamas. Like, you're just not. So, yeah, you need to wage war with Hamas, make it very fucking difficult for them, kill them, and you use that as a bargaining strategy. We'll stop killing you relentlessly if you give the hostages back. If you just say, oh yeah, we'll have a ceasefire and all this shit, well, what do you get in return? Nothing. They have no interest in giving the fucking hostages back. You need to put the fucking pressure on them. That's the only way they're going to agree to any hostage return.
I hope the threat of him coming into power will get our hostages back. Yeah.
Do you think the tactic is more or less likely to lead to more hostages getting out safely? I mean, that's really the key question. In other words, if you take the blunt instrument approach that Trump is doing, do you approve of that strategy? Do you think it's better than a bit of soft power rhetoric?
Oh, absolutely. The only reason that we got...
Okay, this guy's actually based.
The initial release of hostages was by harsh tactics on Hamas. And now they're even weaker, and they are now more ready to make a deal with Israel. Yeah, it's not that one day the Hamas are going to go, oh, do you know what? We'll give you back your hostages. They're not going to make that deal. Only under force they will capitulate and say, yes, we want to do a deal, because they do not want to be wiped out. The Hamas do not want to be wiped out. They want to survive and build again and rule Gaza again.
When you see what has happened in the year since Emily was released, do you have any qualms at all about the scale of Israel's response? Many people feel now it's gone too far, that too many children in Gaza have been killed now. This has to end. There's too much destruction, both to life and to buildings and so on. What do you feel about that?
Absolutely. the destruction on both sides is horrendous. And in any war, there is civilian casualties. We didn't start this war, but we are sure going to end this war. We're actually ending the wars in Lebanon and Syria. What we've done somehow has weakened the Iranian.
I can't believe that I was duped by the media into believing that Trump was a white supremacist / neo-Nazi, given that he supports Israel wholeheartedly and has condemned those
Are you
groups.
willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups?
Sure. You've got David Duke just joined, a bigot, a racist, a problem.
I'm not looking would you repudiate David Duke?
Sure.
David Duke and robocalls are out again, the white supremacist movement supporting you. Do you have any words for that?
Well, I disavow. David Duke endorsed me? Okay. All right. I disavow. Okay?
When we looked at it and looked at the question.
Dude, look at his fucking makeup. Did he have sunglasses on when, like, his makeup lady was putting his orange paint on his face? What the fuck is this? Yeah, so you'll find plenty of clips where Trump says, yeah, I disavow David Duke. It doesn't really mean much. I wouldn't say Trump is... He's not ideologically aligned with, like, the KKK or anything, but he's clearly a fucking racist. And I think it's also pretty safe to say he's a white supremacist. Especially given some of the shit that I've, like, you know, I've heard from direct sources behind the scenes, like the Apprentice producers saying he wanted a whites versus blacks, you know, like, theme to the, like, season 6 of The Apprentice. So, like, yeah, no shit. Like, he's not that stupid where he's gonna say, oh yeah, I actually like David Duke. I'm a fucking KKK Nazi. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
Puppetry. We've weakened the puppet master. Syria has a chance for peace. Lebanon has a chance for peace. Thanks to Israel, believe it or not. If they go the right way, we can all be very, very good neighbors. And that is just through military force, unfortunately. Diplomacy has failed for too many years. Only the strength of Israel will bring peace to this area.
You're somebody who is part Irish. It's been announced that Israel's government's planning to close its embassy.
I'm fully Irish.
Oh, you're fully Irish. My apologies. You're somebody who's Irish.
Yeah,
then I'll rephrase that.
My mother, my grand. No, my full lineage is fully Irish. My mother's, my grandfather's on both sides.
Okay, so you're as Irish as it gets. Israel's going to close its embassy in Ireland over what it calls extreme anti-Israel policies. Do you agree with that? I mean, have you been aware of that, of what they're saying is extreme anti-Israel policy?
It's a shame because once you cut off diplomatic talking, I'm not an intellectual guy, but once you cut off diplomacy, it's not great. But I understand at the same hand, Israel is making a point that what Ireland is doing is so anti-Israel, anti-Semitic, that you just have to cut off relations. It's okay. They've said they want a Palestinian state. Okay, let's try and make a Palestinian state. We gave them Gaza in 2005. What did that do for us? How can we grab the concept of a half of Israel? Let's say in 1948. How can we grasp that concept that we give the Arabs half of Israel? They're just going to make a military state and attack us. They've proved it. We gave them Gaza in 2005, and what did they do? They just made a complete military state. No chance of peace.
I mean, have you been aware of anti-Semitic attitudes in Ireland? Have you picked up on that from family members, from friends out there?
Yeah, all the people that I know there are very scared. It's one of the countries of Europe that most of the Israelis are very, very scared. Most of the Jews are very, very scared. But more than that, it's insipidus. People that actually want to speak out about in favor of Israel are scared to, because they might have a Molotov cocktail thrown through their window. They're afraid. I have loads of friends on Facebook and whatever since childhood, and I'm always posting about what's really going on, and nobody responds because they're literally afraid for their lives that a Molotov cocktail will come in through their window, their kids will be attacked on a bus going to school. It's a fear that they instill. Now, if you can imagine, anyone can say anything anywhere in the world pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas, pro-Iran. They can say anything they want. But my God, dare you say anything in support of Israel, you could have a very major incident in your house. And that's completely different from an Israeli or Jewish stance. It's a freedom of speech is fine in its concept, but when you're under threat of what you say, you'll be dealt with by Iran or any Palestinian supporter. It's a different concept.
Thomas, let me just end by talking about Emily. How is she doing?
She's doing pretty well. Yeah, she's doing very, very well, thank God. She doesn't whisper anymore. She's more confident. She's going out in the world. But every now and then, there are things where it worries me. It doesn't worry her so much. I won't tell you where she is tonight, but last night, where she's going to, there was a terrorist incident.
Really?
And that's just that's normal for us. Yeah, Jerusalem.
And she was there or she wasn't there?
She wasn't there last night, but she wanted to go tonight for a special event. I won't say it because it will pinpoint her. That's how scared we have to be when we talk. A Palestinian or an Arab wouldn't have to be worried about what they say on camera. I have to be actually very careful about what I say, where she is, what she's doing. Yeah, she's doing good. She's doing good. We're doing good. We're in a new location. We'll be here for the next 3, 4, 5 years until we actually get back to our home in Beirut.
You've obviously understood better than anyone could imagine who's not been in that position, the hell of when a loved one is kidnapped, taken hostage. So you know better than anybody what the remaining families are going through, and it's been over a year now, 14 months for them. What do you say to them? Obviously, you're a symbol of great hope after the hell that you went through because you got your little girl back. But what do you say to the families? I presume you talk to quite a few of them quite regularly. What do you say to try and keep their spirits up, Thomas?
Well, like you say, the fact that we got Emily back and it was about 100 hostages that they released under pressure. It can happen. Hopefully, most of them are alive, and we will get them back. But it's not going to be it's not going to be something that they will just say one day, here's your hostages back, let's make peace. No, it's purely the pressure from Israel that will force them to make a deal. And God, we hope that there will be a deal. We hope there will be peace. We hope there will be peace in Lebanon, in Syria. Now is the best chance for peace in this area. Thankfully, because of what Russia is doing to Ukraine, that weakens Iran. There are so many factors in this. I would need an hour.
I agree with you. It's very complicated, but also interwoven. And I completely get where you're coming from. I've been talking about that. It's a lot going on, a lot of moving parts, but a lot of them are connected. Thomas, it's great to talk to you. It really is. And I feel so happy for you that you've got your girl back and that she's getting her life back and she's not whispering anymore and all that. And I've got a girl of 13. I just often think about you guys. And it's great to have that update and to have a bit of good news as we run up to Christmas and hope that all the hostages get released. That would be a wonderful thing. Thomas, thank you very much.
It's great. I don't know if you can see my T-shirt.
Yes, I can.
This was a whole family almost wiped out. She was my best friend. She was my absolute best friend, Leanne Sharabi. Okay, she was in the house with her 2 daughters and her husband. They came in, they murdered her. They shot her and her 2 daughters, who were just about teenagers. They took her husband. They took her husband's brother, Yossi. Yossi was killed in Gaza. Eli is still there. He is one of 3 just from Beirut. There's still 100 hostages in Gaza. Whenever we try and rescue them, they shoot them in the back of the head, execution style, on your knees, hands behind your back, and they execute them, shot in the back of the head. We're hoping that that doesn't happen to the remaining 100. The number keeps falling. I can't keep track of it. Please, make a deal. Give us back our hostages. On both sides, make the deal.
Very well.
And this is why you should give absolutely no sympathy to your enemies. Doesn't matter how many of these fucking Palestinian civilians get killed. This proportionality bullshit doesn't fucking matter. At the end of the day, they're the ones who started the war. These are the sick fucks who massacred innocent civilians, took a bunch of hostages, killing them in cold blood. Do whatever the fuck you need to do to get them back. And do whatever you need to do to just wipe the scum from the fucking earth. Doesn't matter if it takes a fucking million civilian deaths to wipe out fucking Hamas, get the hostages back. They just gotta fucking do it. show absolutely no fucking mercy.
180,000 vehicles per day across Old Tampa Bay between St. Petersburg and Tampa, Florida. A replacement for the bridge is currently under construction, but the Florida Department of Transportation almost had to replace it decades earlier. The bridge first opened for traffic in 1960, but by the mid-1980s, it was already experiencing severe corrosion to the steel reinforcement within the concrete members. After less than 30 years of service, FDOT was preparing to replace the bridge, an extremely expensive and disruptive endeavor. But before embarking on a replacement project, they decided to spend a little bit of money on a test, a provisional retrofit to try and slow down the corrosion of steel reinforcement within the bridge's substructure. Over the next 2 decades, FDOT embarked on around 15 separate corrosion protection projects on the bridge, and it worked. The Howard Franklin Bridge lasted more than 60 years in the harsh coastal environment before needing to be replaced, kept in working condition for a tiny fraction of the cost of replacing it in the 1980s. The way that bridge in Tampa was protected involves a curiously simple technique, and I've built a ridiculous machine in my garage so we can have a corrosion protection shootout and see how it measures up. I'm Grady, and this is Practical Engineering. In today's episode, we're talking about cathodic protection for corrosion control. This video is sponsored by CuriosityStream and Nebula. More on them later. Of all the structural metals in use today, most applications in infrastructure consist of mild steel, just plain old iron and carbon. There are so many applications where steel infrastructure comes into contact with moisture, including bridges, spillway gates, water tanks, and underground pipelines. That means there are so many opportunities for rust to deteriorate the constructed environment. We're in the middle of a deep dive series on rust, and in the previous video about corrosion, I talked about its astronomical cost, which equates to roughly $1,400 per person per year just in the United States alone. Of course, we could build everything out of stainless steel, but it's about 5 times as expensive for the raw materials and much more difficult to weld and fabricate than mild steel. Instead, it's usually more cost-effective to protect that mild steel against corrosion, and there are a number of ways to do it. Paint is an excellent way to create a barrier so that moisture can't reach the metal, and I'll cover coatings in a future video. But there are some limitations to paint, including that it's susceptible to damage and it's not always possible to apply, like for rebar inside concrete. That's where cathodic protection comes in handy. Let me introduce you to what I'm calling the Rust-O-Matic 3000, a machine you're unlikely to ever need or want. It consists of a tank full of salt water and a shaft on a geared servo. These plastic arms lower steel samples down into the saline water and then lift them back up so the fan can dry them off, hopefully creating some rust in the process. Corrosion is an electrochemical process. That just means that it's a chemical reaction that works like an electrical circuit. The 2 individual steps required for corrosion, called reduction and oxidation, happen at separate locations. This is possible because electrons can flow through the conductive metal from areas of low electric potential, called anodes, to those of high potential, called cathodes. As the anode loses electrons, it corrodes. This reaction is even possible on the same piece of metal because different parts of the material may have slightly different charges that drive the corrosion cell. However, you can create a much larger difference in electric potential by combining different metals. This table is called the galvanic series, and it shows the relative inertness or nobility, in other words, resistance to corrosion, of a wide variety of metals. When any 2 of these materials are joined together and immersed in an electrolyte, the metal with lesser nobility will act as the anode and undergo corrosion. The more noble metal becomes the cathode and is protected from corrosion. You can see that steel sits near the bottom of the galvanic table, meaning it is less noble and more prone to corrosion. But there are a few metals below it, including some commonly available ones like aluminum, zinc, and magnesium. And wouldn't you know it, I have some pieces of aluminum, zinc, and magnesium here in my garage that I attached to samples of mild steel in this demo. We can test out the effects of cathodic protection in the Rust-O-Matic 3000. Each time the samples are lifted to dry, the Arduino controlling the whole operation triggers a couple of cameras to take a photo. One of the samples is a control with no anode, then the other 3 have anodes attached consisting of magnesium, aluminum, and zinc from left to right. I'll set this going and come back to it in a few minutes your time, 3 weeks my time. One application of cathodic protection you might be familiar with is galvanizing, which involves coating steel in a protective layer of zinc. The coating acts kind of like a paint to physically separate the steel from moisture, but it also acts as a sacrificial anode because it's electrically coupled to the metal. Galvanizing steel is relatively inexpensive and extremely effective at protecting against corrosion. So nearly all steel structures exposed to the environment have some kind of zinc coating, including framing for buildings, handrails, stairs, cables, sign support structures, and more. Most outdoor rated nails and screws are galvanized. You can even get galvanized rebar for concrete structures, and there are applications where it's worth the premium to extend the lifespan of the project. But because it's normally a factory process that involves dipping assemblies into gigantic baths of molten zinc, you can't really re-galvanize parts after the zinc has corroded to the point where it's no longer protecting the steel. Also, in aggressive environments like the coast or cold places that use de-icing salts, a thin zinc coating might not last very long. In many cases, it makes more sense to use an anode that can be removed and replaced, like I've done in my demonstration here. Cathodic protection anodes like this are used on all kinds of infrastructure projects. Pretty, but if you're the owner of a bridge or pipeline that looks like the sample on the left, you're going to be feeling pretty nervous. You can see that the unprotected steel rusts far faster than the other 3, and the rust attacks the sample much more deeply. The sample with the magnesium looks like it was most protected from corrosion, but watch the anode. It's nearly gone after just those 3 weeks, and that makes sense. It's the least noble metal on the galvanic series by a long shot. The samples with aluminum and zinc anodes do experience some surface corrosion, but it's significantly less than the control. In fact, this is exactly how the lifespan of the Howard Franklin Bridge in Tampa was extended for so long. Zinc was applied around the outside of concrete girders and in jackets around the foundation piles, then coupled to the reinforcing steel within the concrete so it would act as a sacrificial anode, significantly slowing down the corrosion of the vital structural components. Here's a close-up of each sample after I took them down from the Rustomatic 3000, and you can really see how dramatic.
Interesting.
And today we're going to discuss something just a little bit different. We're going to discuss a military secret. And in this case, a secret military base that was formed by the United States in Greenland, whose purpose was never officially revealed until approximately 20 years ago. But much more specifically, we're going to discuss an accidental rediscovery of this secret base by NASA scientists just a few weeks ago. And that's because this base has now been buried in the ice, and it's practically impossible to access. A really bizarre project from the 1960s, whose cross-section you can basically see right here. Now, if you want to read about this yourselves, all of the documents about this, find it yourself if you go to any online map such as Google Maps. Talks a little bit more about the main purpose. But in this case, the actual purpose of the camp was classified. And so even though officially in the 60s, this was pitched as a scientific research base, whose purpose was to see if we can actually create a kind of a mobile base powered entirely by a semi-mobile nuclear reactor, in this case what's known as PM2A, that's captured in these images, Project Iceworm, a top-secret program that was trying to construct a bunch of mobile nuclear missile launch sites, all hidden underneath Greenland ice. And the goal of the mission was to have up to about 600 different ICBMs hidden under ice in order to survive, eventually discovering that it was just impossible to maintain a base here, simply because the ice sheet was just not stable, with the constant risk of the ice sheet water flooding everything. For example, after just 1 year, there was a huge problem with sewage, and specifically the sewage water, recirculating back into the living quarters, and basically making everything completely unlivable. And so between 1959 and 1967, or basically during the camp separation, there was nothing but issues. And you can basically read about all of this from the study release 100 missiles. So this was a huge facility. Nevertheless, by 1967, this camp was almost entirely abandoned. The Geological Survey of Denmark and Greenland decided to maintain a climate monitoring presence at this camp and have been basically collecting various ice core samples for several. It was discovered that between 1978 and today, the ice shelves in North Greenland seem to have lost up to 35% of their volume, with 3 of them collapsing completely. And we've actually discussed some of the effects of this collapse in one of the recent videos, that it seems to be buried by about 36 meters reader to try to probe Greenland ice sheets. And to their surprise, they discovered a bizarre blip underneath. At first, it looked something.
Okay.
Formerly known as Cosmic. Alex O'Connor, the agnostic formerly known as Cosmic Skeptic, has lots of discussions and debates with Christians. And while he seems quite comfortable criticizing Christianity, he doesn't seem nearly as interested in criticizing Islam. Why is that? Well, someone asked him about this during the Q&A of his recent debate with the Connectleys, who, not surprisingly, are Christians. I hadn't seen the debate, but a few nights ago, when AP and I were live, one of our viewers requested that we comment on Alex's response. So we did. But some people weren't happy with our brilliant and completely correct comments, and they messaged me, whining like babies, leading to this video. So let's watch Alex answer the question that was posed to him. Then we'll see how AP and I reacted. And finally, I'll share some follow-up thoughts and assess whether Alex O'Connor is a coward for not blasting away at Islam with the rest of us. Here's the original question and Alex's answer.
Okay, we're gonna move fast. Baby's Artist, thanks very much, says, Alex, I'm a longtime fan. I became a Christian, but I still love your work and your honesty. I'm curious, though, why it seems you've left Islam alone. Is this for personal reasons or safety? Much love and God bless.
Yeah, well, of course, it is a much less safe thing to do. That's one of the benefits of Christianity, by the way. But I do think that I simply know less about it. Of course, I don't believe Islam is true, and I believe it has all kinds of problems and moral objections that I'm sure that if I made my moral objections to Islam plain, Cliff and Stuart would not want to object to my meta-ethics, but instead just be happy that I was doing it. But I just know less about it. I feel like I'm pretty well versed in at least the New Testament at this point.
Let me take a look at him.
Just go by the car. The car?
No, today we will be animals.
With any luck, this could well be the day I the biggest of my career, and you will not it up.
I think you slipped the into Ginny Weasley's.
You've my cat.
I wouldn't expect you to me. Who would ever ugly, miserable, moping, moaning Myrtle?
To train you all up, in case you ever need to yourselves, as I myself have done on countless occasions.
Thanks for the donation, Adam.
And it's mostly a consequence of that. But of course, you do have to be much more careful as well, because I've never had to fear for my safety when debating a Christian like today.
Pretty straightforward. He knows more about Christianity. He sounds like he knows more about Christianity because he's more interested in discussing Christianity. And since it's safer to talk about Christianity, why would he want to focus much on Islam? But Based Autistic, the same guy who asked Alex the question, asked us what we think about his response. Here's what we said.
I asked Alex O'Connor, Cosmic Skeptic, about why he doesn't go after Islam. First question in Q&A during most recent debate. I think that's the one he had with Cliff Connectly. I think I'm going through that with on Cameron's channel.
Did you ever watch Jake Bro's video about NATO expansion and history of Russia? Really good video. I didn't know most of crazy shit that went down in the last century. Worth watching at 1.5 speed.
Yeah, we've already reacted to this on stream. So yeah, I'm aware. Thanks for the donation, Q.
On Monday. Haven't seen it yet. But so he said he asked the question. He said he prefers Christianity chats, but also admitted partly it's for safety reasons. Curious, what are your thoughts?
Well, I know already that is the case because I was in touch with him personally when he made a video about Islam. I don't remember what the video was about, but he made a video about Islam, about Islam's treatment of others and so on. And he took the video down after receiving threats and things like that. And I was a little bit disappointed, honestly. I messaged with him.
Dude, what a cucked bitch.
And he said to me that that he can't really tolerate the massive reactions that he gets to any criticism of Islam. And the thing is, he also said that this time it was different because people actually got in touch with somebody very close to him and started making personal threats against him. After which he decided, I can't do this. So he took it down. What they did. About it for a while.
That's what they did with Venom Fang X back in the day when he made videos making fun of Muhammad, and they threatened him, and he kept making the videos. Eventually, they contacted his parents at their work and threatened his parents at their work. He was still a teenager, and so he took down his Islam stuff because they were actually threatening his parents and so on. So anyway, it's there are always efforts on the part of Islam to silence anyone who disagrees with what they want, and they have multiple ways of doing that. The most obvious way is just harassing people and threatening them. If that doesn't work, then they'll start contacting people who are close to you. Guys, I'm actually fine with Alex saying, hey, you know what? I don't want to deal with these guys. These guys might kill me. You might say, but we have to stand up. That's true. It doesn't have to be Alex. He's a pretty recognizable guy. He would be extremely recognizable in public. So even though people need to stand up against this, not everyone needs to do it if they're going to be especially in danger where they are. So anyway, keep in mind, back in the day, hijab was like saying where he lived and stuff like this. So that's credible. And he's an atheist. Or an agnostic. Now, I don't know. I know he's been shifting his level of aggression and hostility over the past couple of years. But, at the end of the day, atheists, you believe that your life ends at death. So you probably don't want to be a martyr against Islam. Let Christians will take care of that for you. Let the Christians take care of that for you. So all atheists.
I think I like Alex where he is and what he does right now. I think he's a very good, very, 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 very good interlocutor. And not everyone.
As an added bonus, it's safer to talk about those other topics. But not everyone is satisfied with Alex's position, and they raise two main criticisms. If I were to steelman the main criticisms of Alex's position, they would go something like this. First, entire cities in the UK are being taken over by Islam as we speak. If Alex thinks it's dangerous to criticize Islam now, imagine what it's going to be like a generation or two down the road. Is this the best time for Christians and atheists to be arguing about the existence of God? Or would this be a really good time for Christians and atheists to recognize that it doesn't matter who wins a debate about the existence of God if we're about to be violently subjugated and forced to comply with the ramblings of an illiterate 7th century Arabian caravan robber? Alex likes having discussions, but if Islam wins, he won't be allowed to have discussions on the topics he's interested in. Islam is a threat to everything Alex wants to do in life. As a rule, if someone is attacking the foundations of your civilization, the foundations of your rights and freedoms, you drop whatever else you're doing and deal with that threat. In other words, if this isn't exactly D-Day, it's pretty close to D-Day. So anyone who doesn't take a stand against the threat is a traitor to his own civilization.
Dude, when I made that Islam video, I got thousands of fucking death threats. Literally thousands. There were people leaving comments saying they're gonna kill me. Muslims, obviously. I got hundreds of fucking emails with Muslims saying they're gonna find me and kill me. I got a ton of fucking Facebook messages with Muslims saying they're gonna find me and kill me, and I responded to a few dozen of them, and I said, yeah, come. Some of them were pretty close, like where they estimated I lived. My address didn't get leaked yet, but I said, Yeah, come do it. I'll kill you. And if you bring any of your family members along to help do the deed, I'll kill them too. And if you encourage anybody to come after me, I'll kill them. I don't care how old they are. I don't care what gender they are. You can bring your mother, your sister, your fucking little brother to come kill me. I'll fucking kill all of them. Don't give a shit if they're 5 years old. Don't give a shit if they're your mom. I don't fucking care. I'll kill anybody if you try to come fuck with me. So, I don't give a fuck, dude. Come after me. Give me an excuse. Dodo donate $2, nigga. You finna watch my videos now, goofy, pussy, bitch, tits, nigga. I ain't have time for this bullshit, my nigga. You feel me, bud? I feel you, Dodo. We can watch your...
What is next?
We can watch your videos now.
What's the best method to arrange oranges to fill a box in as compact a way as possible? Placing them carefully in ordered rows? Or tossing them in at random? In our three-dimensional world, the familiar grocery store stack turns out to be the optimal solution. But what about in higher dimensions?
Dimension 100, 1,000, a jillion. So as the dimension grows and grows, what happens then?
Very mysterious. What should be the correct thing to do there?
This is known as the sphere packing problem.
It's like the stupidest question you can think of, right? So you take a box, I give you a bunch of balls, and you say, okay, how many balls can you put in this box?
How many of them can we fit in without actually letting them overlap or distorting them?
An international group of young mathematicians have made a major advance on this.
Dodo donate $2. Show us the emails or Facebook messages or comments of Muslims death threatening you, bud. I don't believe you. Show proof. Don't be pussy. And I don't want to show on stream. No show now, nigga. Well, this was fucking years ago. I don't know if I can pull up any. They might have just been... I know for my Gmail they would have been auto-deleted by now. I don't know if I can find any on Facebook. I don't think you can just easily search, you know, terms on Facebook messages like you can with your email. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. You might just have to take my word for it. I'm pretty sure that video might have been deleted. I deleted it not because I was worried about death threats, but because of YouTube TOS.
With a new proof.
One that works in all dimensions.
A sphere in 2 dimensions is a circle defined by x and y coordinates. The densest packing is exactly what you'd imagine if you placed coins on a flat surface.
You have some sort of honeycomb type structure. You have 1 penny and then 6 around it.
That's not super hard to prove.
In the late 16th century, British explorer Sir Walter Raleigh asked the mathematician Thomas Harriot to calculate the optimal way to stack cannonballs on the deck of a ship. Harriot later shared the problem with the astronomer Johannes Kepler. In 1611, Kepler hypothesized that the optimal 3-dimensional packing would be a pyramid shape. Any sphere in the interior would touch 12 others, and the spheres would occupy about 74.05% of the available space. This became known as the Kepler conjecture.
The question became, how do we understand why this is really optimal? Can we prove it?
It was actually a really long-standing open question in math to prove that that's the best way to do things in 3D. It took about 400 years. Sphere packings can serve as a sort of basic model of the structure of matter.
3-dimensional spheres can represent atoms. An ordered packing might model a crystal or other solids, whereas disordered arrangements can represent liquids or gases.
Sort of way of probing the phases of matter as well in physics.
To extend the problem from 3D spheres into higher dimensions, more coordinates can be added.
Each disk defines some point inside of a box.
The sphere packing problem in higher dimensions has a range of applications, including in error-correcting codes used in computer science.
Turns out to be deeply connected with topics in information theory.
In 2016,
when's the next Islam vid? Maybe soon.
The Ukrainian mathematician Marina Vyazovska solved the sphere packing problem in dimensions 8 and 24, proving that in these dimensions, certain lattices are optimal. She later won a Fields Medal for her work. But beyond these dimensions, it remained an open question.
A big question underlying this is structure versus randomness.
Should the best sphere packings be crystalline and ordered, or should they be completely random and unstructured?
When Julian Sahasrabudeh assembled his working group in person for the first time, solving the sphere packing problem wasn't on their agenda.
We actually had a slightly different problem in mind when we got together in Cambridge. Failed to solve that problem in such a way that we realized that our failure can be used to inform progress on this other problem.
To arrive at their sphere packing proof, the group first turned the problem into one about a graph, which consists of points and lines, known as vertices and edges.
Totally forgot about geometry because geometry is confusing, and then just like work directly with this graph.
Their goal was to construct an efficient, high-dimensional sphere packing from a collection of randomly placed points, representing the centers of spheres.
I need to be able to put a sphere around one center, a sphere around the other center, and the spheres can't overlap.
If two spheres do intersect, then an edge is drawn connecting the 2 points.
What we're very interested in is what is the largest subset of a graph that contains no edges.
This subset of points without edges is called an independent set.
You construct independent sets just by constructing it bit by bit, not trying to find the whole complicated object all at once.
You can form an independent set by selecting points in the original graph, using a random process called the Rudel nibble.
You just place the balls one at a time until there's no more space to place any balls.
Keep applying this process until you've built up an independent set that's large enough to create a good sphere packing.
Our work is a very as random packing as you can get.
The resulting proof broke a 75-year-old record. It gave a denser way to pack spheres in all higher dimensions.
But I think it'd be very interesting if random sphere packings are the best, period. And this is really what the big question is about.
Imagine a pool of prime numbers, or a large, messy collection of numbers chosen at random. Is it inevitable that patterns will appear within these sets?
True randomness is impossible. No matter how random your set looks, it will always contain this kind of structure.
There's always a little pattern inside any large unstructured object.
Identifying just how large sets of numbers can get before patterns must emerge is a central problem in combinatorics.
Combinatorics often is seen as a study of counting. I think more broadly it has to do with the study of patterns.
Patterns of equally spaced numbers are called arithmetic progressions.
So a 3-term arithmetic progression is like 3, 7, 11. A 4-term arithmetic progression is like 3, 7, 11, 15, and so on.
In February, 3 grad students made the first breakthrough in decades on one of the biggest unsolved problems involving arithmetic progressions.
Generally, as a graduate student, you don't try to tackle the cutting-edge problems in the field right away.
In 1936, the mathematicians Paul Erdős and Paul Turan explored infinite sets that contain some non-zero fraction of the whole numbers. For example, the set of even numbers contains 50% of all whole numbers. Erdős and Turan asserted that even if the fraction is very small, as long as it's not zero, the set will be sure to contain all arbitrarily long arithmetic progressions. In 1975, the mathematician Endre Sv3rige proved the conjecture for sets containing infinitely many numbers. But what happens with finite sets of numbers? Say you start with some pool of numbers, like the numbers 1 through 20. Now you build a set using some fraction of those numbers, which is called the density of the set. The question becomes, what's the highest density or fraction of numbers you can add to your set before you accidentally include an arithmetic progression?
You can start to ask questions about, okay, at what densities do we still have these patterns? Like, what is the best avoiding set?
I want to take as many elements as possible without creating, let's say, a 5-term arithmetic progression. How dense a set can you take?
With a pool of 20 numbers, the answer is 16, or 80% for a 5-term progression. Sv3rige proved that as your starting pool grows, the fraction of numbers you can take before arithmetic progressions appear approaches 0. Mathematicians want to know, how quickly does this happen? What is the bound for the highest density set that avoids progressions of a given size?
There was an interest for a long time to make the bounds for Sv3rige's theorem better and better. And for very short progressions of length 3, there's been a lot of work.
Last year, 2 computer scientists nearly solved this question for 3-term progressions, like 4, 8, 12.
But for longer progressions, even progressions of length 4, the subject was much trickier.
Mahtab Sani and Ashwin Saw first met in 2017 as undergrads at MIT. Since then, the pair have become frequent collaborators.
We sort of met through this shared interest in combinatorics.
We wrote something like 50 papers in graduate school together.
We are academic siblings.
Meanwhile, James Lang, then a grad student under Terence Tao at UCLA, was working on techniques related to Sv3rige's problem. Saw and Sani found out about his work.
I had this new technique.
James mentioned he had some really exciting ideas in progress, made it seem like it might be possible to prove something like this.
We sort of realized that the technique was even more powerful than I had originally thought.
Over the course of a few months of long-distance collaboration, the 3 young mathematicians figured out how to get a better upper bound on the size of sets with no 5-term progressions. They then extended their work to progressions of any length.
There was a general strategy, but sort of whether any particular bit would work was sort of very unclear. It was kind of dicey, and eventually, okay, it fell into place, and then we were happy.
The techniques they developed for the paper have already found applications in other areas of math.
There were many more creative ideas in this paper. It really was a very impressive achievement, especially for 3 graduate students.
The Langlands program is a vast endeavor to develop what's been called a grand unified theory of mathematics.
The way mathematical objects combine and lead to these conjectures, there's something extremely appealing about it in the Langlands program, especially in geometric Langlands.
The geometric Langlands conjecture is a key component of this sweeping paradigm. And now, after 3 decades of work, Dennis Gatesbury, along with his former student Sam Raskin and 7 others, have produced a monumental 800-page proof. What is now known as the Langlands program began in
Fucking nerds. All you have to do is just stuff the ball into a box.
1967, when the mathematician Robert Langlands wrote a letter to the French number theorist André Weil, describing a plan to connect far-reaching branches of math.
There's a lot of parts of number theory, parts of physics, and it has kind of different compartments and different kind of corners that are operate in parallel.
The Langlands program takes its inspiration from another part of mathematics, Fourier theory, which splits complex signals into simpler components.
The Fourier transform is one of these kind of basic building blocks of much of math that we simplify. We try to think of everything in terms of these basic patterns.
In 1822, the mathematician Joseph Fourier showed that any wave can be broken down into an infinite sum of sine waves, using a technique now called the Fourier transform. The Fourier transform is like a recipe generator. You input a complicated wave, and you get back its ingredients, the amplitude and frequency of each component sine wave. Fourier theory is an essential part of modern technology. Its applications range from JPEG compression and image recognition to quantum physics and MRIs. It has also opened a revolutionary new framework in pure mathematics.
Our experience with Fourier theory guides many of the ways that we think about Langland's program, the way the subject develops, and the sort of phenomena that we're seeing.
Fourier theory has two components, basic building blocks and labels. Imagine a child's toy castle. This castle can be disassembled into individual building blocks, and these components can then be sorted by color into bins and then labeled. Similarly, the Fourier transform disassembles a complex wave into individual sine waves. These are like the building blocks, and each sine wave can be labeled with its frequency. To open up new connections between distant mathematical worlds, Langland's researchers look for analogies in Fourier theory.
Boring.
And how could one thought change the world so thoroughly? Well, in this video, we're discussing Einstein's theory of relativity, and more importantly, how he got there. We cannot start talking about Einstein without discussing classical physicist Sir Isaac Newton. In 1687, Newton published his book, Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy. In the book, he described his 3 laws of motion and the law of gravity. His book is considered one of the most important writings in the history of mankind. After watching an apple fall, he asked himself a question. If the apple falls, does the moon also fall?
Can you watch?
You did not give me a link. If you give me a link, I can take a look. Thanks for the donation, Chamomile Cam.
These questions led him to discover the law of gravity. According to his law of gravitation, every object in the universe enacts its own force of attraction on another object. And this force is the reason why we are stuck on Earth, why the moon orbits the Earth, and indeed why the universe exists. But that didn't answer all of Newton's questions, like why do objects attract each other? What is the source of gravity? And why does Mercury's orbit jiggle? The rest remained a mystery until the era of Albert Einstein. In 1915, Einstein published his theory of general relativity, or in other words, his theory of gravity. In this theory, Einstein explained gravity and its source. He answered all the questions that Newton couldn't, like Mercury's precession. Let's take a step back to 1905 to truly grasp where these different pieces of the puzzle come to life. This year, Einstein published his theory of special relativity. It deals with the
Chamomile Cam donated $3. Let me see.
Lord Sv3rige, are you sure about that, Lord Sv3rige?
Of course I am. Now be sure to inform Ginyu for me.
Yes, right away, my lord.
Oh, and tell me, Narmo. Have I ever not been sure of something?
No, Lord Sv3rige, of course not. It's just...
What is it then, Narmo? Do you think that perhaps you have the better cock of the Sv3rige force? Is that what you're trying to say here?
I mean, I think my cock is okay, but by no means is it the best in the whole Sv3rige force.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Narmo. Pull down your pants. Pull them down. Go ahead.
Oh.
No, don't worry, Narmo. Just pull them down. Go ahead. Go ahead. Show everyone that magnificent cock of yours. Is that it? Terrible. I did that this time around. I'll be doing it myself.
Oh, is that...
For me. You're disgusting. Now.
Lord Sv3rige.
He's gonna fight. Just give me a little sip. Up next we have a...
This is not good. Thanks for the donation, Chamomile Cam.
The speed of light and the motion of objects. It was fine with non-accelerating objects, but the theory did not apply when gravity was present, or if the object was accelerating. He couldn't quite figure the rest out until one fine day in 1907. He was observing a window washer on a ladder and had an epiphany. He thought about what he would be experiencing while falling. He imagined himself there and realized that while falling, the ground would not be pushing him, so he would be in a free fall. That put some of the pieces together, but still he wasn't fully finished. He began to think about falling again. This time he imagined himself in a room with no windows. On the surface of the Earth, you would weigh whatever your weight is now. But imagine if the room was in a spacecraft, moving in an upward direction with the same 9.8 meters per second squared as here on the ground. In that moment, if you were to weigh yourself, you would weigh the same as you do on Earth. Einstein realized that the observer would not be able to tell if he is on a spaceship or on the surface of the Earth. That is because he would be moving at the exact same rate of acceleration. There would be no way to tell the difference. This phenomenon is called the equivalence principle, which states that an object that is accelerating...
Dodo donate $2. Okay, fine, the 2024 breakthrough in math weren't that interesting, but the physics ones are more intriguing. Also, they will release soon 2024 breakthroughs in biology and medicine, so stay tuned for that. I'll send when it's out. I might watch this one tomorrow, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Free of any gravitational pull is essentially no different than the same object that is stationary but affected by gravity. In other words, something moving in space with no gravity has the same mass as something on Earth that is not moving. In his special theory of relativity, he could only deal with non-accelerating objects and the speed of light. Let's pause here for a second. This means that at that point, he knew how to unify his theory of special relativity with gravity. Luckily, he didn't stop there. He did another thought experiment. This time, he imagined what would happen if he pointed a laser beam from one side of the room towards the other. If the room were in a spaceship that was moving upwards with the same acceleration rate as Earth, the height of the beam would slightly be lower on the other side of the room. As the floor moved up, it curved the light and caused it to bend down. But this principle only applied in space. When he thought about the same experiment on Earth, the light would appear to be straight. Of course, these two scenarios only happen in his brain. Let's just take a brief moment to appreciate how brilliant he is to be able to conduct that experiment, all of that in his brain. Back to the topic. Einstein wasn't convinced though, as this violated the principle of equivalence. The acceleration of the room on the spaceship was the same as under the influence of gravity. The height should be the same in both cases. He realized that the only possibility could be that the light beam must be bending under the influence of gravity. But how could this be? What does this bending of light mean? Well, thanks to his incredible imagination and deep thinking, he came up with an answer. He considered that maybe the light was following the shortest and straightest path that it could, but that in space, there was no visual, objective straight path, and maybe there was an inherent curvature. This idea revolutionized the entire course of scientific history, that space somehow gets curved in the presence of gravity, and it creates an illusion that the light beam is being curved. He hypothesized that whenever matter or energy present in space, it creates a curvature. There's one really popular video on YouTube. Imagine a trampoline with two types of masses, a heavy chunk of metal and a piece of marble. When the metal is placed on the trampoline, it bends it. Then the piece of marble is rolled on the surface. It orbits the heavy chunk of metal. In this scenario, we can see that no force is acting on the piece of marble, but it is still revolving around the heavy metal. Einstein went even further and said that the same thing happens when the Earth is orbiting the Sun. The Sun acts like a chunk of metal and creates a curvature in space. The same can be applied to all objects in the universe. So, according to Einstein, matter and energy warp space-time, making nearby objects fall towards it. Another remarkable part of his theory is that it doesn't just include the three dimensions of space, but also time. This is why we use the term space-time. But how does time come into play? Well, it comes from his previous theory, the theory of special relativity. The speed of light is the same for the observers in any frame of reference. Either the object is moving or in a state of rest. Again, imagine a light beam traveling from point A to point B. If we place a massive object like our sun between these 2 points, the sun will curve the path and the distance from point A to point B will increase. So it will take more time for light to move from A to B than in the absence of the sun. But that concept violates the theory of special relativity, which says that the speed of light is independent of the frame of reference. This means that regardless of whether the light beam is traveling freely or under the gravitational field, it must take the same time for it to travel from A to B. So for special relativity to be valid, time must slow down. In other words, time moves slowly when you are near a massive object like in space, and moves faster when you are away from it. For example, time for us on Earth is lower than the astronauts on the ISS, which has been directly confirmed through many experiments. This phenomenon is called gravitational time dilation. Back a century ago, no one was taking Einstein's ideas seriously. But just 4 years after the publication of his general theory of relativity, astronomer Sir Arthur Eddington performed an experiment to test it out. If general relativity was correct, then the sun would warp the space around it, causing the light beams to bend and the position of the stars behind the sun to change. Eddington followed this principle, and he found that Einstein was right. That phenomenon is now called the gravitational lensing. This was the first proof of Einstein's theory, and it took the world by storm. Today we have found lots of evidence that proves his theory. The predictions made by his theory 100 years ago are now being confirmed today. They have created a new window to look into the universe. Thank you so much for watching this video. I'm Harry and I'm so glad you made it to the end.
Okay, it is late, and I'm tired as shit, so I'm gonna go to bed. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs, really appreciate it. Looks like my insomnia is finally over, so I should be able to stream regularly again without any issues, so I'll see you all tomorrow. I might do an early gaming / chill stream tomorrow as well, and then normal stream at night. But no guarantees, but yeah, again, tomorrow night for sure. Should be streaming around 5 or 6, so I'll see you all then, and sweet dreams.